And we are live. Welcome to season 3, episode 24 of It's Drunken Chat, son. Welcome, everybody. Thanks for all the comments that we've had so far. Man, it's another blessed weekend. Unfortunately, Mel will not be with us this week. He's freaking once again nose to the freaking grind, just trying to make that money. But once again, we have Mr. James from Hive Comics. How's it going, man?
Oh, it's going great. Going great.
Yep. And then we got a reveal or something from, or what you got for us this week?
Ooh, let's just say I got a little something for the guys out there. So shout out to everybody in the live chat, everybody watching this one on Rewind tomorrow or whenever. We do have a cover reveal.
A few of them. Yeah.
For Wanted Comics this evening. So I hope you all are going to be entertained and stay tuned for that reveal. I've got a small little spec matrix, but I do have some familial responsibilities I must attend to. So we're not going to delay the spec matrix a whole lot tonight. We're going to get to it, but we're going to hang out and chat for a little bit, warm the crowd, get you guys warmed up and happy. And yep. And Mel told me it's the spec matrix's fault that he's got to work this OT right now. So
Yep.
My bad.
So first public announcement. Hey, if you're going to freaking drink this shit, make sure you take a nap first. Because I'm going to tell you what, about an hour ago, I was sprayed out all over my fucking couch, right? Not knowing what the fuck was going on. I was like, oh, I was supposed to be doing this. Oh, wait, I was supposed to be doing the freaking show. That's right, man. And I woke up trying to freaking get ready, and I still don't feel right now. And that was only after a sippy sip. Because, I don't freaking gulp freaking tequila like the rest of you. I sippy sip. But then my wife almost spilled the shit. So I was like, oh, give me that. Took it. Nope. Done, sir, done. So just be careful with this shit. Just be careful. So let's get right into it because people got shit to do. It's going to be it is Father's Day weekend. It's on Father's Day and Sunday. So God bless to all you fathers because what's Father's Day weekend is like the 20th freaking most celebrated freaking holiday out there. I think like Arbor Day is like number 12 or some shit, man. And Halloween is like number 2nd and 3rd, or actually is like number 6 or something like that. So fathers, we don't get enough, celebration and appreciation. So make sure you at least freaking send your father a freaking call or text or fuck you or something, just to let them know that that you acknowledge his presence. That's all we want.
I propose a new tradition because everybody in here knows that you take your wife out for Mother's Day, right? That's what they want. They want to have a Mother's Day dinner out somewhere. They don't want to be stuck at home. They don't want you to cook for them at home. But you ever notice on Father's Day they want you to grill? You ever notice that?
Yes, sir.
So here's where I propose the tradition of Steakhouse Sunday for Father's Day. So you demand a steakhouse. Be like, oh, no. We went out for Mother's Day. Where are we going for Father's Day? I like steaks. And whether it be Kobe Steakhouse, hibachi, whatever you're into. If you're a steak eater, there's always sushi for that lifestyle. Just I'm a carnivore.
Welcome to the house, Aaron Easy.
How's it going?
In the house.
Well, another rule for Father's Day should be that you shouldn't have to that any gifts that they decide to give you, they cannot use your own freaking money to give you your own freaking gifts. Because I would rather just keep the money in my bank account. That's the way I'm at.
Yeah, man. What, you can't reach that memory though, that. And sometimes, sometimes when you buy yourself a nice pair of Oakley sunglasses, it's not a big deal, and then you just say it's from your wife. And then when you buy race car parts, you just tell all your friends that your wife bought them for you, even though it was your money, but you got race car parts for your wife.
Yeah. So basically, so that's basically what Father's Day has come down to, is basically asking for permission to buy stuff with your own money.
I'm all right with all that.
So
It's a guilt-free,
Cool. All right, we'll see.
excuse to splurge with your own money. I'm all right with all that.
So what's good with you, Yeezy? What you up to?
I was actually about to go to bed, but then Lucas sent out the call like, "Hey, here's the link," and I was like, "All right, let me set up my computer." But yeah, so
hardest working man in podcasting.
Yeah, I know. I should be editing a video, but I'll just drop it on Sunday morning.
Aaron said, "I ain't gonna be no bitch." All right, so let's really start at least to go through some of this freaking stuff. Let's see.
You got some news, Lucas? I know you got some news. You got something to talk about.
Oh, always. Hold it. Share. There we go. Share screen.
Oh, and FYI, I did not get the PS5 that I thought it turned out to be shorts. But
What?
I need shorts. I mean, let's just be honest. I need shorts. I need pants and ass coverings more than I need a PlayStation 5. So,
especially in Florida, right?
well, yeah, it's kind of mandatory law thing. So they kind of frown upon that.
Comic book Jesus.
There he is.
Come on, guys.
What's going on? Great show.
Yeah, you guys like it? Shout out to Journo from Journo's Comics, Chris from Journo's Comics. He's got some great content out there. Make sure you guys go check it out.
Oh, and by the way, Lucas,
Yes, sir.
shout out to you for giving me the heat map. Forwarded that over to some friends. They were like, "Bro, this is amazing." I was like, "I know. I got some good friends."
So while you're doing the heat map, I need to go take my my smoke break. So I'll be right back.
Go take your medicine, Jesus.
Yeah. Yeah. Time for some to medicate.
That sounds really good. Send some over this way.
Yeah.
Go commune with the Father, man. So yeah, man, it was a bloodbath, absolute freaking bloodbath for the last 5 days across almost everywhere except for software, and we know why software is doing good. We know why super semiconductors are doing well because it's being propped up by the freaking government. So we know what's going on with that. But everywhere else, bloodbath. Just destruction all across. And once again, this is where I told everybody, hey, you're going to want to freaking stay liquid right now. So that you can pick up some of this cheap stuff. And I saw cheap stuff, but I got greedy because I wanted it even cheaper. So I got to freaking get over that psychological hurdle and just freaking go ahead and freaking buy some of this stuff. Mm-hmm. This is the heat map, man. This is a freaking great one. Crypto coin bloodbath still freaking going down, man. I hope you guys were hoping to retire on this off of the proceeds from this week, but hey.
So like,
what was going to happen?
Right, just for everybody's understanding, real quick. This is what it's like for like the Dow Jones Industrial to go to 60,000 and then drop back down to 35. That's basically what Bitcoin did. Is it got to $60,000 somewhere around that ballpark. So people made money already on that one, and this is basically like the penny stock of currency. And it really all depends. There's a lot of research for people to do because this is I want to give everybody an insight on to how this brain right here works. So I'm looking at all these coin operations, and I'm looking at who's basically there's a couple of basic big coins. You got your Ethereum, and you can tell by the size on the heat map here who the players are, right? But then you start getting into some of these smaller coins and these smaller companies, and what you're looking for is you want to look for tracks that show basically a wave. There's some of these coins that ride a wave daily, and if you know how to time that wave and buy and sell at the right time, basically you just shave interest daily. And if you're smart about it, and if you're doing this, while you're on the crapper, taking a couple of minutes just to set your highs and low percentages and stuff like that, you can, and uniforms even talk about it. So many people made so much money, way less people lost money because a lot of people were making smart moves. So if you're into making smart moves and you are into analyzing and doing your research on this can be your penny stock day trading instead of doing what other people are doing with penny stocks elsewhere. But I will say this, look at does everybody else get the same advertisements I do for crypto.com and that powered by crypto.com Visa card? Okay. Yeah. So it's not just me. They are pushing it super hard. They right now say that if you stake $400, they'll give you free coin through crypto.com. So I'm not a financial advisor of any kind. I buy and trade nerd paper mostly. But you guys, if you're into the Bitcoin thing, a lot of us are watching. So if you see something, just heat map, put it on bookmark.
Right.
Pay
Exactly.
attention.
Yeah. If you guys need this heat map, let me know later on tonight, and I'll put that link out for it. It's pretty good. I like the way you can manipulate some of the parts of it just to get into some of the smaller parts. And I see somebody said, "Hey, I need to buy some of that stuff." Absolutely, there's some really good cheap
Buy
stuff.
on the dip.
Yeah.
Do you buy on the dip, bro?
I mean, I'm of course I'm a little bit careful because I don't want to have to deal with the tax implications or any of that stuff. But hey, why not, right?
So Joe's Duel is bringing something up. The Bitcoin, there will never be more than 21 million Bitcoins. That is correct. However, does Joe's Duel know that they're already plotting on the breakup and how to break up the Bitcoin into Satoshis? And if they break that up into Satoshis, people who own one Bitcoin will be basically millionaires. Just on that, if it breaks down to that far where Satoshis become the predominant currency out of the Bitcoin chain, basically it's just fractions of a Bitcoin. So it's going to be wild to see.
Right. And in the meantime, while everybody's speculating on this, don't forget that China and El Salvador and there's a bunch of South American countries, they are planning their own little thing. So if that happens, that could pull some interest away from these other ones because they are a lot more liberal and the free market and with the Silk Road and all that stuff. So just be kind of careful of where you want to think about that long-term stuff.
Because what's going to happen is they're going to have to break it down. Like I see Joe's talking about they tried branching and it's failed. Yeah, it's true. They tried branching. It doesn't really work as well. But if inflation takes the price of a coin so far that one coin is like so expensive, they're going to have to break it down in fractions anyway, which I hustle fractionary Bitcoin. Like, let's be honest, you don't have to own one Bitcoin. You can own 5,000 of the Bitcoin. You can trade $20 worth of Bitcoin, $40 worth of Bitcoin, and still, like I said, shave interest when the rise and the fall. If you're watching your property and you see it rising and you sell and then it continues to rise, you could buy back in later. But it's always a risk. It's just like with comic books, man. Like, everybody was banking on Null and that Venom 3 third print. That book fucking touched $1,200, and then it dropped like a fucking rock because Null died, and now that book is what,
like $300-$400,
if that, and it's probably going to hover there for a long time. So yeah.
Yep. So moving on. So Aaron, Aaron was with us on a impromptu drunken chat on Saturday night. Right?
Hell yeah.
And then a very inebriated Mel V, started talking about AMC.
Oh man, that was a fun hour. Like, yeah.
And I'm trying to explain to him about the way the options are working because he's talking about gamma and I'm talking about options and he's talking about shares, like the individual shares and everything. And he swore up and down that shares were going to go to what? Remember?
Because he was saying like what the price was like $50, and then he was saying it could easily go up to I don't remember what, like
145.
Yeah,
145. So how did it do this week?
I don't know. I haven't been paying attention. What is it?
It went up to 60.
Ooh.
60 was the most that it went up to. And that was after it hit back down to 49 again, and it went up to 50 and then 60. So that was 60 on a call and put option expiration day. That's nothing. That's nothing. So it's going to reset, and then they're going to try and play the same game over and over again. So 60 is nothing. It basically the calls or the puts got freaking killed. The calls got freaking killed. I hope nobody was spending a whole because there's a whole bunch of people that were paying $145 for that, hoping that the price would go up, just like people pay crazy money for comic books, hoping that the price will go up. Yeah, it wasn't going to happen. All right, so thank you to sniffcomics.com who have decided to give some books away. Star Wars Boba Fett Black Armor joint, the action figure, Star Wars Insider joint, and the Eve issue number 1. It's a great freaking story so far. I haven't read second and third issue so far. Also, they have the Star, the Empire Strike Back Wars, Boba Fett, and the Nice House on the Lake. So those are 5 books just from Sniff Comics that we will be giving away.
Nice.
And once again, those are not the only books that we will be giving away. We have other books. We'll be getting into those later on.
Soon.
So just hold tight. So getting into actual comic book news, this kind of distressed me out because I did see some of my, other freaking sites. They were misreporting the numbers on this stuff. And I knew they were misreporting the numbers because I was actually in that call when they were started talking about the second quarter physical results. Basically, the bluff is for IDW. Don't forget, IDW is a publicly traded company. Their per share increased from 25 cents up from 21 cents, so it increased by 4 cents. Their net income increased to 2.5 million. That's because they sold off a whole bunch of stuff. They sold off their tabletops. They sold off they had this travel brochure printing business, which is crazy to me. They sold that off, so they did have a bunch of money coming in. They did have some back losses, like stuff that they thought would have made more money at about around this time that didn't make as much money, but overall they did make more money. So basically in the report says the quarter loss was primarily attributable to non-routine factors, including a write-down of capitalized expenses related to the tabletops line of business from which IDW has already exited. Also a big drain on the money is that they are still spending money paying off of the operations for Wynonna Earp. I didn't even know that was a fucking show. Wine of Earp season 4. Apparently they were paying for it, and they're still paying that off.
That hurts. Well, and the IDW has been known to have money problems, man. They're dealing with licensed properties where no matter what they do, the owner of the property, aka the Godfathers over at Hasbro, for some of these, they're like, I don't care, pay me. It doesn't matter. Where's my check? Every month, I need my payment.
Yeah.
So it's a wild ride.
I mean, you look at some of the properties that they've got, or that actually came out this week: G.I. Joe, Godzilla, Sonic the Hedgehog, Star Wars, The High Republic. I don't know anything about Tarot right now, but Transformers Escape, Usagi Yojimbo, that was a big one. I had a lot of people hit me up, see if they can get copies of that one. Voice of Stars, whatever. But I mean, they've got some books. It's just that they could be doing a lot better, if it wasn't for all the bullshit that's going on right now.
Well, I know they've had a successful batch of exclusives that probably was a really big injection for them. Some of the Transformers properties obviously still do. Dude, they got 3 to 4 Transformers books at a time, like right now. Transformers Escape, Transformers, Beast Wars, and then so they have multiple Transformers titles running. I know some of them are miniseries and they're about to end and stuff, but the Usagi property, big week for Usagi as well. Everybody paying attention to that.
Right. Going into Marvel news. Disney has green-lighted, and they're setting more into operations these African stories for Disney Plus. I always say, keep an eye out for this type of stuff when it's happening, because they not only just put it out into a TV show or series or anything, they usually backlight it and put it in some type of comic at some point, or kind of sprinkle these characters into the comics. So just keep an eye out for those. And then the Inside Aliens #4. It was the first appearance of this new alpha freaking alien. Well, why do we care? Well, once again, the Alien franchise, they still have been pretty, pretty profitable, grossing about like 1.6 billion so far. So once again, to keep an eye out, there have been. Well, they have confirmed that they want to do another movie. They do want to maybe look at another series. They just came out with a game about a year ago. They do have another game planned for another year or two out. So once again, they're still trying to do with some stuff with franchise, with the Alien franchise. I've put it out what the first print for it is. It's like around between $80 to $100, given any given Sunday. And Infinity Destiny's Captain America #1 annual. It's the first appearance of the Hector Bautista, also known as Overtime. He's this crook who all of a sudden got imbued with the powers of time, so he could technically go back in time. So he's trying to figure out how to go back in time and fix it so that he didn't kill the people that he killed. But he hasn't quite figured it out yet. Now he thinks that he's going to have to join up with the other ones, with the other people of the other Infinity Stones, to maybe get that squared away. So far we have Star and we have Quantum. Let's see if I have.
I think we have more. I think we have more than that, though. Actually, is it? Those are the only ones that are revealed. Oh, okay.
Right. Those are the only ones that are revealed so far. Yep.
Huh. Okay. I thought there more people were revealed, but that's interesting because this has been since the Infinity Wars, the one where Gamora went nuts, turned into Requiem, chopped off Thanos' head. You know, that Infinity Wars. This is where all this started. So Captain Marvel 8. Probably going to see some heat again. There's also a couple of really cool books in the Star run. The #5, what do they call it? The Things to Come variant or whatever, or Foreshadow variant. The one that's got Black Cat holding her inside of the reality gem.
Right. Yeah, those are definitely ones to keep an eye out.
So, but I'm wondering who the other entities are going to be. But yeah, supposedly there's going to be one entity that represents each of the Infinity Stones incarnated into this universe.
Right. So here's where it gets weird. You know, I mentioned that Star's got one, Overtime's got one, and Quantum has got one. Quantum was a new character that they actually introduced in Miles Morales Spider-Man #8. And they had referred to Miles Morales as Subject 002-004. Right, so that was interesting. That means that, hey, there is a 001, Subject 001, blah, blah, blah. But I never really understood what the 004 is.
Is it like a reference to the issue, like Ultimate Fallout 4?
Nope, it's a reference to who they cloned, and then the 004 is the test subjects out of. So maybe your test subject number or clone subject #4 or clone subject #5. So what I'm thinking is that Miles Morales that they were talking to at that time was a clone. Possibly this guy that we've been following so far, and this Miles Morales is a clone too, because in Miles Morales Spider-Man the Clone Saga, which came out this week, one of them had a flashback, and there looks like about 5 Miles Moraleses in there. So that means that the fourth one, 004, was one of these. Now another little interesting thing is that I don't know if you guys can see it on the left-hand side, there is a character that looks nothing like any of the other ones. Right. So who could that be? That could be either a clone of Tony Stark, because they've been working on him, or that could be a clone of Quantum, or that could be Quantum or whoever they cloned him from. We don't know who they cloned him from yet.
It looks like Samurai Jack. That's my bet.
No, it also looks like Dakin or any of the other Wolverine clones that I've been seeing walking around.
So actually, Mr. Batista actually appears in Infinity Wars Infinity, number
Okay.
1. Yeah. So shout out to who's that in the live chat that said that. Someone went and looked at it. Yep, Empire Comics. He is correct. Infinity Wars Infinity, number 1.
Okay. Good. And then, and then this is where they talked about the assessor, and they referred to this particular Tony Stark, who is actually a clone. Don't forget, as 045-0 or 02, which kind of confirms that's the way that they organize which test subjects is which and which clone is which. And New Mutants number 19, they apparently killed off Gabby.
Oh, really?
Pulled her off. Isn't that redundant for until they revive her? Is she unrevivable?
No, I mean, well, they should be able to revive her, right?
Yeah. I mean, they can revive everybody. I mean, they're basically all the X-Men are immortal. So if you're a mutant, you're immortal. If they have you on Krakoa and you don't die off-world in the middle of that Ten of Swords tournament,
Oh, actually, they can't.
Something happened
because she's a clone. They do not revive clones.
Oh shit! Oh, well then why they revive Laura? Because she's a clone of Wolverine. But they revived Laura. They revived Laura, and they wiped her memory of her multiple 100-year relationship with Sync inside of the kiln.
I don't know, but that could be because she's, even though she's a clone of Wolverine, she could quite possibly be her own little character thing. But if Gabby's just she's just like another rival character of Laura. So that's where it gets weird.
Well, she's got one claw versus 2. So I mean, there's a lot of differences, and a lot of people would argue with that. And Deadpool's going to be pissed because that's his BFF, by the way. Just FYI. So, man, that's crazy. So they killed her off, but it's the Marvel Universe, everybody.
Right. How long are you going to be dead for?
Death is a revolving door, so we'll see how that goes.
Well, I mean, that whole revival thing is becoming a stickler with a lot of mutants because the rules for reviving certain people have been uneven.
Yes, this is the reason why they don't revive precogs is all through the time, and they can fuck mutant power based on the reason why he was not allowed to get revived, and that's the reason why they're going to kick off this new Inferno. So it's going to be good to see.
Let's see, Planet Size X-Men. That was kind of interesting. So
yes.
So what's been going on is that their whole economic big thing is medicine, is providing medicine to most residents of Earth if they can pay for it. But their supply or the demand is outrunning the supply. So they've tried to move out to other places to grow their stuff and everything, but people have been getting pissed. So they decide, you know what? Why don't we just build our own freaking planet so we can freaking, build our supply up there?
Hell yeah.
So they can't do it by themselves. So they actually enlist the Araki from the X Swords to actually help them out. So maybe y'all can help me out with this, the first appearance of these guys, the Lactuca, Subinar, and Xylo. They've got these special kind of powers to help them out with that.
So this book, if you read this book, this is phenomenal because they open with injecting more iron into Mars's core to keep it stable, because that's one of the things that they say that Earth's iron core is what keeps it stable and allows our atmosphere to stay magnetic versus Mars, which loses its atmosphere. Basically, if you created an atmosphere on Mars, it doesn't have the gravity to keep it. So
Mars has an atmosphere, though.
A very faint one, but not one that's able to. So what they do, they go to Jupiter and go to the Kuiper and pick up a fucking shit of iron. Magneto's riding that shit through fucking space like a fucking surfboard, right? and he crashes that shit right into the surface of Mars and gets that shit nice and hot and basically puts in a liquefied iron core into the planet. And then they basically start terraforming it. This dude cuts himself open, and Jamie Braddock is there to amplify basically the ecosystem that lives inside this guy's blood.
Right.
The other guy is a digger, and he goes through and he basically fertilizes the soil, puts all the proper nutrients in it for it to be able to sustain life, basically breaks down his own body and then goes through the soil and reformats basically the ground, and then comes back and, he's looking up at these huge statues looking like ancient Egyptian apocalypse and Genesis, what I'm saying? So it's pretty fantastic, man. This is, if you're an X fan, you heard Hickman say a real long time ago, he's like, the X-Men are going to leave Earth. And everybody's like, fucking what? No, man, you crazy. And then he played us when he put the X-Men on the moon. He's like, see, I told you they were leaving. Now, they've reformed Mars into for the entire island of so at the end of Tenosaur, we get the island exchange for Apocalypse. Basically, he gives himself and he exchanges for the island of Erico and all the mutants on it. So then it pops up on the radar, and everybody on Earth is freaking the fuck out. And that's why Cap meets Cyclops at the old X Mansion. He's like, hey, man, we got a topographical map that shows this new fucking landmass just appeared out of fucking nowhere, and a whole bunch of new mutant life forms. So is everything cool? Like, are we good? And Scott's like, ask me in a couple of days. I hope you're coming to the gala. And then, while they're getting ready to party, man, they're doing all this shit. So yeah. He's like, hey, man, I just want to say there are millions more mutants living in the South Pacific, man. Like, they weren't there a few days ago. So this is a great read, man. This is probably my favorite read of the last. And Pepe Larraz did not disappoint on the artwork too. He definitely delivered.
And once again, the interesting thing is they show there's a crap load more of Arakai that's out there, Arakai that we haven't seen before. So
yeah,
they're
all on Mars now, though. So
yeah,
so Cyclops is like, hey, Cap, ask me that same question in a few days while we get some stuff figured out. And at the same time, he knew in the background they were up, doing all the shit on Mars, and they used the external gate to transport the entire Erico island to Mars. So all that additional population that they brought in from the other dimension from Ten of Swords has now been transplanted to Mars, but they've also built facilities up there, a fucking spaceport, and made it habitable. And it's like I said, if you're going to read an X book to get you back into reading X-Men, this one will probably do it.
Right. And the last one I'm going to talk to is Venom issue number 35, the 200th issue, which had it had a bunch of covers. The most interesting thing was the old Venom symbiote has been hanging around, or actually trying to protect Eddie's son, and something happened where son got shot. He's like, hey man, freaking just tell my father I loved him. And he was like, no, we're gonna tell them together. And the symbiote combined with Eddie Brock's son, and now Eddie Brock's son Dylan as Venom. That's pretty big, because while Eddie Brock is running around being Null, now his son is Venom.
Yeah, so this confused a lot of people on their first read through. I saw on the internet lots of people raging out about Eddie Brock looking like he's 90. Well, they have to understand that wasn't Eddie Brock. Eddie Brock was at the Avengers meeting with the Avengers, or at the Avengers Tower meeting with the Avengers, while he had a symbiote at home watching over his son. Like he shows him removing himself from the hive, I think, at the beginning. Right. And that was him like tattered, but he's having lunch with Spider-Man as a symbiote, and he's actually someplace else.
Right.
Like he's controlling a whole bunch of symbiotes all over the place now. But the one symbiote that he can't control is the one he's not connected to any longer because it was separated from the hive. and that is the Venom symbiote, the one that is now attached to Dylan. So Eddie Brock controls all the rest. Dylan controls the one, and there's a new writer on Venom. Who's writing it again? Next volume?
Al Ewing.
Al Ewing, that's right.
Ooh, it's gonna be interesting.
So yeah, it's gonna be wild to see that. And then of course, who's writing
Hulk.
Yeah,
Donny Cates.
Yeah, but who's writing Immortal Hulk right now?
Al Ewing.
Al Ewing.
Oh,
but that's ending. That's ending soon, isn't it?
I know, but it's funny. It's funny watching them flip flop. Though that's the point I was getting. They're basically just taking each other's place. But I read Venom 200, and that was honestly, it's a lot of payoff. It took a long fucking time. You know,
is it me that's frozen, or
is that Ultra frozen, or is that me lagging? I'm not sure.
No, I think Ultra's lagging.
Oh, okay.
Was I lagging? I didn't even notice.
Yeah.
Well, but I think it's funny you mentioned that a lot of Marvel writers are flip flopping. Like, who is it? Isn't it Jerry Duggan? Isn't he supposed to start writing X-Men when he was writing Marauders for a while now? Mm-hmm. I don't know if there's anyone taking over Marauders, if that's a continuing storyline coming forward. But yeah, I thought that was kind of interesting that, a lot of Marvel writers are just like kind of staying within the realm, I guess.
Right.
But
you definitely want to pay attention to whenever Donny Cates and Al Ewing switch, because Donny Cates, Al Ewing, and John Hickman have built up so much mythology and lore within their own characters that they've decided to try and carry those over. So when they pick up another book, they're inserting some of that lore or mythology into that Marvel character, right? So for instance, the whole big thing with Al Ewing and the Hulk is that whole damp low freaking god right now. He's going to go into freaking this whole Venom thing, and he's going to put some of that stuff in there. He's going to break down how the null god works and all that, and what the connection is to all the other gods. So it's going to be interesting. I can't wait to see it. Donny Cates on the Hulk. Y'all, I'm telling y'all right now, y'all better go back and get some of those freaking back issues, those crazy ass freaking stories that nobody's been paying attention to before.
Right.
Go to his Instagram and his Twitter and freaking follow him right now and look for any freaking clues that he puts out there. Because I'm telling you, that's what he does. He freaking goes back to some old stuff that you forgot about, and he freaking makes it relevant again. Always. Danny Copstick says it'll be Firegate. Oh man, it's already fire. It fell off.
I think Red Hulk
fell off.
What do you guys think? Red Hulk coming back? You think that's the reason why all these Red Hulk books are moving? Is because everybody thinks Donny Cates is going to revive the Red Hulk?
Well, I figured with Red Hulk, I thought that was like, we'd see Red Hulk and like maybe She-Hulk.
I don't know, man. Dude is really fucking old. he's way old to be playing Red Hulk, and that's why I think like if they're going to do a Red Hulk, they're going to have to either do it as like just a flash in an episode where William Hurt can be like, Hulk out, and show him just decimating people, but then show Banner like depowering all the Red Hulk like he did, and they're gonna have to do it all in one episode just to kind of set that part of the timeline, I guess. But I really don't foresee it happening, man.
Let's see. I think that might be the big stuff. Let me go to. No, don't have it right up there. But here's what I will say. Getting into Brian's world, because I was keeping an eye on trading cards and stuff. Look, man, freaking keeping an eye on Panini, right? And some of the products that they broke out this week, they were for sale for a lot longer than they usually are. Like usually within the first 10 minutes, the stuff freaking goes like that.
Too expensive, bro. They're too expensive.
I don't know.
People are starting to come to the conclusion that I've been in for a year now that it's not feasible to buy something for so much money and not have at least a decent return in value. The return in value is slim to none on cards because the prices of wax is so high. And here's the other problem: you're seeing a correction in the card market. Not every card is keeping this crazy movement up. They're starting to level or go down a little bit on some cards. I mean, there'll always be certain cards that will continue to go up no matter what. I mean, major cards, but not all cards are big cards, and a lot of the card market is correcting itself right now, which is a good thing.
Yep. I mean, look at the two that are on the site right now. There's the 2020 Panini Score NFL Trading Cards Hobby H2, $109, and then the 2020 Select NFL Trading Cards.
I almost bought those Select. I almost did. And then I looked at it and I saw that you're only getting 4 cards a pack and 6 packs, I think,
right,
for $450 or $420, and the cards are beautiful, but you're only getting 2 silver prisms per box, and I think you're getting a couple more disco prisms, 4 disco prisms, and I think there's only 2 autos per case. It says hunt for top rookies, find the best, look for rare signature memorabilia disco prisms, and how many, like, it says I don't even know. Look for 2 silver prism per box and 4 disco prisms per box on average. But it doesn't say what the average is for the autos. Is that per case, per box? It just doesn't make sense to me. I mean, money-wise, for $420. It's a beautiful set. It's the best football set out right now.
Right. But, yeah, regardless, I mean, I'm still blown away by the fact that it's still out there for sale. Usually within an hour, it's gone. This has been up since yesterday, I believe.
Yeah.
Whenever I put the link in for you guys, and then there's not only that, but there's the other one. In fact, I think this one just pulled out tonight, because when I looked at this, like around 4 or 5 o'clock, it wasn't here. But that's amazing to me. So looks like maybe trading cards are returning, and actually, it's not only these. So if you go to the Walmart site, there are some Bowman blasters out there.
But they're twice the price. That's the problem. Walmart is gouging. They're price gouging.
Well, Walmart's website's kind of interesting because, like, sometimes they have, like, third-party sellers selling through Walmart.
But this is Walmart. This is
Walmart.
Straight up. Oh, that's crazy then.
Yeah, it's $35, I think, or almost $40 a blaster. And then I accidentally bought some of those the 2-packs, the cellos with the camos. They were like $20 a cello. Yeah, $21.88 a cello. Those are usually $11.99, and these are usually like $20 max, $19. That's price gouging. That's ridiculous.
Yep. But once again,
look at the ratings too, like 1-star rating,
Yeah.
1.5. Yeah,
People are pissed.
Yep. But once again, yeah, I guess people are pissed because once again, a month ago, you wouldn't have seen this. You would not see this still last up there like this. So It looks like people are coming to their senses finally.
Well,
or they're in. Sorry for interrupting.
Here's the problem: the producers, Topps, Panini, they need to start Upper Deck. They need to start showing, like, hey, we need to do something we need to up the amount of cards we produce, or figure out a way to get it into regular collectors' hands, because people are going to quit collecting. They're not going to quit collecting baseball or a brand. They're just going to quit collecting cards altogether. You know what I mean? And that's not a good thing.
Yep. Manny, the Comic Collector, says Pokemon cards are finally going back to normal. Marvel Man 616 says, one of the things that got me out of card collecting is that you had to bust open a ton of packs to get something good. And I would get stuck with a ton of crap cards that I couldn't move.
It's part of the game, right? And I was going to say, people are probably invading like Barnes and Nobles now because they started carrying Panini cards. But I believe most locations are probably limiting like 2 per customer. And then I've heard there's some that didn't see that company email or whatever, and then people are just like buying them up like crazy. So.
Yep. All right. So that's enough of the news. Moving on, Ultra's got something, a little something special for you. Always with the Matrix report. What you got for us today?
Nothing. I'm supposed to do something. I'm just kidding. Yes.
Fuck
yeah.
off.
Wait. It's my turn to go, man. Oh shit.
It is.
Well, yeah, I got a little something. Whenever you're ready. Oh, there it is. Hey, everybody. You guys get a little Spec Matrix early tonight because Mel's not here. Well, I got shit to do tomorrow too. So I gotta dip out a little early tonight. But you guys are gonna have a wonderful crew that's gonna take over for me. But I've got some things for you. So thank you everybody for tuning in. And let me get my screen. Let me actually close down the CLZ app I got open in the background. My eBay, I got nothing checked out from that. I said I was going to buy some books before. But you know what? I'm not going to buy anything because I'm just going to let you sharks have it all if you even want what I got tonight. So, I mean, there's always that possibility you're not even going to like what I'm showing you here. But hopefully there will be. So I got to give you guys a big thank you because I'm at like 729 subscribers last I checked, which is phenomenal considering I was at 600 last Wednesday.
That's a big jump, man.
Yeah,
Congrats.
it's that's quite, done a couple of videos, told some people to share some shit, and boom, they're all next thing I know. So the Ultra Box is on its way to somebody who's gonna win it. We don't know. But we do have some entries going into it too. And thanks to so actually, yeah, Lucas put me back full screen real quick because these guys are here with us tonight. Hive Comics sent me a nice little care package, and in that care package, they gave some of this. So this will be added into your Ultra Box winnings. So good luck to all who are entering. And not only on top of that, I got one for my personal PCs because they're nice like that. But also check out their Basilisk. Is that sold out?
No,
No.
Oh wow.
that one's still under the radar hardcore.
Okay. And this one is sold out.
I believe
right?
so.
Yeah, Ice Cream Man. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that one is sold out. So thank you for those, man. Amazing books, and of course, Hive will be hanging out with us here this evening. But of course, their donation to the Ultra Box is much appreciated for you Star Wars fans. So you get that High Republic in there. Okay, get rid of my mug. I don't need to see me. I didn't clean the office. So, all right. So everybody, buckle up. Make sure you, of course, follow, subscribe, do whatever you got to do, and go ahead and dive in. So don't worry. Wanna Comics promised something. So we're going to get back to Wanna Comics here in a little bit, but shh. I need everybody to sit tight and grab a hold of yourselves because I'm on, let's just be honest. About the past couple of weeks, I've been on a hardcore X-Men kick, and it's just because I'm focusing my own collecting on a lot of my X-Men books because it's basically all I'm really into right now. Besides, there's not really a good Transformers book besides Beast Wars. So I'm, in my opinion, I know there's other people who picked up like the annual and stuff talking about that tonight in the chat, but let's talk about some X-Men variants. And when I say X-Men variants, I mean actual X-Men variants. But you guys know what my pet peeve is about variants when they're not on a book that has anything to do with them, but they're great art. So these X-Men variants are basically in back issue bins. They should be relatively cheap. I looked on eBay. Most of these are under $20, and rightfully so. This is at the time period when, again, Marvel hated X-Men and did nothing really for them. Because could you imagine, just get done with the Spec Matrix tonight? Imagine if most of these books were actually on an X-Men cover instead of one of these. But again, not a bad Iceman cover. And this shows his characterization through the ages, where he's more of a snowball back in X-Men 1, and then he finally develops a little bit more ice powers, and I don't know what happened in the 90s, and then there he is back to his ice form.
That's pretty dope.
Again, artistically, some of these look really, really cool. Again, everybody remembers Havoc in his classic suit. Man, Havoc was rocking that classic suit all the way up until he joined X Factor. So this is on your Journey into Mystery number 11. But all of these variants are rotated 90 degrees. So all of them are going to be, turned sideways. And it's a full set of them. It's 20 covers. Actually, I don't even think it is 20. I think it's less than 20. For you Sabretooth fans, on Venom number 3, this was a variant for Venom number 3. And this is the Venom run with Flash Thompson as Venom.
Really?
Yeah. Dude, these are the old variants. All right. This one kind of needs an update because he's gone to that black costume and now he's rocking that white costume ever since he's found out he can be immortal and be reborn. So he's a little bit more more put together nowadays. But the old classic Magneto look ain't too bad. Wolverine, and I can overlook the FF, but what the F is what you're going to say when you realize that there's actually a Wolverine book on this list. They missed an opportunity for a Wolverine cover with Wolverine, and like I said, they totally botched that one.
That's so weird.
I didn't know how many Wolverine titles were going on at that time period too. Probably
one, and again, this is again where I'm saying, like, dude, Marvel hated their X-Men and were not treating them right. Even though Beast appeared, and he was he was part of the Secret Avengers of this volume, but he's an X-Man, but they weren't really giving the X-Men any kind of love. And here's a good Cyclops one. It shows Cyclops evolving, from his first, to his X Factor, to the 91 X-Men suit, to the back to the lid top that he's got on him now. Cool, but it's on a fucking Amazing Spider-Man. Like, what the hell? This next one absolutely kills it, but it's on Herc. Come on. All right, but this is John Tyler Christopher.
It's not bad, though.
Yeah, artistically, again, you're buying these for the artwork. You're not buying them for, let's say, their speculatory value. But what I'm saying is that it should have a natural progression for the good ones, for them to attain value over time. This would have been a sick cover for a Cable or any other book that had Hope in it, because there's not a lot of Hope Summers variants out there. In fact, during that Cable run, the variants that have her on there are like her as a baby, and that's why everybody pushes more towards issue 21 of that Cable run where she's an adult. So, but here's your adult Hope Summers. The one X-Men book in the list. It's got Kitty Pryde on it.
Are any of these like qualifiers or incentives or anything?
These incentives, I believe, 1 in 15 or 1 or something, but these are all ratio variants from like 2012. So they are older. And this is what makes them a little bit harder to find, is because, again, 2012 was at the start of the resurgence and people starting to get back into comics. But again, here's another look at this Emma Frost cover, man. If this was on
Beautiful.
If this was on a different book, it would have been an absolute hit. Yeah, because this is, again, Dr. Lobox even hit it. Yeah, Drew Luan also talked about most of her 1 in 20 variants. Marvel did this because the X-Men movie rights did not belong to them at the time. So they, like I said, they did not do these any justice. And the reason why I'm doing this Spec Matrix this week is because last week I saw this Rogue cover. I was like, oh, okay, cool. Let's see a couple other ones. And the one I probably should have bought before we went live here, because it's, in my opinion, I think it's the best of the set. But I might be a little bit of bias because that redhead kryptonite on there. These is this Avengers right here, Jean Grey, showing her from her earliest costume all the way to the new X-Men stuff that she was into before she got killed again, and then now she's back to that being Marvel Girl in that green miniskirt stuff. So that right there is the first half but I want you all to please stand by because the creepy clown is in the house, everybody, and he's got something to share with you. And if you guys haven't already bookmarked Wanna Comics as one of your favorite comic sellers, no offense to you here at Hive. I know you guys are good too, but this one right here goes out to Drew this evening. He's definitely a long time name in the business who's taken care of me over the years, which is the reason why I can confidently talk about Drew and praise him as the best thing since sliced bread selling comic books. Drew, I want to give you a shout out for your nice house on the lake. And Mighty Mel V actually has them to give away, but I'm going to show you what they are. And I put them. I thought I put them by me. Yeah, of course I did. So we have this evening to give away on the Muffin Wheel is a minimal trade dress and a trade dress variant of Nice House on the Lake provided from Wanna Comics. So here you guys go. Mighty Mel V is going to send these out to a Muffin Wheel spinner. So we've got Lucas keeping track of all of your names in the live chat. And after the Spec Matrix is done, we'll go ahead and we'll give that set away. And then
yes, sir. Right. So definitely make sure you get your comments inside the comment box. That's how we're going to put the names in. Don't forget that there's a Twitch channel for Comic Crusaders. Get some comments over there. That'll give you an extra name. And then don't forget that the people who participated in the poll box this week and get another name in there.
Bang!
And a pro shark tip: if you're enjoying the Spec Matrix and you want to see it like closer to real time, watch it in Twitch.
See,
yeah,
that's why Mel's always missing out, man. The latency is different, I guess, on Twitch. I guess they're seeing it a little bit quicker.
Hey, no offense had, by the way. Hive loves Drew and Wanted Comics, so Drew's a great friend of us. So we chat all the time. He's a good dude.
And I know you guys kind of have to share John Gallagher, and he's quite the popular guy as of lately, and with good reason. But also I got to drop this out for Wanted because I don't know what Dark Horse was thinking. They gave Dave the covers of 2 through 4, but not issue 1. Like, what? How could you leave your artist open to do an exclusive anywhere else? But they did. And, of course, Drew, Wanted Comics, was lucky enough to pick this one up. And this is actually not sold out yet. If you guys don't know about this Masters of the Universe Revelation through Wanted Comics, Dave Wilkins did the cover. That's all you need to know. And let's get into these spoilers, everybody, because this Wanted Comics premiere, let's go full screen on this one, Lucas, because we want to freak him out a little bit. There we go. All right, everybody. This world premiere of HOLLA number 6, Wanted Comics exclusive, rounding out the complete set of John Gallagher covers. And I want to give a shout out to the Uncanny Knack himself. Fantastic man, fantastic artist. You guys ready? Boom!
Oh, that's dope.
Spy versus spy.
So yeah,
this is clown versus whatever the hell the ice cream man is.
Well, it's kind of, it's both men in a similar hustle that both kill people. I can respect this cover a lot because sometimes you get a little ruthless, but check out the Virgin is a little bit more bright, and I like how John's been doing that with these, man. Just a slight variation on the Virgin, even though it doesn't have the trade dress on it. He likes to mix it up, just change everything just a little subtly to make it just pop a little bit more in the Virgin, and it absolutely does. Amazing to see them both side by side. And of course, like Lucas said, if you guys didn't catch on to the homage is, of course, from your old Spy versus Spy. So amazing job. Shout out to Drew, shout out to John, and much success on this one. And I think this one goes on sale close to FOC. So it's there. And man, having this set if you're lucky enough to put together a set of all the wanted exclusives, you the man, because the first couple of ones I know, well, all 5 of them actually had, or the first 4 I know sold out like almost instantly. I think there's still a couple of issue 5 left. If you're quick, you might be able to head over to wanacomics.com and nab those. And there she is, everybody. I hope you all enjoy this one. And again, don't forget to bookmark wanacomics.com. Bang, bang.
Man, I'm going to have to set my alarm clock for that one.
Probably. But we're not done on the Spec Matrix, everybody. That was just your little intermission, and a big thank you to Wana Comics for everything they've done for my channel as well over the the last couple of months, and of course all the awesome purchases that I've been able to make from Drew, and he packages like a champion. Definitely one of those people that you want to buy from. Hey Drew, if you're still in the live chat, I can go back to the slide somewhere. I think. Let me find out on IG. Instagram. Wana Comics says,
What's everyone's favorite haha cover from John Gallagher? From that.
It's still the one. It's still the one with the clown in the hallway.
Yeah.
No, number one's the best by far. That's that one cover of the year, man.
I think
So-
number one. Yeah.
Tuesday, June 22nd, 12 noon Pacific, 3 p.m. Eastern, everybody. Bookmark that. Save your dates. Put it on your calendar. That's when it goes live.
I still want to say, I think I did the Chambers of Chill homage. I think that was one of my favorites.
Yeah, and yeah. They're all great, man. I mean, it's really hard to pick a favorite of this specific set. There's lots of other good haha covers out there too, and even the guys down at Hive did some good ones. So, shit. I mean, it's like choose your poison wisely, man. But oh yeah, that's right. We're not done with the Spec Matrix. We got more. I forgot what I was doing. So these character evolutions variants got me reminded that we actually had a refresh on some of these, and the character evolutions, characters through the ages, whatever you want to call it, the characters through the ages variant was given to us, the House of X and the Powers of 10. So this is one of those other open order variants besides very, very connecting variants. Some of the ones, but these two. So that first one showed, of course, Cyclops on House of X1. Powers of 10 one showed Storm and her. What's everybody's favorite costume of Storm's?
Savage Land.
The one that was barely there.
Savage Land one.
I was going to say she has to have the mohawk.
Okay. I mean, honestly, dude, the Jim Lee design for X-Men 1 got to be the most recognizable for, I think, a large majority of people is like, that's my Storm. But I do remember her with the mohawk a lot, too, because of the whole story with Gambit and her being de-aged and then re-aged. That nanny and orphan maker story, man, and Jim Lee's first artwork, too, for Uncanny X-Men. It's a hell of a story. But this right here, and that most recent Oliver Coipel from Planet Size X-Men, it's a wicked looking Storm cover. But we all know Milo Manara is one of the best, I think, that's done Storm. And then there's a couple others too on her series, her Storm comic book that was pretty wild. And then the book, you guys know, that is one of my favorites. Not only because it's the first appearance of Moira X as a mutant, but of course it's a Jean Grey cover. And it's got the Black Queen in her skimpiest of skimp. And then, of course, Beast over here on this Powers of 10. No, he's not the Dark Beast, though. This pretty decent looking Emma cover, right?
There you go. That's pretty nice.
We all know about this one because this one has shown up in a previous Spec Matrix. the call.
Hold up. I gotta see this a little bit up close. Where you going, girl, with all that ass?
Oh man, I have to go beat the sharks on that one. What issue is that?
That is, I think, Powers of or House of X #3, and it's the DeCall variant. So it's a Jeff DeCall.
Yeah.
So I showed this one when I did the Psylocke Matrix a few weeks back. Lucas said the same thing. Milkshake, man, milkshake. Bringing all the boys. And that's exactly what Psylocke did in the comic books when Jim Lee was drawing her. But these are great. And again, if you're a specific character variant fan, some of these might actually hit the business. Like this right here. This is another Waterman variant. So was his multiple design variants. This is going to be one of them that you're probably going to want in your set. And this is, of course, one from last week, showing the many different designs of Rogue, but I do actually prefer the Daughterman one over the Greg Land. Just my preference. For you Magic lovers, it's got all different versions of her. Full Demon Child, partial Demon Child.
Still a great untapped character, man.
And they I watched New Mutants. I don't know if anybody else did.
I did.
It took me three times to get through that, bull. But
dude,
how many drinks?
Huh?
How many drinks?
After the first one, I was like, maybe it's because I've been drinking too much. Let me go ahead and freaking watch it sober. Nope, still didn't make it any better.
I think they did well on her character, but they made her a little bit too grown up and slutty. Like that was the one thing that was a little bit off-putting. But the girl who's playing Magic in the New Mutants movie, I think she should play. Yeah, she was perfect when they filmed it when she was like 4 fucking years younger. But it took so goddamn long for that movie to come out that the Queen's Gambit and everything. They did their best to make her look young there. I'm like, she doesn't fucking look like a teenager. I'm sorry. No fucking way. But, when they finally let her loose at the end of that movie, that was when I was like, finally, we have content. And the thing that I found fucked up is why do they give her Lockheed? They steal her, Lockheed from Shadowcat and give it to Magic, but it is what it is. It's probably one of the better Gambit covers out there. And is Gambit really as popular as people think he is?
He's got the most potential, I would say. Right? For hitting that young female demographic, he's got the most potential. It's just that once again, that's missing money, leaving money on the freaking table.
I think this property, I think you're right. But the casting has to be perfect for Rogue and Gambit in order for that relationship to play out, because that's what everybody wants to see. They want to see the untouchable girl finally be able to kiss the man she loves. That's we all watched X-Men the cartoon. We were all rooting for Gambit back then. The same shit last week. We were all rooting for tap that, man.
Well, the thing about Gambit is I always saw him as more of like a Pepe Le Pew type of character, right? Mm-hmm. Where he's like the fucking energized body. Okay, you told me no, I like it even more, so I'm gonna keep going after. I'm like, oh, you told me no. You're driving me crazy, girl. That's the way I see it.
Isn't that what we all were motivated by when we were first told no? It's just mean ask again tomorrow.
Yeah,
I mean, within reason. Don't be creepy, obviously. But I mean, if you're flirtatious and you know your limits.
But if you got a European accent,
I'm saying it. Yeah, he speaks fucking Creole French. So yeah, I mean, he's definitely got a shoe, and he's got a little bit of that long tuft hair, and he does dress in pink. So, what was it? The underwear, the bikini cover that everybody calls Uncanny X-Men 266. But I still think this is a great cover. And yes, Pepperidge Farm remembers when Channing Tatum was supposed to be Gambit. Thank God it didn't. So, Nightcrawler, also one of those characters that he's got a lot of people that say he's their favorite X-Man, but he doesn't really have too many variant covers. Besides this one, I can think of that one New X-Men by Campbell, and that's like the only two like variant covers that I know of him that actually do him justice as a character. This one's good. And then the final book, Powers of 10, number 6, with all the different Logan variations, including like the X-Men movie ripoff one with the jacket. I was out during that new X-Men run, so I couldn't really partake in seeing all that stuff. So, but yep, everybody. So your X-Men Terrors Dead variant through 2 different sets. I hope you enjoyed both of those sets, and don't forget, I don't know, we're gonna find out who's gonna win this Ultra Box. Don't forget to like this video and share it. Don't forget to leave a comment below. It helps break these algorithms. And don't forget to subscribe. We will be going live again next Saturday, 12:30. I am Ultra Maximus. Thanks for tuning in to my Spec Matrix.
Awesome. Once again, freaking some great freaking stuff in there, man. Thanks to Ultra Maximus. Talks amongst the shelves because Hive Comic just sent me some shit. I want to make sure.
And I do have some books or I should say, some items for Deal or Drunk Side.
Okay, all right.
Man, you'll make me get no sleep, aren't you?
It's Friday, man. Friday, Saturday. You know.
Hey, on the panel here, so somebody in chat had mentioned that was it Channing Tatum at one point was in talks to be Gambit.
He was like funding the project. He was like trying to produce that shit.
Yeah.
So he was like, I'm throwing my money in. I get to be him.
So if not him, real quickly, do you guys have a pick?
Oh.
What actor would you pick right now? Now, forgo the accent, okay? Whether or not they massacre the accent, but what actor do you think fits the part?
Do you think Matthew McConaughey is too old?
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I would say the dude that played in Shades of Grey.
I don't know any young actors, man. I'm terrible about that shit.
Yeah, because got to remember, it's something. It's got to be a guy that's going to hit the demographic for that young female demographic to get them interested in them.
And I know we're not doing Mel did this X-Men casting already, so I mean we can look back at that, but Edward Pattinson.
Okay,
Robert Pattinson, you mean?
Oh yeah, Robert Pattinson, yeah.
This dude said fucking Chuck Norris, man.
He must be from Texas, man. Yeah, shout out to Texas.
Yeah, so I think Robert Pattinson has the forehead big enough to wear a strap around it and still have his hair pop out the top and like give us an accurate Gambit suit, because that's what people want. They want give us something that throws back to the source material, because we know you're not going to adapt it 100% because you can't, because you're making movies. You're not making a fucking 12 issue year of comics and an annual.
What about Wayne from Letterkenny? Does anyone watch that one?
He's jacked, dude. Yeah. Just doesn't have the hair.
Yeah, but you can grow that, right?
Oh, well, they glue it to him, so it's fine. Yeah. They shave your head and glue it to you.
Yeah.
My pick, if he wasn't so old, would be Norman Reedus. I think Norman Reedus would do it justice.
Oh,
but
nice.
What is that?
That's the Hive Comics Felix Morales HOLLA 6. That's the color variant.
So Sharks are going to be spending more money tonight.
Yeah. So you guys know, I'm sure everybody knows. I'm going to assume everybody knows, but we've had him doing our Ice Cream Man variant. And as you guys may know, if you've read the synopsis for HOLLA 6, they're making it known that some of the characters in HOLLA and Ice Cream Man are one and the same. So they're combining it a little bit So we'd gotten approval, just like Wanted Comics had gotten approval to include Ice Cream Man in their variant. We also got approval. So there was our Felix Morales cover.
Nice. Beautiful.
Creepy.
Yeah.
Super creepy.
That is creepy as hell.
Yep.
It was creepy,
And
but they made us tone it down a little.
Really?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
You know what? Hey, James, I know freaking incentives and retailer exclusives. Have you guys ever thought about just doing posters, man?
Posters? We tried that. So we dabbled in it one time, and that was with Berserker. And because it was so muddy between creators, writer, Keanu, his production company, everything else, it was a lot of back and forth. Eventually they said we could, but at that time we were like, well, that would have been cool a month and a half ago, not really relevant anymore. Right. With stuff like this, we've talked about it, but man, you know what it is it's just a pain in the ass shipping those. It really is. That's what it comes down to. It's the shipping logistics. If we ever do
stop. Well, no, what you do is just, because a lot of the stuff that I get from Diamond, it's not rolled up, right? It's folded into like 8 parts. You just do it like that. You make sure everybody understands it's not going to be rolled up. It's going to come up like 8 by whatever fold, and that's it. And call it a freaking day.
Yeah, I thought about
rolled up. What do they think this is? A car show where you get where you pay an exorbitant entry fee and then you get your free swag, which is like a keychain, a t-shirt, and a poster, and the poster's wrapped up in that cardboard cylinder.
I mean, I hate to say it, but if Lucas is asking us to fold stuff in quarters, I don't think he's ever ordered from Hive.
Well, no, especially if I'm paying a premium for 11 by 17 print or whatever, like I'd rather have that rolled up because I'm going to frame it. Like, I mean, these are all, they came in either like a rolled up tube or I bought them by the con.
We've talked about it. And honestly, ultimately, if we do it, it's going to be for a convention so that we can hand sell them. And we do have a lot of conventions coming up this fall. And so we're considering it, but we haven't really, they're far enough out. We haven't really delved too much into it, but we'll let you guys know if we do any for sure.
Are you going to be at Baltimore?
Oh, yeah, we're going to be at Baltimore.
Hell yeah.
All you motherfuckers better be coming to fucking Baltimore. All you.
We're just coming to hang out, though. Honestly,
That's all I'm doing.
Yeah, same here. I already plane ticket, hotel booked, convention ticket bought. Done.
I bought convention tickets. I haven't done the rest of it, but that's because I've been busy. Jonathan and I are taking a vacation next week, so
I've been you guys. Much needed.
I'm going to go look at a race motor tomorrow.
Woo.
And then I get to pull it apart if I buy it and then reinstall it into a different motor because I don't trust other people's work. Yeah.
So this is Electric Black. This is fourth print. Chin Potter.
Oh.
Yeah, we've been trying to get Chin Potter on books for a little while now, and the schedules have just never worked out, or the books have been ones that there's already been a cover for, and but this one worked out pretty well for us, and we were actually really fortunate. We just found out today because Jonathan, also currently on vacation, had dinner with Schmalke, who wrote the book. We found out that him and Rich Woodall live close enough to each other, and Chin Potter has also said that he'd do signing for us. So we're actually going to have triple signed CGC options available for this, and remarked options available for this.
Super sick.
Nice.
And there's the black and white, and the black and white we'll be offering remarks on. We won't be offering remarks on the color though. Chin Potter would rather do his remarks on the black and white, so that's what we're going to stick with.
Yep.
Makes sense.
And then that was it, right?
That's it. And all those are available tomorrow, just like every Saturday at Hive Comics. So tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time at Hive Comics. So it's hive-comics.com. Come snag them up. They'll go quick.
Good stuff, man. Beautiful
Thank you.
Stuff. Definitely freaking get me a poster. All of that shit. All that.
I'll get you one and I'll fold it up special for you.
I would really appreciate it. Watch this motherfucker get a photocopy of some shit in that shit. All right, let's start giving away some books, man. Freaking, you got
Hell yeah.
some pretty good stuff. Let's see.
Start with these.
All right. So once again, book by book, I'm going to keep looking through the. That's the. Here you go. Yeah, The Nice House on the Lake. Have you read that yet?
No.
Good book.
A lot of character study.
Crack one of those open before you mail it off and read it.
Yeah.
I won't do that. Well, those are actually mine, thankfully. Mel's got the copies that are getting mailed off. So if I open mine, your copies will still be unread. Not going to take that away from somebody because sometimes people are like, I want to read my own books.
That's an expensive read, right?
Yeah, and you know what? The set's still available on Wanted. If you really didn't want to pay the eBay tax, go to Wanted and buy any remaining I think they might actually have a couple of A, B, and C sets still.
Yeah, which is crazy. That's crazy that's still available.
People didn't realize that some exclusives did a C variant, and the C variant made it extremely rare.
Yeah.
So, hi.
Now everybody that's coming out. I was wondering why out of 76 to 80 viewers, we only had like 40 names.
Hive Comics better be on there. I want that book too.
Oh, shit.
James, I saw that you're selling some books on Facebook. So, and it said you were saving up for like a Grail book or something like that.
Yeah, Brian will love this. So Heritage had some. Brian's already shaking his head. He knows what it is. Heritage had a set of the first 34 issues of Spirit Weekly. So every key issue of Spirit Weekly was on Heritage, and I got cashed out. I held the high bid for like a week and a half, and I got outbid last night at like $2,800. So I didn't care. I'm like, Ultimate Fallout 4, sure. Somebody buy it. Like $300 below eBay, like everything. Everything I could think of throwing up, I threw up. I sold one book for $100. So I'm like,
Oh.
missed out, but it's whatever.
All right.
Were they part of the Promise pedigree, James?
No, they weren't.
Okay. That would have been
All
crazy.
right. When somebody's ready to give me the command, this is for The Nice House on the Lake. Is this for both books or just one set?
I don't know. I think it's going to be for the set because that's what Mel said. He's going to give a set away.
Okay. All right. Whenever somebody gives the command, I'm ready to spin.
Let's let James do it, right?
Yeah.
Go for it.
Lucas, spin that muffin wheel.
Ding 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 ding. I'd like to buy a vowel. Really?
So that means that we're going to respin at a later time. So we're going to skip over that particular book.
What is it? What does the damn mean?
Is that like the old
Nobody
school?
wins. Nobody.
Is that like the old school thing where you had like a bunch of fake names on the wheel?
Yeah.
That means
All right.
is what it means.
All right. So next book that we're going to do is looking through my list real quick. Is the Star Wars. Excuse me. It's the Star Wars Boba Fett Black Armor. Let's do that one. Let me shuffle the names real quick.
Oh no, he said these 5 books are for one giveaway.
One giveaway?
Yeah,
Okay.
he said he's doing. So it's going to be the Star Wars War of the Bounty Hunters Alpha #1 action figure variant. It's the Star Wars Titan books I don't know which variant it is, but it's the Mandalorian cover.
Right.
Boba Fett
Star Wars
cover.
Insider. Yep.
Yep, Star Wars Insider. Then it's Eve #1, book 1. And then it's Star Wars War of the Bounty Hunters #1, the Boba Fett action figure variant that's not painted at all, spray painted black. And then a cover of Nice House on the Lake #1.
All right.
All 5 books, 1 giveaway. Ooh, that's a big win.
All right. When you guys are ready.
All right, Lucas, spin that motherfucking wheel.
Geek Jevin wants to know, is the Mando flipping us off? No, he's got a gun.
And even if he was, I don't think anybody's going to stop him. Mr. D. Good win, Mr. D. Congratulations, good sir. Make sure you send an email to Mel V. Send Mel a DM. He loves DMs.
All right, so what do we have next to give away?
I don't know.
Are we want to respin the Nice House on the Lake?
Yeah, because what was really up with the dam was somebody put their name in as dam, or was that?
Yeah, I'm not taking that shit.
That must have been from Twitch, huh? Fucking Twitchers.
I thought you were used to that being in Florida, right?
That's tweakers. There's a difference. Dun-dun-dun.
Ultra, me and Jonathan were gonna end up out your way next weekend, but the golf courses are too expensive, so we decided to go to San Diego. Or no, I can't even remember where we're going now.
But you were going to do a golfing trip to Florida in the middle of June?
Yeah.
Do you want to die?
See, when you're playing golf, you just drink more beer and it'll be all right, right?
Dude, you have no
I live in Houston. I have an idea.
Yeah, you have an idea. These guys like to overdo it a little bit by the 8th. They hit the halfway point. They get a little hammed at the halfway, and then by like the 10th hole, man, ambulance coming and heat stroke and all the other kind of good stuff. But actually, it's really rainy right now.
Yeah,
it sucks because it's like 1 o'clock. Gonna rain, and at 6 o'clock it'll just open up.
Yeah, we decided if we're going to Florida, it's going to be during MegaCon. So,
well, that would be excellent.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's we re-giving it away, right?
Yep.
This is
Yes, sir.
Removing the dam.
Gotta add some names because something was going on wrong with it. All right. All right. All right. Whenever you guys are ready.
All right, let's do the muffin wheel this time. So Lucas, spin that muffin wheel. Oh.
No whammies, no whammies, no whammies. Louis.
Congrats.
So what do they have to do? Do they have to email you or they email Mel?
They need to message Mel, and Mel will message Mel your address, Lewis, and he will get that set of Nice House on the Lake, Wanna Comics trade dress and minimal trade dress on out to you. And again, thanks to Wanna Comics for the giveaways. And see, even Drew is there to congratulate you. See, fantastic. Thanks again, Drew. Fantastic giveaways, fantastic books. Thanks for allowing us to reveal the cover to HOLLA #6 also.
Yeah, Lucas. If they don't have Instagram, what's Mel's email? I forget it.
The Drunken Chat email, I think, right?
Right. Yeah, it's like Mel Vaughn at Drunken Chat. Or you can email me at lucas.fashina@comiccrusaders.com.
One way or another, we will get you those books, but you got to reach out to us. I love watching other YouTube stations like, hey, you guys remember these giveaways? Well, nobody fucking claimed them, so we're going to give them away again. I'm like, and it's like a Days Future Past set. I'm like, nobody fucking claimed that? Like, what is wrong with you people?
That night I was on with Aaron and everyone and got way too toasty. Yeah, at least one of those never got claimed. So we cracked it back open like a month later, put it away.
Crazy.
Yeah, it's insane. I don't get it.
All right. So, what is the one incentive book that you guys are picking up this week?
Ooh, I haven't even looked. Oh,
the one that I want to pick up, or the one that I'm probably going to pick up?
The one that you want to pick up.
Well, the one that I want to pick up is the 1 in 100 Wolverine. Simone
Who's
Bianchi.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
All day, every day. All day, every day
Mm-hmm.
on Simone Bianchi, man.
Yeah, and it's Wolverine chopping off a Sentinel head. So I mean, it's definitely right up that alley of variants that kind of hit the buttons for me. I mean, it's no splat variant. Him putting the claw through the skull. Shot the big leg. He's one of the big fans of that one. But there's a lot of expensive variants out this week. And
I want that one right there. Go back.
The
up.
rainbow. The rainbow.
Nope. Go up. Go up. Right there.
ooh, shout out Dollar.
Just because
Luciano Vecchio.
the only reason I want it is because I collect those Marvel 25th anniversary homage covers, and obviously that's a Marvel 25th anniversary homage cover.
Mm-hmm. Celebration frame. Yeah.
And
Nice.
supposedly this character is supposed to be a big part of Marvel moving forward. From what I hear, it's a mutant that can mess with people's dreams, but he can't mess with his own dreams and fucking weird shit. But they're really talking about him being a big character moving forward. And Uniform 13 close, very close.
I really like the Something is Killing the Children 17, 1 in 25. That's probably the one I'm going to try to chase after because, after everyone got a bunch of
right there
issues things. Yeah.
That's going to be a big book.
Can anybody check and see what it's doing on open interest on eBay right now?
Yep.
I know people's got.
There was one guy who had a bunch of copies for sale, and he sold most of them.
There's a lot of sold outs this week.
Yeah, so there's a lot of high asking prices and some high bids. $50 seems to be great, and then people ask 100.
Right.
That's a lot of money, man. Holy shit.
Yeah, here's that Simon Bianchi.
Mm-hmm.
At least it's color.
Yeah.
I get so tired of his black and white stuff.
Yeah. That, I mean, the newer Sentinels too. They remind me of Uncanny X-Men 281 Sentinels, the Super Sentinels that could like fucking repair themselves and things, and like were way more advanced because they were from the future with Trevor Fitzroy. So I don't know what Sentinel he's holding there, but it seems to be more of that smaller size stature. So,
or Wolverine ate a mushroom.
Shrooms, man. Well, hopefully not, because the last time he was Mysterio'd, he murdered all the X-Men and turned into Old Man Logan.
Did that come out before the Batman with the Joker, with the Superman with the Joker, where the Joker kills has Superman kill his own wife? Which one of those came out first? Because one of them stole it from the other, right?
What, Old Man Logan or Injustice?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Because the same fucking thing. Like Superman goes crazy because he gets told he kills somebody that ends up being his wife because of
Joker
Venom.
confuses him. Mhm.
And then same thing with Wolverine with his family, right? Because of Mysterio confuses them. So whichever one came out first, the other one stole it. Be interesting if they came out at the same exact time.
That's actually wasn't Injustice based on the game first?
Yeah,
Like
but either way, yeah.
But which came out first, the video game or Wolverine 66?
Yeah, it's got to be the game or Wolverine, or unless Wolverine came out way after.
Let's see.
Okay. Injustice game was released on April 16th of 2013, and Wolverine 66 was before that. 2003.
Interesting.
Aaron,
So,
is this hey, Aaron, is that the Something That's Killing Children that you were talking about?
Yep.
Yeah.
So it was actually 2008, but it's the 2003 Wolverine series. So yeah.
Well, I might have to buy it from Midtown. And then also the B cover is a glow in the dark. So
Wait, let me see the B cover. Oh, it's an homage to the. That's a dope cover though.
Yeah.
Her as a kid.
Damn.
And I think it was, if I remember right, on FOC through Diamond, it was $1 more for the B cover than A cover. So it might be less ordered for, shops that are more worried about the reader than anything else. That might not be a heavy order book.
And there's also
there's no variants. There's no store exclusives for 17.
Yep.
So that one in 25 could be a little bit harder to find out in the wild. So, and secondary market.
And they also pushed FOC longer on this one because I noticed that it dropped. It dropped with a bunch of older books because when I was putting together the releases, I usually go back and copy from my FOC list so I don't have to double up on my work. And now I'm like, damn, how many fucking weeks back am I going for you? Like, where the hell are you? And then I finally found it. I'm like, wow, man, they had this thing on an FOC for over a month.
Yep.
So
how's it doing on the on eBay right now?
Let's see. The incentive, I see a bunch listed for like $45-$50. Let's see what unsold. I see 40. I see around $40 sold on eBay. Like a full set of all three covers too.
And that was the one at 20, right? And that was the one at 25, right?
Yep.
So times 250.
This is one of those artists too that's work looks so much better in hand than it ever does in these. Like there's some of those artists that just you can't until it gets in hand, you just don't know. But you'll see, like when this book comes out and listings get updated on eBay and you see actual image listings, it'll look a lot brighter. You'll notice a lot more detail to it, I think. So
but there's no one per store on this one, huh? No unlockable secret variant that we know of as of yet.
Not
yet.
really said, yeah.
Unless there's going to be some type of surprise variant out there.
Well, don't they usually do that? Because when I'm looking for the list of books, they'll either list an unlockable, but then sometimes there'll be like a one per store that just fucking shows up. I'm like, well, thanks for the heads up.
Yes.
Yes.
Always look out for those unlockables, gents.
Yep.
Always. And here's the thing, right? There's a lot of retailers that don't even know what those unlockables are. It'll say it dead straight on the freaking cover, but they don't know what it is. They just order the shit. They just order 5 of this, 5 of that, 5 of that. Diamond says, well, you're only going to get 1 of that because that's all you qualify for. And then they just put it in the stack with everything else. So I've ran across many stores that happens like that. So just because you didn't find it at the big store where all the other speculators are going, don't mind that. Just go to another freaking store and get that. Now, here's the thing. In the pull box, it is always first come, first served, and I don't raise the prices on those unlockables. Just saying.
So that unlockable, like the one per store that dropped Berserker this past Wednesday. Dude, some stores are listing it as like a 1 in 250, and I'm like, wait a minute, I thought that was a 1 per store. And the 1 in 25 variant, virginized, was the unlockable. I'm like, oh fuck. And there was a 1 in 100 Jenny Frisian that was already breaking people's wallets. And then what I noticed the store doing is they priced the one per store right at about the same price as that 1 in 100 for that Berserker. Yeah. So there, for you Frisian chasers, you guys are getting run through the ringer lately. Good God. That, and also the Magic that just went on FOC too. 1 in 100 Frisian Magic the Gathering.
Yeah. But you know what? I'm glad, because you know she is not getting enough recognition for as slick as her freaking books are. She was running big when everybody was in love with Adam Hughes and J. Scott Campbell and you know and all the other big boys, right? And her stuff was even better. Now, not often is better than Josh Middleton, mind you, but still pretty damn good stuff. And I would go to a con, and her table was empty. Nobody giving her respect for nothing. So I'm finally glad
Not
that
anymore.
I'm glad that she's getting some recognition now. Oh, I guarantee you, if she comes, I don't think she's slated for Baltimore, but if she goes to freaking Baltimore, nobody's gonna freaking know who she is. I hope that changes up.
She's a hot chick in a comic convention. What are you talking about, bro? They're gonna be
I
slamming
know.
the table like crazy.
I know. I was there. I walked by her table twice looking for her, because I could have sworn that there was going to be like a big line or some shit. Nope. It was just that little cute ass girl sitting by herself. Like, okay, what the fuck? You know?
And she's been knocking it out on the Catwoman B covers too lately.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I FOMO'd that the 90s Catwoman purple variant from this past week. I was like, because my stamp card was like, oh, you need to buy one more book to get an extra stamp. Don't you hate when if you guys have a store that has a stamp card, they catch you every time. They're like, oh, your pre-tax is this much, so if you buy another book, you'll get an extra stamp today. It's like, shit.
Yeah, so my shop used to do that, and then they switched over their POS system, so that now they do, what do they do? Like every $100 you spend, you get like a $5 coupon, like whenever you check out. And then I have a bunch of those $5 coupons because I spent way too much money on that Ultimate Fallout 4, but then I ended up didn't pay anything because I sold those what was it? Those Panini cards.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I think I'm still using $5 vouchers.
Hey man, that go back up real quick. That Titans Academy Philip Tan variant, Starfire, everybody.
Oh yeah, I think Tan has a bunch of covers for.
He's been doing the B covers on them, and that one right there. So that's obviously Dick Grayson. Got to be Dick Grayson, and yeah, everybody loves that old school relationship of the OG Teen Titans.
I should gotta be all up at this grill. God damn.
Well, because she was flying through the hallway at like 1,000,000 miles an hour, and now she's realizing, you know, she wants to kiss him because that's how Corey is. Because you know, she's a giver.
Hey, Ultra, for that Berserker Decall incentive, what was the ratio for that?
They had, wasn't it the B cover? So it was the B and then the D foil, and then they did a virginized version of that one. I think it was the 1 in 50.
So I went to a shop today. I picked it up for $15.
Go back to that Teen Titans Academy 4 cover there, Lucas. You see something off on that cover?
His hand with the coffee, like,
yeah. What the fuck is that?
He's like real far back. That's why, because he's got his coffee in one hand and he's like trying not to spill it. Yeah, I saw that too, but that's the only thing I saw. But
I mean that a killer cover, but that coffee hand just.
Like, but it's shadowed, so it is like him, like full extend.
It still looks weird, dude.
What
a great cover!
I'm not looking at that part though. I'm definitely her face and her hair is definitely lit.
Who the fuck walks down a hallway with a cup of fucking coffee anyway?
Hey, man.
Who the fuck does that? Welcome to 2021. We got all these fucking coffee mugs with fucking lids and shit.
No. You see,
come on, Dick. Your father is worth billions of dollars. Get an insulated fucking coffee mug, fucker.
Nothing better than being half-ass awake, going and like, look, I'm fortunate enough. My wife bought a speed kettle, So I can boil a fucking kettle of water in like a fucking minute, and I can have fresh pressed coffee, quick and fast, man. Let me tell you. And then when you're half-ass asleep and you're walking, just in your drawers, walking through the hallways of your house, taking that first sip, it's good. It really is good. And I can understand Dick Grayson right now, putting the woe on. But what's with him wearing the damn mask?
I know, right?
Hey, Ultra, since you drink a lot of coffee, how far do you go with your coffee mug? Do you go to the extent where you put like hot water within your cup and then pour it out so your cup is actually hot and then your coffee doesn't cool off super fast?
No. I just drink it so fast anyway that it doesn't really cool off. And then if there is anything left in the press, I'll fill up my Yeti with a big thing of ice because I make that wake up juice type of coffee, three stiff scoops and getting pressed. And so you just basically fill up the Yeti with ice, and then you pour the coffee into that, and you add your creamer, shake it up, and you got iced coffee.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, I used to work at the Bucks, so like I learned all the tricks. Yeah, I learned all the tricks of the trade. So I don't like to promote the company since I don't work there anymore. But I used to make my own.
Could you do like the tricks, like make the little swan and the little heart out of the creamer? You know what those
So
are
I
kind of
was-
like when a person vapes and like does vape tricks. Like it's kind of like it's like right on the level, that fine line of being really gay and like just kind of gay. And that isn't, by the way, you guys, that when I say gay, like that doesn't mean like
means happy.
homosexual or straight. It means there's like a culture that we grew up with where that word is kind of like goofy, stupid.
Yeah. So I was training to be in the barista championships.
Yeah,
because,
you
like,
were kind of gay.
No.
But I never learned how to actually pour it like exactly right because like I could get the foam perfect, but I couldn't like pour it just right to form the art. So I never learned.
I knew I recognized you from somewhere. You were in Green Hornet with Seth, weren't you? Making his I saw that badass cappuccino with those fucking leaves.
Yeah, so I mean, when I have my name tag, I put Kato on there. So.
It's fucking awesome.
I have an idea for a flip side. Freaking have Aaron freaking show everybody how to make that fucking those special designs and shit. I would totally watch that shit, man.
So yeah. So the real trick is to like start off with like heavy cream or whole milk, and then like those are easier to froth. And then if you use like something like skim milk, there's too much water in it, and it's like when people come up to you and they're like, "Oh, I want a cappuccino with non-fat milk," you just like shake your head. You're like, "Man, F you!" Like at 6 a.m, and it's like, "Oh, I want that dry." So that's nothing but foam, and it's like you have to use like 5 pitchers just to like get it just all foam. But yeah.
So I heard Hive saying something about vinyl. We're gonna get back to that one. Promise you, we're gonna talk about vinyl in a second.
Okay.
But Spawn's Universe, this $72 Brett Booth variant cover, right? So how's everybody feeling about this?
Somebody will put it out there for $35, and I'm going to snap it up. Maybe even $25. Because
what's the ratio?
this is already so. I forget. It's probably like a 1/100 or some bullshit like that. But don't forget that this book has broken records, right? So that means there is going to be a crap load of those out there. I mean, like more than there's ever been of any Spawn book ever. So there's going to be a crap load. So I'm thinking, don't pick this up for $72. Don't pick this up for $50. Look for it in the $25 to $30 range. Even if that first week it doesn't pop up for that, just wait. Just wait. Because there's going to be a lot of them out there. Trust me.
At least there's some store variants for it. That's one thing I have to say.
Is there? He refused to do store variants for Spawn's Universe.
Yeah, at least that first issue, right?
Yeah, trust me, we've asked.
Well, and you know what? They also hid that Redeemer Spawn cover art until like right after FOC. So that's hot shit. I think the Redeemer probably my favorite characters in Spawn unit. We'll see. The Jessica Priest,
Yeah, that's pretty hot. I like that one.
I mean, Redhead Kryptonite, bro. You know what I'm saying? Gives me strength.
And it also makes me kind of wish I held on to my Spawn Gunslinger a little bit longer until about this week.
That's a 1 in 50, Drew. Is that what you're saying? The $5.99 cover is a 1 in 50.
Yeah.
Which one?
The
Probably talking
the
about
booth.
this one.
The booth. Mm-hmm.
But why is it? He says it's $5.99 cover is 1 in 50.
Right. So if $5.99, that's $3, and then you times the $3 by 50 copies. So that's actually $150 that each retailer is putting down for all the books combined. So at $72 or $80, that's actually a pretty good deal.
Yeah.
But that means you're getting. What are you getting? You're getting cover A, cover B, cover C, cover D, cover E, cover F, but the only incentive that you're actually getting is the cover G, the 1 to 50.
And for 6 covers to make up 50, it's not so bad, I think.
Right. So for a book that you notice are going to be overprinted at 100,000, that people are going to forget about. I mean, there hasn't even been enough hype out for that one yet. So Ultra, you wanted to talk about vinyl number 1?
Yeah. So I heard Hive saying he wanted to go back and take a look at this one. If you look at both covers too, I mean, cover A, pretty gnarly, and then cover B, it's like, okay, it's gonna be interesting to see.
So,
hey, can you take down the comment
I'm
real quick?
here, but
There you go.
so Doug's a local to us, and I actually met Doug because of Plastic, which was the book that's before this one. Same universe, different characters, right? And to anybody who has not read Plastic,
Isn't that about the crazy dude that rolls around with a sex doll?
yeah. So it's about a guy. He's like a serial killer, and he cruises around with a sex doll, and he stops at a gas station to get some gas while he's on his cross country trip with his girlfriend or his wife, who happens to be a blow up doll, and some guys harass her, and so he beats the hell out of them, and some local crime boss that these guys work for end up finding out and figuring out who this guy is, and says, "Hey, let's go kidnap his blow up doll and get him to do this job for us." And it is the craziest story, but it is honestly, like, I read some weird stuff. It is one of the weirdest books I've ever read, but like, honestly, probably one of the greatest and most memorable books I've read in like 3 or 4 years. So when we found out he was doing vinyl, I literally, like, he shops at the same LCS we shop at and everything. So I asked the owner, I'm like, dude, can you get him down here? So we got him down there and we started talking to him, and we're like, what do we got to do? What do we got to do to do a cover? And so he ended up, we partnered with him directly to do his convention variant.
Nice.
And those have been available.
Awesome.
We already sold issue 1, but we did full sets, issues 1 through 6. It's like a connecting set. Me and Jonathan are actually on one of the issues. We're dead on one of the issues.
Oh, that's cool.
But dude, the book is, I wouldn't say it's probably too weird to be optioned, but you never know. But if you're a good comic reader and you like the dark stories, really go pick up Plastic. And as this comes out, pick this up at your LCS. You guys won't regret it. Doug's a phenomenal writer, and his books are just weird enough to really, like, they're a good escape from the normal comic book reading for sure.
Right. It's one of those, those Crash 72 joints where it's good. It's great writing, great art, but it's too crazy enough to think that it's going to be adapted.
Yeah.
Right now.
Yeah.
That's the only issue with it right now.
If it ever did, it would be heavily altered, right? Like, the storyline's cool enough. The premise behind it is definitely cool enough. Yeah. It's definitely cool. I mean, if Happy got made into a TV series, then books like this definitely have a chance. But I mean, even outside of that, like outside of any speculation, like plastic was just a phenomenal read, and vinyl so far from what I've read, I've only read the first 2 issues. So far it follows up plastic very, very well. So I'm as a reader, I'm super excited. So Doug's a good dude. He's a good writer, and man, I was excited when I heard about this.
And then you can on the previews website, you can get a little snippet of a couple pages of vinyl. So if you want to check it out.
Good freaking stuff. Let's see. Stray Dogs. Yeah, people talk about Stray Dogs. Uniform 13 says, blown up. Nobody talks about how it was optioned before number 1 even hit.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Recently. Well, actually, Mom Comics and I, we were talking about that maybe like 2 or 3 weeks ago. And we were like, man, it's freaking amazing, great freaking book.
I thought the animation cell was a dead giveaway that was happening. Like, that's just me. Like the acetate cover, but
no, it's going to be interesting how they pull it off, man, because an animated film that looks like it should be for children, but it's mostly about a serial killer.
So it's Harley Quinn.
It's a hit.
I gotta say,
bro.
we had that was a book that we'd heard the synopsis on it. We're just kind of like, I don't know, but we teamed up with our LCS to do our variant on it,
which was on the Hot 10
on it. They
2
were so
weeks ago.
on it. We were just like, yeah. I mean, if you guys want to do it, that's fine. We'll help take some of that burden, that print run burden off of you. And they wanted to use Stan Yat for the cover, and we're like, yeah, that's fine. And after we got it in hand and read it, we're like, holy cow, I wish we would have printed more. I wish we would have printed more. It was such a good book, such a cool book.
Yeah, I mean, it's hitting me in all the feels, man. Especially so. We always talk about that retro feel, that hitting back to your childhood. This is hitting back to the childhood for me with that Disney type animation feel. Plus, it's getting me on the freaking 80s horror. Are you kidding me? And it's got the 80s horror stuff. And then I think they did a Pulp Fiction cover as well.
We did a ton of different homages.
Yeah, man. But these guys are just freaking killing me. Just got me.
Yeah, Hive and Stan Yax was Blair Witch. It was fucking awesome.
There's not been a bad cover for that book either.
Mm-mm.
There is not. A's and B covers through the entire series, additional prints, all the variants. There's not been a bad cover for that book.
Yep. Shadecraft, I like this cover. Once again, Shadecraft has been optioned to go to Netflix.
By the way, the retailer buy-in on the acetate cover was like $7.
Yep.
So that's the reason why it is very uncommon. And I think those are still selling for like 50 to 60 right now.
Well, isn't just the A cover selling for like 40 now at this point?
Yeah, it's catching up to the other ones too.
Yeah.
Well, and again, the LCS we partnered up with on that Stray Dogs, they asked us, you guys want to order a bunch of these acetate covers? And we're like, nah, we're okay. I was in there the Friday after that book came out. I'm like, you guys got any more of those? And they're like, no.
Oof.
Yeah, that's a great cover right there.
Burner of a cover.
There's a really good Uncle Sam cover out this week too, I think.
Yeah, there
I
is.
can't remember. Manifest Destiny.
Well. Yeah. I don't know what it's about.
Yeah.
I didn't know that book was still going on.
Same with me. I was like, what the hell is it? Is it still going?
But it's up there with Ant. Ant came back after 14 years.
Yeah, didn't it just start back up again or something like that? Yeah.
Bitterroot.
Oh yeah, it's gonna sell out. I mean, does every time.
Isn't he up for an Eisner?
This one's a limit per one per customer.
There's a lot of good people who are up for Eisners this year, but I think Bitterroot is one of them.
June 13th cover. Is it one per store or one per customer?
One per customer.
One per customer. Yeah. Good shit.
What is a normal cover? Is there a normal cover for that?
Yeah. That was the B.
There's the normal right there. Cover A.
Isn't that connecting with the other ones?
Should be, because that if it's not, man, that would be a great. It almost looks like Scotty Young kind of. Sanford Green's a badass.
Good shit.
Shout out to Chuck Brown.
Good stuff all around this week, man. It's gonna be.
What's the GI Joe cover? Oh, what's the Turtles cover too?
Yeah, so the GI Joe cover.
Joe.
That's hold
people
on.
gonna go broke this week.
No. So this is
John
Midtown.
Oil.
This cover came out weeks ago because 282 came out weeks ago. 283 came out last week. This is Midtown getting their stock late.
Oh,
Yes. So,
that's
Aaron, the GI Joe that you ordered just came in 3 hours ago.
Oh, wow.
Excuse me. It just came in at like around 6 o'clock.
So was it
That's
this
funny.
one?
Yeah.
Bro, it was like 280, 282.
So
The
this
retailer said it did not come in yet.
this is it. So 282 A and B cover dropped with 283 last week in most stores due to a publishing situation.
Invite to raid.
The incentive variant apparently is dropping this coming week, so that's why Yeezy's getting his. But this would explain why. I don't know if everybody was shorted though, because this was a hot book. As far as I could tell, people were like looking for it, and I don't know if that's the reason why they were looking for it, because they couldn't fucking find it anywhere because it didn't hit shelves yet. So that would make a lot of sense, and I expect maybe a market correction, and that's absolutely the reason why this one's still in stock at $18.
Yeah.
Invite to raid says that 281 through 286B covers is a fire connecting cover pick. Nice.
Hey, Lucas, I got a question for you. It fits in with the FOC here.
Mhm.
Did you order white from Black Mask?
Which time?
Yes.
How heavily allocated were you?
I have yet to receive any.
We got our allocation got dropped from 100 to 2. So we're getting 2 copies.
Well, they only printed 2,500, and they put it on FOC 3 fucking times.
Yeah, and we were on there the first day, and we still got allocated down to 2.
Right. So all right. So an explanation is needed. So there's 2 different FOCs, right?
Initial?
There's the initial, right, where they guarantee you that they will do everything within their power to get you all the books that you ordered. But if you wait till the FOC, which is what the pull box goes by, they'll get you what they can get you, right? And most stores get you the FOC because they need the money from the other stuff in order to pay for the FOC. So you got to keep that in mind. In fact, I remember like a year ago, Dolla asked me about that. Because I was telling people, I was like, "Hey, initial order FOC is this week," and he was like, "Well, my store goes by this week." Well, go by. There's like that previews magazine. I don't have it around. The previews magazine has a date on there. That previews date is the initial order for that. That's what you should actually go by and start thinking about instead of just the FOC, right? If you really want to guarantee that stuff.
Yeah. So Dr. Lovebox in the chat, I can't believe I just said that name, says, doesn't Black Mask always do funny stuff like that? Why do people bother with that company? At Black Mask, like as a Black Mask reader, they write for trade. They put out floppies for collectors. They write for trades. I mean, that's the only explanation of the way they do business. It really is, but
yeah. Well, I mean, as an indie company, I always still want to do and support indie companies, right? Because with the stuff and the bull stuff that they have to go through to fight other competitors and other freaking companies just for printing space, right? Or printing companies, they have to go through a lot. Plus, they get once they even just to get into this magazine. If y'all don't know what this is, y'all need to freaking be picking this up because 2 months ahead of time. Remember Ultra when we used to do 2 months ahead of time when we used to flip through this freaking book?
I mean, I still do. I just don't do it on video no more.
Yeah, because y'all would be complaining. Y'all like, well, I can't find it in there for next week. That's because it's 2 months ahead. 2 months ahead, this freaking tells you. And then let's see, where is it? Up here, right here. That right there, that date right there. That's the date of when it freaking comes up for expiration, or for initial orders. That's when you got to get that stuff in there. And then there's actually a customer order form, and then there's also a retailer order form that's out there. You just got to find that stuff. Is it worth it? I think so. Right, just to have. No, just to freaking have some. The only problem is that Marvel is no longer in here, and DC is no longer in here as well.
Well, it's because you got products that are going to drop in October that won't be in there, basically.
But that being said, I do find that there are more indies that have come up on speculation than Marvel and DC combined. So that's why this is worth it versus worrying about what the hell Marvel and DC is coming up with. That's all I can say to that. Rob's comment says, "Got my Drunken order already done." Yes, you got your order already done. Check the invoice. Make sure it's already good to go. No, what was it? Was it last week we were talking about that one gay pride Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle?
Yeah,
freaking cover.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of like this one, kind of colorful. This one's by Kevin Eastman,
and it's got the sixth turtle on it. You know, and this is where he keeps on expanding his universe, and good on him. But good on him first off for having all 5 of the current turtles there, but having Lita from what's it called, the future, and then Venus de Milo, right? Yep. So he's again, I don't know why IDW is doing this, but the Eastman variant should be the 1 in 10 incentives.
Yep,
that should be the incentive for stores to order it, not being able to open order as many as they want as this cover. But they're doing their thing. They're doing otherwise.
Yeah. I don't know what to think. No, I tell you what, I don't believe enough stores are probably ordering any of those stuff anyway. What does the 1 in 10 look like?
Well, I mean, it's decent, but it's the variants are hit or miss, man. The retail incentives on turtles are hit or miss. The B covers, because they're Eastman, they are lit every time, and they need to have that as the A cover, or they need to have it as the incentive. It doesn't need to be a B cover. It needs to be either the predominant one or the one everybody wants.
I disagree. I think Eastman is most of the time, 50%, at least 50% of the time, Eastman's covers are garbage, complete garbage. That Pride cover was one of the few Eastman covers where I was like, holy shit, that is fire. Complete fire from the second I saw it. I can't believe how bad some of Eastman's art is, and I get it. People love Eastman art because of the turtles, but sometimes his art is not as good as people make it out to be. And I think it should be the cover B. I mean, look how bad that cover is right there. That cover is horrific.
But it's Eastman. That's because it's the creator owned.
Yeah.
You know,
kind of like Frank Miller. Sometimes some Frank Miller covers are horrid.
I'm a Rob Liefeld fan. Okay, so you can't tell me anything. I haven't caught heat for looking at Rob Liefeld covers and being like, I like it, and everybody going like, but it's Liefeld. I'm like, yeah, but it's Liefeld doing his creation. Like if it's a Liefeld doing like a fucking Cable or Deadpool cover, I'm all about it. You know what I mean? Because that's his wheelhouse. Same way the way I feel about Eastman when I see him drawing turtles, I'm like, oh yeah, it sucks, but it's Eastman doing turtles, man. It's like, you know, Van Halen with fucking David Lee Roth.
What about this Transformers Back to the Future #4 cover B, Phil Murphy design variant? Actually, it's not a variant. It's just a Phil Murphy cover.
Mm-hmm. That's a B variant. I mean, it is a variant, but it's an open order one.
Right. I forget what his name is. The Exotron Time Machine. I forget what Gigawatt. That's what his name was.
Gigawatt. You know,
it's not his first appearance or anything.
No. And there's a retail incentive. That's there. There you go. You can take a look at that one. That's your 1 in 10, everybody. And you know, it's got Rodimus in there with the most of the season 1 crew. There with Gigawatt, so it's a very interesting. Yeah,
I usually don't approve of crossovers, but this one I approve. Better than a freaking My Little Pony Transformers. Anyways.
I agree with you there too. Not my forte. You know, some other people might be all about that, but like I asked my LCS after getting burnt left and right, like on like Berserker, Second Print, and all sorts of other books. I'm like, all right, can you guys just like think of me next time you get a hot incentive variant? And he's like, oh, cool. They put the My Little Pony Trainer 2 incentives in my box. Well, I thank for this one, but I'm gonna put this one back on the wall so you guys can sell them, okay? This is one of those, you know. I don't really want those, but they're like, you're a Transformers collector, though, right? I'm like, yeah, but not those. I'm sure they felt bad about that because they tried. Good peoples.
Let's see. All right, trying to. I want to take some time to look at the incentives for FOC for Monday and wait, when is the 20th?
Tomorrow.
That's tomorrow. Shit. So DC is tomorrow, and then Marvel is Monday night. Berserker's got one. G.I. Joe's got one. Berserker's got a bunch.
So, because DC likes to be sneaky like this, I want to take a look and see what else they slid into their FOC because they like to do that sometimes.
Yeah, they've got Joker number 5's got one. What is it? The Nice House on the Lake number 1's got a 1 in 25, and Infinite Frontier's got one.
Mm-hmm.
So this Berserker number 4 has got a 1 in 25 by Andolfo. This one, it looks like maybe like a 10 or 12-year-old drew it. G.I. Joe Real American Hero number 284.
Everybody's been hating on that one, but it's and that's the you know. So she appeared like 2 issues ago, right? And then other people who are like hardcore G.I. Joe fans are like, it's her first solo cover. 2 issues later, it's a little bit of a stretch. That's a little bit of reach.
Wasn't she on the A cover?
I think she was. Of her first appearance, yeah, I think she was on the A cover, 281. But also, so there's actually in 283, there's actually first appearances in there as well. It's the first Filipino G.I. Joe,
Nice.
Yep.
and then some other person who's a network expert, hacker, of course. Yeah,
Yep.
Such a common question.
So I'm pretty sure the art is out there. I just don't have it yet. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles ongoing number 119 has a 1 to 10 copy by McCardell. Canto 3 Lionhearted number 1 has a 1 to 25 by Corona. Barbarella's coming back. Jesus. Berserker, My Little Pony. Barbarella's got some stuff out. Actually, Lucio Perillo's got some.
It's Dynamite, so you know it's going to be big, right?
Tell you what, that's not bad. If they get rid of the freaking Barbarella freaking thing on her.
I'm sure they do.
Yeah, I'm sure they do too. They probably have 5 versions of that cover.
I used to play at a dive bar called Barbarella's.
All right, so looking at Barbarella, she's got a blank, a 10, a 20, 25, 30, 40, and 50 copy incentives, and 25 copy black and white Perillo. And, you know, I'm not actually... Oh, Perillo Limited Virgin in color.
Yeah.
Yep.
Ultra, what do you think of this Invincible Red Sonja, number 3?
Well, I mean... It's not bad.
Yeah, okay. You motherfucking liar.
Yeah. Okay. So what do you want to see me turn Hulk in front of everybody? I mean, I'm telling you, man.
They say, all right, we know Ultra's all over this. What can we do to take his money?
But
it only lasts.
I got followed by somebody at Dynamite, and I think they're trying to market to me now. I think Facebook sold them my information and was like, hey. And then Miss Rian Gonzalez delivering once again.
Always.
125.
Doesn't she have a X-Men incentive coming up? That's like a 1 in 50.
She got the Rogue on X-Men #1, 1 in 50. And then she's also got Things from Another World doing a Laura Wolverine store exclusive there.
Mighty Morphin #9. I think this one is by Enyaq Lee. 1 to 10. Tell me that's not badass.
Yeah, what does that say? The price was what?
So that's my pricing, right?
30. That's a 10
for the
copy. Yeah.
Right. So it's this copy plus 10 of the regular joints.
Oh.
So you get so it's a package deal. Just remember that's how the pull box works. You get all the motherfuckers. So if there's a 20, so if it's a 1 to 25 and there's a 1 to 10 and all that other stuff, you get the whole shebang of all the lower racial variants under that. You don't just get the one freaking book.
And that's your version of the A cover, and then Eve 25 copy. So apparently the Bear's John Wick, but cybernetic.
Yeah. Did the bear have a dog?
I don't know, man.
I really do need to read that freaking book. I love the covers. I just haven't actually read the freaking book.
But apparently the bear is total Wu-Tang Clan, ain't nothing to fuck with. So that's just what I'm hearing. I actually haven't read Eve myself, but I hear things.
I'm waiting for the trade. I heard it's really good though.
Yeah, I've been hearing really good things about it. It's from Blue Green Artifacts. He's been saying it's some pretty good stuff.
It's only a matter before it gets freaking option, man.
I hope so. I just picked up 15A and 15B copies for my LCS the other day.
Uh-oh.
He was getting ready to put them in back issue bins, and I said, I'll take those. I got a feeling about this one. I'll take those.
Seven Secrets cover C, huh? That's the 10 copy. So that means
Miguel Mercado. Yeah.
Sounds cool.
So I'm wondering, are they going to do a 25 copy and then a unlockable one per store like they sometimes do?
I don't see one yet. Space Pirate, have not read this one yet. #2, When It's Up You by Young June. That's a Virgin variant.
Ablaze.
Syrian, Man Eaters of Zambula. So the reason why I absolutely love this is because there was a magazine that Conan and Red Sonja came out in, right? It was like the pulp fiction, all that other stuff with Ron Howard, the writer, and everything. This is what those covers for those pulp magazines used to freaking look like. I forget the name of the female artist. I actually talked about her before. I forget her name, but this is what she used to draw. She used to freaking draw this crazy stuff, very sexualized, but so delicately freaking beautiful. And it just freaking catches your freaking eye. I wish they would have covered some of it up, but still, I just freaking love it. But for as much as it's going to cost a retailer, I just don't know many that are going to pick this up.
Do you guys know the story of Robert E. Howard?
No, I've heard stuff. I've heard stuff about him, but I don't know like what his where he came from or any of that stuff.
Yeah, he was kind of crazy if I remember correctly. He killed himself really early on. He was part of comics and shit. He was really into comics. Did all the weird tale stuff, but he actually took his own life really young. It's like 30 or 29 years old. Crazy stuff.
Yeah, I mean, but look at his legacy though.
Yeah.
Look at it. I mean, shoot. We give a lot of credit to Stan Lee and whoever else and all the other bigwigs, but if you consider like where the world that they built comes from, it comes from a lot of the stuff that Robert Howard freaking built up what 80, 90 years ago, or how many freaking years ago. So big ups to that guy. I mean, freaking
And that pulp was
29
Weird Tales, I believe, is the pulp you're talking about.
Yeah, yes, absolutely. I gotta freaking bring up like what the name of the lady was.
I think the name of the lady was it Novalyn Price?
May have been. Let's see it. I'll know if I see her.
Okay, she wasn't an artist. That was what's his name's girlfriend.
Let's see. Beyond the Breach, #1. That looks like a new title. God Killed Tomorrow Ashes.
Yeah. Now this
is
okay. So this book, I know it's Black Mask, but man, I'm getting a bad echo. Anybody else?
No, just you.
Just me.
No, I can hear it too.
You can.
Testing. Yeah.
Let me mute the screen. Go ahead. Test again.
Test. There we go. Perfect.
Okay, maybe it was...
So this God Killer, I do remember this one coming up. This is issue 2. Issue 1 had some sick incentives. This is probably going to be one of the bigger Black Mask books, and I know everybody's going to see it go on FOC 3 fucking times before it actually gets out there, and then they're going to allocate it to 2,500 copies and give everybody 2. But good luck trying to order it. But I think this is the second volume of God Killer, if I'm not mistaken. So there would be a previous volume out there to chase if you were looking for actual first appearances.
Oh, trust me, those God Killer covers are awesome. One of them is kind of familiar with, kind of looks like a Harley Quinn, Poison Ivy type of homage or something like that, but it's still freaking great. I freaking love those covers so far. Again, I need to get off my freaking lazy ass and stop freaking looking at freaking TikTok videos and freaking actually crack open a freaking book. But I mean, maybe it'll be good. Who knows? But I got to give it up for the covers. The covers look amazing right now.
Lucas, I'm with you on that, man. I got a stack of trade paperbacks right now that is like, it's getting pretty healthy, and it's stuff like I'm just so busy I can't pick up individual issues anymore. So it's all trades, but it's all this great stuff I've been wanting to read and everyone's talking about. And I'm looking at it right now. It's six issues or 6 trade paperbacks thick of stuff I need to read right now. So
it's tough, man.
I got a sick read pile too.
No
get
comment.
to it eventually. I know, right? I'm pretty sure we all do.
yeah.
I've been up way too late too. So much for getting in and getting out. But I'll be all right. I like I said, I'll get some of that high test coffee in the morning. Bing.
Conan the Barbarian #23. Huts. This one's a 1-25.
He just did that Venom variant too.
Yep. Once again, I'm gonna have to go back and make sure I get the photos for all these. I'm pretty sure they're already in there. Extreme Carnage, Scream has a bunch of variants. Sinister War #1.
So here, check it out. The variant covers for Extreme Carnage actually were not listed on the previews website. That's why you don't have the artwork loaded there, because you, general public, unless you actually have a Diamond account and you can actually go into the Diamond ordering system and pull it up, you're not going to see the variant covers. So you're going to see the variant covers, but I can't even see the Diamond code form because they don't even have them listed.
Yeah. It's weird because there's an automatic program that's supposed to pull it in here, and it just won't. So I have to freaking manually freaking go in and freaking do it. So Diamond
has been missing variants in the list for the last couple of weeks. It's been fun. It's been fun. Just put it that way.
Yeah, it's been going on for a month or so now. Yeah.
DT is asking, what is everyone's thoughts on Nottingham?
Hope you got in on the early prints because
Yeah.
I know late prints are cool and all, and everybody likes to hype late prints, but I think the early prints are going to be the ones that everybody's going to gravitate to on that one because they were just it was a smoke show. Nobody saw it coming, and then all of a sudden, by the time FOC had passed for issue 3, then that's when everybody was like, "Oh shit, this series is really good." Like,
yeah, so a Hollywood trope that I hate is I hate Robin Hood and I hate King authorship. It's been played out and nobody can really get it right. But I tell you what, this Nottingham shit.
best Robin Hood I've ever read.
Exactly. Very minimum fucking Robin Hood. All about the fucking sheriff of Nottingham fucking trying to track him down, which gives more of an aura of mystery to who Robin Hood is and what he's all about. And then when you really get into it, there is more play on Lady Maryland. I think that's where is it Lady Maryland?
Maid Maryland.
Maid Maryland. There you go. So that I love the way they played it. I love the way they're revealing everything and freaking just pulling across the freaking layers and the logistics of everything. I freaking love it. That's the type of Hollywood script that I want to freaking see play out.
Yeah.
But it's just been good so far. And like Ultra says, those first prints, we can grab those. And I guarantee you that there's still going to be some cheap copies out there at the retailers. Yeah, retailers don't. Once again, there's some freaking hidden nooks and crannies out there that just don't know what it is.
And they state, I'll order 15 of these just because, and nobody comes into my store. And I'll sit on them for 3 years and then have Doc Joe come in and I will charge him.
It will be in a back
over street prices on everything in my store.
It's going to be in the back bins right now because when it came out, maybe 2 months ago, I forget when. Yeah, 2 months ago.
Yeah,
something like that. So go in the freaking back bins, hunt it down.
I got a second print.
You got a second print?
Yes,
I'll tell you what, that second print is not in that. I think there's a third or fourth print.
Yeah, it went to like 4 or 5 almost. I think 5
is 5 is just coming up for FOC, I believe.
Yeah.
Right. My favorite cover right now is Maid Maryland with the head on a freaking platter. I fucking love that freaking cover. I don't even know if it's out yet or if it came out, but that's the one that I'm definitely going to try and hunt down whenever I freaking get all this other shit done.
Yeah, I couldn't find the A cover in store, but I did pre-order. What was it? A store variant that Bird City shared with I think 616, where it was the V for Vendetta homage. So I just bought one copy just because I collect V, and yeah, I mean I got it in cheap, but do I flip it or do I keep it?
Yeah. We got some questions so let me get through the FOC because we're almost done. Nice House on the Lake #1, second printing, 1/25. Mysterious freaking character. There's cover A and everything. Then your Thor #15. Klein variant 1/25, one a copy. And once again, as we go through with the next couple of days before the FOC, I will definitely freaking try and go back in and replenish some of these doggone covers. And in fact, I'm missing 2. There's like the 1/25. There we go. There's that one, and there's that one. There's the 1/25 for Infinite Frontier #2, the Puppeteer Lee card stock. And then there's the Joker #5, 1/25, Riccardo Federici.
What do you think of those 1/25s, Federici?
I've been loving them. I've been loving the Federici. I don't know if it's just okay. So I have one of the world's greatest LCSs, and I get 1/25s are like $12, and 1/10s are like $5.
Jesus Christ.
That's how it used to be.
Yeah.
When I worked at the LCS, that's how it used to be. So
the
it
guy's
was great.
old school. The guy's old school. He's one of those guys that he prices all of his back issues based off of the Overstreet. So if you know what's popped since the last Overstreet, you can grab it for cheap. Like, and he's a good dude. So I've been grabbing these Federici since the first one. I've got, every single issue. But I mean, honestly, like, as far as sketch type covers go, I've really enjoyed them. Not all of them have been hits. I don't necessarily think this one is a hit, but a lot of them have been pretty good. So I dig them. I dig them a lot.
Yeah. Getting off of this topic, again, GTK Comics asked, gentlemen, can I get some Marvel Kates on Hulk spec? Will Kates on Hulk have an effect on the Immortal Hulk number 1 to number 50 run?
Yeah.
And up and down, none. Would like your views, please. Thank you. Of course.
Yeah.
Of course. Of course, he's not just going to have an effect on the current run or the run going forward. You're going to have to dig back into some back issues to figure out what the heck is going on. There's going to be a book out there and another region out there that happened, and you're going to have to go back into this one, and then just like what did we talk about? Venom number 3, right? Where first appearance of Null, or was it Venom number 3, first appearance of freaking Null? Say, okay, everybody knows that's the first appearance of Null, but then guess what? Hey, Thor God of Thunder number 6 or some shit.
Yep.
Right? It was a cameo.
Look,
so that's so you're going to have one of those situations. And because Cates and Ewing talk so much, there's going to be some book within the freaking Ewing shit that he wrote a year or 2 years ago that you're going to have to go back if we can look at it, if we can and run it through.
And consider it as volatile as Loki spec. It's not good.
like Ultra had said earlier in the show, though, like the insignificant things earlier in the run, the stuff that seemed insignificant, Cates will make them significant.
Right.
Like go back through those early issues, because he'll find some little thing. He will. I mean, Cates does it all the time. He'll find some little thing that wasn't a big thing.
So
and he'll make his own 6-issue thing that turns into some, it'll be something important.
So here's where my mind goes, thinking about Cates is right. Is he going to make Rick Jones Hulk? Because they done that with Amadeo, but it is Donny Cates. Yeah. And he is known for doing some like twisted shit. Or Mel said this, and since he can't be here, I'll be able to provide some of his own commentary to you guys. He said, watch, he's going to bring back that Venomized Hulk. Just because he came off of Venom.
Well, I mean, what has Cates already said? That he's going to, reflect back to what makes the Hulk angry and stuff like that. So I want to give a shout out to Red Hood Comics Joe. He put Tales to Astonish number 59 on the Pro Spec 10 list, and that that goes back to like what triggers Hulk into being like angry, and like why he becomes overpowered that way.
Here's my secret: I'm always angry.
The thing to remember with Cates is he's a comic book fan first and a writer second.
Mm-hmm.
I talked to him at Emerald City 3 years ago, and got a chance to talk to him for like 10 or 15 minutes. There wasn't much standing in his line, which was crazy to me. But was talking to him for a while, and like you start to realize like he's been a comic book fan since he was a little kid, and a lot of the stories that he'd. I don't know if he's talked a lot about this. I feel like somebody else has told me this too. And I'm like, oh yeah, he's told me that. But when I talked to him, he told me a lot of the stories, like he was writing comics when he was 12. He would read comics and be like, oh, here's how I want it to go.
Oh, that's cool.
And he's reflected back on some of that. And so, I mean, him being a student of comics, like it wouldn't surprise me if he delved that far back into books to make those books relevant. Like some of those older books, some of those early storytellings of the Hulk, and kind of expand on them a little bit more, But I mean, Cates is crazy. Who in the hell knows what he's going to write?
Right.
Who knows what he's going to twist it and how he's going to turn it, but it's going to be cool. I'm excited. I've been excited for Hulk since Immortal Hulk started. till 10 issues into it, and I kind of fell off. But I'm excited again.
Dr. Lovebox says he's going to retcon Hulk to have Gamba symbiote, and there will be a villain. He hypes up for 2 years. Then he's going to have a mediocre event with tons of tie-ins, and we'll get killed off by the end.
This is why villain spec is the worst spec. Never spec on villains because they are the first to die.
Right. I will say that if you go back over the last 2 years, connected to the Hulk, there has been a bunch of one-shots where you have this new character, Gamma character, that just comes out of freaking nowhere, and then you never hear from him again.
Yeah.
Cates is going to bring all of those, mark my word. Lucas said it right here. All the one-shot characters that Ewing has been putting together, Cates is going to freaking bring those guys back in somehow, some kind of way, write what's going on with those, and then freaking leave it off, and then freaking walk off into the nether sphere. Right? There was one that freaking was the first Hulk, the very first Hulk that came out maybe like a couple weeks ago. Right? And that was like from like before the BC Avengers shit. Right? So they just wrote that one shot and then they just walked off. Nope. I guarantee you Tiny Cates will probably fucking somehow bring that shit up again and freaking write something about that. There was a little girl that's out there. She's a fucking Gamma monster. They'll bring her back. The African American chick that's running around right now, she's got Gamma in her. She's got to turn into a Gamma monster at some point. There's all types of freaking characters that they got to freaking do. I'm not saying go Biggie on that freaking, but definitely those are definitely a freaking play for Donny Cates to play around with. Just like he played with all those symbiote characters in his latest event, he's going to play around with all the Gamma characters that are out there right now, to include the Gamma Alpha Flight characters that are all Gamma right now.
Well, I mean, I'll give Donny Cates one thing. The Flash Thompson conversion into Agent Anti-Venom, and now the revival of Flash Thompson. Even though I think it was Cates who killed him off, wasn't it? No, it was the previous writer of Venom. Who's writing Spider-Man? Stegman and Slott, right?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. So Slott, I think, is the one who killed it in what was it, Agent or Venom Inc. That's right, Venom Inc. Alpha and Venom Inc. Omega. They killed him off, and everybody was like, "What the fuck? You killed Flash Thompson?" Like Flash had all those years of character development under the symbiote, and then to have the symbiote taken away from him, everybody's like, "Oh shit, nothing's going to happen to Flash." There's no like hope for him, and then they give him a symbiote and they kill him off, and then Cates is like, no, fuck that, that's a good idea, I'm gonna bring him back. And then Cates did thankfully do that for us, and now we get that new Extreme Carnage, which I think is going to be fun watching all the hunting. And did you guys in Venom 200, did you guys see the actual setup for all the Flash Thompson stuff? Did anybody else catch that?
There's a lot of stuff that was happening in that 200th issue, man, and I loved all of it.
There was. So in Donny Cates is going out with a bang. He sets up Flash Thompson to be an Avenger first. Secondly, he sends notification that symbiotes have attached to a bunch of random people all over the planet since King in Black. And a barista is being executed by a hit squad, and Flash thinks it's him that they're after, but they shot the barista in the head trying to kill him because they sensed he had a symbiote, and basically the symbiote repairs and brings the kid back and is like, no, and the kid goes, I would have been dead without my other I had a terminal illness, I would have been dead. And the other guy's like, oh, don't worry, we'll take care of that. And he's like, right about the blast him. And Flash is like, no, fuck that. And Flash takes care of him. So it's setting up that there's a whole bunch of symbiotes still over the planet. Yes, that somebody else in the chat was talking about. But also, Eddie, said that, if anybody's going to be an Avenger, it should be Flash. So it's obviously where they're going to tie in Extreme Carnage to Flash Thompson and his comeback tour or whatever. Who's writing Extreme Carnage, though?
I don't know. Let's see.
Because that's interesting. Because if it's Cates writing it, then we could be seeing even more character development.
He's written a bunch of stuff already. That's across the board.
I know. So the whole deal is, though, again, that to have Flash Thompson back with a symbiote, but not be
Philip
Venom.
Kennedy Johnson.
Okay,
Philip Kennedy Johnson,
different writer, but that doesn't mean that this wasn't, Donnie Cates at the editorial meeting 3 fucking years ago pitching his idea, and Marvel being like, "Bet that's set in stone. That'll be part of the canon." And then, if you get to write this one, you get to write it. But no, we're going to give it to somebody else. So hopefully it does it justice. I look forward to that crossover. I'm not really into too many of the Spider-Man crossovers, but this one looks a little bit more up my alley.
Yeah. Marvel Man says, "Hey, I don't really do Spec for comics to tie into other comics unless it's a quick and find and flip. Those pictures usually don't stick around too long value-wise." Invite Raid says, "That Immortal Hulk run is a hole for me just because of how different and amazing it is." Yes, the number 1 issue was definitely a hold. That number 2, that Gerald Savino. Let me tell you the crazy thing about it. I think it was maybe a year or 2 years ago. I don't even know what it was, man. Somebody said something about the Dr. Fry character in there, and I literally had 3 copies just sitting around because I have a bathroom reading box. I have a bathroom reading box, right? So that every time I go to the bathroom, I just go out there and I pull out a fucking book. 3 of those fucking copies were sitting in that fucking box. that draws me. And I was like, man. And people were talking about it. I'm like, I know I seen that shit somewhere. I pulled those motherfuckers out. I pulled it out on eBay. One sold for $600, and I was just playing around. I was like, because I saw the eBay joints, right? I saw the eBay fucking joint. I was like, eBay auction hadn't even ended yet. I was like, let me throw it up here. Just fucking around. Let me throw it up here for $600. See what happens. Shit, 626. Boom. I was like, oh shit. Okay, that was a buy now. And then I threw another one up there. Buy now, $800. Boom. I was like, oh shit, what the fuck? So I sold off 3 copies, man. So I don't know. So yes, definitely, there's a lot of freaking copies out there that are absolute freaking holds. They've introduced a lot of freaking characters, right? We just don't know where that's going. So I'm thinking that whatever is going to happen with the Hulk from now on, Al Ewing's going to walk away for a little bit. He's introduced the character. Now Donnie Cates is actually going to make those, put forth narratives that'll make those characters kind of relevant. Biscuit King says, "Did you say Thor number 6?" I said, yes, I did. I said God of Thunder number 6. Here's the deal. Let me introduce you to the show. The show is called Drunken Chat, where I drink a lot. I fucking drink a lot, and I'm gonna say some fucked up shit, some wrong shit, right?
No. You didn't say nothing wrong. You actually said God of Thunder 6, but he didn't know that you weren't talking about the Donnie Cates. He thought probably you were talking about the Donnie Cates run, but you were talking about God of Thunder.
Right.
Yeah. He was probably thinking of the Black Winter stuff, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah. If I fuck up, guess what? It's because either I'm just straight up stupid or I've been fucking drinking. Either way, I mean, I don't know which you get off, or if they could call into the fucking drunk dude stupid on a show called Drunken Chat. That's all you, man. That's what that's where you get your pleasure. Oh well, you're welcome. Let's see. Dr. Love says, "What is Mr. E doing?"
We don't know. I don't think we followed up with him. I didn't finish reading Symbiote Spider-Man, the other one. So
yeah, I don't know if I finished that either. I think I started to, and then I got distracted by what was going on during that time.
But that makes him the oldest symbiote in the Marvel universe, unless you count the Enigma Force as a symbiote too.
Let's see. Good to join. You're right. Uniform 13. Yep, there's only about 5 on eBay. I'm thinking 500 lowest soon. How about that Venom Space series? Hive Comics.
Oh, that was
that was you.
Yeah.
Big thing to remember is comic conventions are just options go. Anything over the that shit not on the Go ahead.
Okay, so let me put that in context real quick. Somebody was asking. Uniform 13 says he's got a good line on Nottingham 98. And I said, that book's probably prime for some Spec news. I don't necessarily know that it would be made, but it's prime for some Spec news. And I said, big Spec thing to remember, this is for everybody listening, is comic conventions where a lot of these option meetings happen. And I know this because I've been lucky and fortunate enough to know a lot of these creators. You know, I was at San Diego when Drew was shopping around Kanto and had meeting after meeting after meeting, you know, and that stuff happens at those conventions. Like, a lot of people don't realize, but like Paramount, Sony, Netflix, all those guys, they're there and they're having constant meetings with these creators. They walk around, they see the lines, they see how many people are excited about the product that these writers are putting out. And that's when a lot of this stuff happens. So, I mean, MegaCon's the first big convention of the year. I mean, I would have to say the big convention of the year. And then there's a bunch of other big ones tailing off afterwards. So I would expect to see a lot of option news coming up soon. And I wouldn't be surprised to hear Nottingham come out. So I was telling dude, if you got a good line on a 9.8, snag it. Because that's a hard book in a 9.8. That is a hard book in a 9.8.
Last question. How about America Chavez issue 4 coming up? Thoughts?
They took too damn long between issue 3 and 4 for anybody to care.
Right. I think it was issue number 3, which is where they introduced her sister.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And then they showed a whole bunch of test tubes where her sister is, or her clones or whatever were shown. So maybe they're going to open up some of those test tubes, and introduce the rest. Here's where it starts to become interesting, because once again, I was talking about the whole Clone Wars thing with Miles Morales. The question is the experiments going on with Miles Morales in any way connected to the experiments going on with America Chavez? If so, wow, because now you want to talk about a Clone War. Now you really got a freaking Clone War freaking going on.
Hey, Lucas.
What's up?
I gotta go, bro.
Of course, man.
Yeah,
you should have been out of here like an hour ago, man.
That's what I said. Oh boy! But thank you everybody for live chat and you guys on the panel. And I know McClay dipped out, so later, McClay, and I will catch you guys next weekend. And Spec Matrix. Let's just say I was working on one, and then I decided to do a different one because the one I was working on was too awesome, and I need to buy some books. But,
absolutely, man.
That's how it is. I'm sorry. Love you guys. Check you later.
All right. Take it easy.
Yep. Thank you to Ultra Maximus. He actually we're almost done. Last segment, and one of the best segments that we got going on is the deal
or drunk side. Yeah. So James, I've talked to Food Chain and stuff like that. Like, I have no control over that show. I just show up, honestly, and then just give my opinion. But you and Jonathan are more than welcome to join us on Deal or Flip Side on Wednesday nights if you're interested in that. I think you're muted.
Well, hold up. Yeah.
Hey, there we go. Sorry about that, Aaron. Yeah, dude, I'm totally down. I love Deal or Flip Side. I'm down.
All right, cool. Yeah.
So there's we got a celebrity in the chat. I think Mel's actually tuned in.
Oh, sweet.
Slaving away. Yeah.
Must be on Lunch Break or something like that.
Yeah, I saw him in there in the chat.
Yeah, I try to catch, I try to get Ultra in on this first set. So, yeah. How's it going, Mel? So,
what's up, Mel?
Yeah. All right. Let's go over our first set of books. So I had Cable number 1, Capullo, 1 in 100 variants.
Enough. Yeah.
That's so for $35 plus $5 shipping, and a Deadpool number 13, 1 in 100 for $28 and $5 shipping.
Wow, that's interesting, man. Because I remember picking those up for like $5. I'm talking about those Deadpool number 13, 1 in 100.
Oh, really?
Yeah, for $5, man.
Damn.
Nobody, and so that means at 1 in 100 going for $28. That is one of those forgotten soldiers that nobody remembers. Everybody forgotten. I mean,
yeah.
Jeez. And then that Cable number 1.
Yeah.
A very fine 1 in 100. I don't even remember if anything important happened in any of those books. Man. You got a tough one, right? You got a tough one right there, right?
Yeah, I mean, I intended to say, try to bump it up, so see if I could catch Ultra into the first round at least.
I don't think it's that hard because you've got Liefeld on a Liefeld created character.
That's true.
And I'm not a fan, right? I'm not a fan, but as far as Liefeld goes, that's not a bad cover. And it's on a Liefeld created character cover. So, I mean, shit, Deadpool 13.
So Mighty Mel V has honed in, and he says the Deadpool.
Okay.
Right. For aesthetics, I'm agreeing with him and the Deadpool number 13. Because I mean, years from now, I think people will look at either one of these and they'll say, yeah, I'll go with the freaking Deadpool.
Yeah.
Especially for a 1/100, man. Yeah. I would say that definitely when it comes to printings, I would have thought that the Cable number 1 would have had more printings versus the Deadpool. So I'm gonna go with the Deadpool number 13.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a big Deadpool fan, and I don't remember if I have this in my collection or not. So I might have to actually try to find another one that's around this price range, right?
I would also say too, that Cable says it's a very fine plus.
Yeah.
And the Deadpool's near mint. But I would honestly say that even if that Cable was a near mint, I'd still probably pick the Deadpool. I think it carries too much. I think it carries further because it's Liefeld on a Liefeld creation.
Yeah, definitely. And then especially with that run, how many people do you think were buying 100 issues of issue 13
of Deadpool? Yeah, issue 13 of Deadpool. No kidding. Yeah. Versus an issue 1 of any X character, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So I changed up on the, for dealer drunk side. I decided to, let's change it up a little bit. Let's throw in some random items. So we have a vintage Spider-Man and an Incredible Hulk toilet paper from 1979 that sold for $31 versus Funko Pop Rick and Morty GameStop, where it comes with a Funko Pop and toilet paper and a keychain that sold for $16.
Wow.
I mean, I know we were paying ridiculous prices for toilet paper earlier this year or last year, but why not, right?
These are actually pretty damn good freaking choices, man. But for posterity, and I mean, you're always going to want to go with that vintage Spider-Man toilet paper, or that vintage Spider-Man and Incredible Hulk, man. Look, 1979, man, that was right around when this shit was really freaking picking up. On the other hand, for the Rick and Morty heads, right? 10 years from now, people will be wanting those collectibles for the Rick and Morty, but I'm going to stick with the doggone Spider-Man and Incredible Hulk toilet paper. The problem is man, that's going to be so hard to protect.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Toilet paper from
a little bit of water. A little bit of water, that shit is gone.
It's gone.
Your whole investment is gone.
Yeah.
You better get one of those Funko Pop cases and put that shit in there. I'll tell you what.
My
Mel says, second wave of COVID coming, can never have enough toilet paper.
Fair enough.
Right.
Fair enough.
I mean, we see it out of the package too. Do you think someone was very careful and had gloves on touching it and stuff like that? Because I feel if you just touched it with your bare hands, that stuff could just disintegrate, right? From 79.
They probably grabbed a couple of squares off of it and then put it back in the box.
Exactly.
No, you're gonna do a square count on it when you buy it, like you do a page count when you buy an old book. No, I'm a firm believer in speculate nostalgia, right? And there's gonna be Spider-Man and Hulk toilet paper is not where it's at. Rick and Morty in 15 years, that's where it's at. 10 to 15 years, Rick and Morty is going to pop up again, and you're going to see some craziness going on. Yep. And so that set for $16, I'm in on that all day.
Yeah, because I mean, I used to work at ThinkGeek, which sold GameStop products.
Yeah,
and I want to say the initial buy-in was probably around $20, $30, somewhere around there. And then the ongoing joke was like, who's paying $30 for one roll of toilet paper?
Yeah.
And
Huh, 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 huh,
Didn't
huh.
age well.
But
Pandemic did not age well.
and then at the same time, like, this Sunday we're getting season 5 of Rick and Morty, so I could even see an uptick in price, starting Monday. Like, people are just like, probably rewatching or watching the series for the first time or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah. New
When
season
is
starting in
the
a couple days.
so there's the first print and the 1 to 50 that Rick and Morty book, right? But
Mhm.
then there's the little pamphlet little thing
Yep.
that is the actual first thing of that.
Yeah.
Will that ever like really pick up?
No, there was too many fakes on the
I
market.
agree.
It
the
was
Good
too
Book
easy to
Morty
fake.
or whatever.
Right.
Yeah.
And I agree with that. It should not, right? Here's
Yeah.
why. Because that is too reproducible
Yep.
Yeah.
to make it a collectible.
There was already bootlegs made. Like, I think the original.
Immediately there was bootlegs made.
Because like what the bootlegs have 2 staples in it, and the original only has 1. Is that what it is, or is it vice versa? I don't remember.
It was that, and there was a coloring difference. And then after the bootleggers, after everyone knew that was the way you told them apart, you can't tell me that they didn't adjust, that they didn't sit there and go, okay, we'll just put 1 staple in it. Okay,
Right.
we'll tone down this color. So I mean, that'll never be. It's the same as what was the first true appearance of the Ninja Turtles? What was that book?
Oh,
Gobbledygook.
Gobbledygook.
Gobbledygook, right?
Yeah.
That's a huge reason. Now, granted, certified copies of Gobbledygook go for really good money, right?
But they have to call in Eastman to like verify.
Yeah, you're never going to see a raw copy sell for anything.
Right.
Because serious collectors are not going to pay more than $100 for a Gobbledygook, because not a raw copy, because it was so easy to reproduce because of the way it was produced. And it's the same with the Rick and Morty pamphlets. They were cheaply produced, so they're easy to reproduce. And because of that, no, they'll never see huge collector's value. They never will. Well, not over Rick and Morty 1, not over Rick and Morty 1. There was a ratio for Rick and Morty 1.
There's several ratios. Like I have a 1 in 10, and then the one that everyone is like goes after is the 1 in 50 that Lucas was talking about.
The cow, right? The space cow.
No, the one where it's just Rick and Morty talking, and there's like a little thought talking about one. Yeah. Is that the Roland variant?
The big books.
Yeah. I want to address a comment from Invite to Raid 66. Welcome, brother. Thanks for staying up with us tonight. He says, the American #3 hasn't gotten me in the field yet. Family members don't usually blow up in my experience. I mean, Captain Marvel just had a half sister show up 8 issues ago. Here's the difference between the American #3. The American #3 didn't just have her family members, right? Didn't just have her sister. It changed her whole story. Because you got to remember, her whole thing was, oh, I'm an alien from a different freaking universe, and then I'm just here, and then my mommies, they just made me out of the love that they have, and they just died. Well, no. Turns out that her mothers were actually human. They were scientists, and they built her as a test tube in a lab. And her possible father donated the freaking sperm that actually freaking made her, and he was a scientist as well. That's the difference. That's the big difference between, your Captain Marvel #8 and all that other stuff. So, does that mean freaking go crazy over that? Absolutely freaking not. I'm just saying that's the reason why I like that book, and I think it's a little bit more interesting because, look, Gabby Rodriguez, who is the creator for Ms. Marvel, she had an interesting idea for America Chavez. Hey, I'm going to have this gay character, one of the freaking female gay characters out there, and she's a superhero, and she's doing this and that. But guess what? She's not really freaking gay, and she's a freaking alien. She's not Latina, and she's a freaking alien. right? You're not freaking gay if your whole race is just females, right?
Oh, that makes sense.
So everybody was constantly on her about this and that, and like, hey, oh, and then they freaking how do you get kicked off your own creation? They kicked her off, right? And then now they've got this whole story going, and it's actually starting to make more sense. And I can't wait to see what's going on with issue number 4.
I'm glad it makes more sense, but I was happy that there was a strong Puerto Rican character in the MCU, a strong Puerto Rican female character in the MCU.
Right.
So that does kind of upset me. I've been a big America Chavez collector, and spec aside, I don't necessarily know that hurts the spec. I don't care about that, but everyone should have a superhero, and it kind of like it upsets me a little bit that that's the route they went with it. So I don't know. I'm kind of waiting to see what happens with it down the road, but I guess she was still raised Puerto Rican, right? So
yes. Mm-hmm. Well,
I mean,
the island. I got to look back at the island, right? I got to look back at the island because it's possible that the island that she was actually born on was in Puerto Rico or one of the islands off of Puerto Rico. So you never know. You never know.
All right, let's see what we have next. Get off this toilet. All right, so I have Deadpool number 67 sold for $14.99 versus Marvel Comics Deadpool Weapon X issues 57 through 60 for $14, but $12 shipping. But you know, at least it's priority and not like first class or media.
I don't know how I feel about either of those books. I'm like dead on those, man. I wouldn't buy either of them, so I don't know, man. Oh man.
Yeah. So what drew your attention to these books, Aaron?
So for the Weapon X series, you know, we have that Wolverine Disney Plus series coming out, and then this I've heard a lot of rumors that is you know, about the Weapon X program, right? Or it's gonna have at least a few episodes, so I don't see why it couldn't, you know, why you couldn't show like Ryan Reynolds of that, you know, at least get him in the door into the MCU. And then I've been hearing a lot of people like excited about Dazzler for whatever reason, so I figured why not, you know, and then also 1 book versus 4.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
All right. Well, Deadpool Weapon X versus Deadpool number 67, Dazzler cover appearance versus, yeah. Man, I tell you what, for a couple of series that I'm not even familiar with, 15. I mean, I'm looking at the prices.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, once again, I go back to even if you rolled up with me, Aaron, and said, "Hey, Lucas, here's what you need to do. I heard this about this thing and everything. You know what I could do with $18, or I mean, I could buy some stock.
That's true.
I could buy, you know, like 5 shares of ORC for the price that you're paying for that Marvel Comics Deadpool Weapon X. I could probably buy some stock of AT&T. And the only reason why I would do that is because I just don't know enough about these books.
So this is from the same Deadpool run. I guess it would be technically volume 2. You know, the 97 series, but it's towards like the end of the run.
Man, yeah, I would have to pass on either of these, man.
Gotcha.
If I had to pick one, it would be Deadpool, just because Deadpool on roller skates with Dazzler. But that's like it would be the novelty of the cover, not the book.
Okay. For me, I think I would still have to pick the 57 through 60. You know, I always thought it was interesting that Wade was part of the whole Weapon X program and all that. So.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah. All right. let's see what I have next. So I have some shoes.
Ooh.
So
That's
we
my
have some, yeah. So we have some Vans Marvel Spider-Man slip-ons. I guess there was multiple sizes that you could choose from that sold for $150 versus some Adidas that are the Mandalorian Star Wars shoes.
With box, the Adidas.
Okay.
Yeah,
Because Adidas hold value and Star Wars attracts value. So with box, I would have to say Adidas. Well, honestly, no matter what, I'd say Adidas because Vans for $150 is like, that's insane.
Right. Yeah. To me, it's hard to pick the Mandalorian shoes. Like I agree that like Adidas with Star Wars, like, you know, that whole shoe line is killer.
Yeah.
But something about like those just like, you know, if we covered up the names, like I wouldn't know that was a Mandalorian pair of Star
true.
Wars. Yeah. So I mean,
anybody watching this tonight, go check out the Boba Fett. It was Adidas that did the Fett ones, right? They did the Fett.
I almost chose those.
go check the Fets out, and Aaron's exactly right. Go check the Fets out, and without knowing those were Fett shoes, you'd be like, "Oh, those are Boba Fett shoes." Yep. And he's right. Like you couldn't tell unless there's a patch on the back or something on these. He's absolutely right. You wouldn't know these are Mandalorian. You'd be like, "These are some weird colored shoes."
Right.
Yeah. No, you're right on that. You're right on that.
I mean, don't get me wrong. There are definitely some killer Adidas shoes throughout that line that you could definitely tell like these are Star Wars shoes.
Yeah.
What do you think, Lucas?
always Adidas Originals ZX 2K. You can find those on the StockX, which means there is resale value on that.
Yeah.
The only misgiving that I has is that free shipping from Taiwan.
Yeah. Seems a bit questionable, right?
Nah, my dude.
You're gonna get a size 11 and a size 9 in the same box.
I don't know who Boo Boo the Fool is, man, but it ain't he don't live with me, so you ain't gonna be shipping it to my house. I'll tell you that damn much. Let's see. Let me check the Vans X Spider-Mans on StockX. That's a big question.
So also, I thought this was a very interesting point too. That if you are a sneakerhead, eBay recently has negated fees for selling shoes.
Yeah,
like anything that's over $100, like they don't take a. I don't know all the full details because I don't flip sneakers.
Well, they're not supposed to, right? Because many states do not tax shoes because it's clothing.
Yeah, they don't tax apparel. Exactly.
Okay.
So they shouldn't be freaking grabbing fees. I mean, you're gonna freaking tax me on something I need to freaking live? Really? You know, I got 6 kids, and you still got to freaking tax me for each kid? God, come on now.
Yeah.
So true. the Vans X Spider-Man is not on StockX.
Okay.
So the Adidas then 100%.
Yeah, so you're gonna have to freaking roll the dice.
Even from Taiwan.
That Jim Buck is gonna actually send you those damn shoes, man.
All right. Let's see. What do I have next? I don't remember. All right. So Flashpoint #1, third print variant versus we'll go ahead and say it's 2 copies of Nice House on the Lake #1.
Nice House. Oh man, I don't know.
So the Thomas Wayne, who is that? Is that the bad kid?
No, Thomas Wayne isn't that
was that Bruce Wayne's father?
That's Bruce Wayne's father, where he becomes Batman. Yeah.
It's also a very fine. Keep that in mind.
Yep. I didn't even know that this had a third print. I thought it just went up to second, but apparently
I think I'd have to go Flashpoint 1. I'd have to. I think Nice House on the Lake's got some good potential. I mean, it definitely does. I mean, obviously $16.50 for a book that just came out, but man, that it's a third print, right? And it's a third print first appearance. Even very fine.
Yeah, and that's like is that during a time period when people didn't really care about later printings?
Yeah, 2011 it wasn't until like 2 years ago that people gave a crap about second, third print. Started looking at second, third printings as variants. I think that's that's the switch that happened, But yeah, you're right. I mean, 2011, nobody cared. Shops were buying one or two for people that wanted to add the story to their hold, and that was it. It wasn't like people weren't buying 50 copies.
That's true.
Yeah.
And then what? There's still potential with the Flashpoint, because isn't that what the premise of the Flash movie that's coming out next?
Yep, exactly.
What do you think, Lucas? I mean, I know you don't like later printings, but
It's not that I don't like later printings. Is that if it's the same art as the other printings and it doesn't add any other information, then what are we doing? Especially when it comes to those printings where people are spending like hundreds of dollars, $600 on some bullshit, and it just doesn't freaking make any sense. The Nice House on the Lake, number 1. That's a cover A.
Yep.
That one's going to be. It's got so much potential to be adapted already. I've already seen when I was reading it, I already saw like 2 or 3 movies in my mind that it was just like. So this one is going to be, if DC pulls their head out of their ass. Big if they'll freaking do this right. The problem I feel that's going to happen is that with this whole thing with AT&T and Discovery, right? They've got to change of hands and change of houses and everything, so they got to wait a while before there's going to be any new big news about any new stuff coming out. So it's going to be a while. Maybe give them about a couple years, right? So in the meantime, wait. Don't buy that stuff now. Leave this. Stop buying Nice House on the Lake. Stop buying it, and then people are going to forget about this freaking book. And then when it's really cheap, start buying it, and that's when DC will decide, or excuse me, that's when Discovery Plus will decide to pick this book up.
The other thing I like about Nice House on the Lake is that it's still a creator-owned driven book. Doesn't Tynion have like the rights to the Nice House on the Lake versus whoever created Flashpoint? Like they don't.
I'd be curious to know how deep the rights go on that. Because if you're right, if it's 100% creative owned and he can take Nice House on the Lake anywhere he wants to and it not be a DC thing, then it's got a lot more of a future. If it's a DC thing, I feel like they've got a lot more priority on other projects. It's not going to be a Tynion DC Black Label book, which it should be. I really wish they would look back at some of the stuff they put out through the Black Label and really pay more attention to it, because DC as a house doesn't just have to be Batman and Superman. It can be some of these indie books that DC has imprinted. And I think if they do that, they would do well. I think they would find that they would do well. But I don't know
Uniform 13.
I don't know that the DC higher ups have that head about them. I don't know that they do. So until they show otherwise, I don't know.
Well, shout out to Uniform 13. That's what Black Label is. It's writer control.
Yeah. If that's the case, if it's 100% writer controlled, then Nice House on the Lake has a good future. It really does.
Yep.
It really, really does. If Tynion can shop around Netflix and other places like that, then this book will probably show up really soon as being an option property. It's an amazing book. It's an amazing story.
Yeah, I'm sure as what Mel would say, let the beat build, and they got 12 issues to see hammer it out, right?
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
All right. So how about some statues? Do any of y'all collect statues?
I don't. I look at them.
No, really.
I don't buy them.
People are actually bidding on that? The fuck?
Dude,
Yeah.
statues are a big game, man. The only time I've ever bought a statue, I have bought one. It was San Diego 2 years ago. And it was an Iron Man, like some limited Iron Man statue from I can't even remember what company, big statue company that shows up in San Diego, right? They got a huge, one of the biggest displays in all of San Diego, Comic-Con. And the guy I went with, the guy who owns LCS near to me, I go with him, I help him buy shit and sell shit, and I speculate while I'm there, right? Well, he's in line. And he goes, "Hey, they still got this available. You should buy one." And I'm like, "Dude, it's like $400. I'm not buying a statue for $400." And he goes, "No, trust me, buy it." And so I bought this Iron Man statue. We left an hour later to go drop off our big packages of, bags and stuff out of the car before we ran through the con again. And while I was sitting there at the parking lot smoking a cigarette, I listed it on eBay. I'm like, 850 OBO, right? By the time we left the car and walked back to the convention center, it sold for asking 850. So at that point, I was like, okay, pay attention to statues. My problem is I hate shipping them. So that's why I've never gotten into it. But there's a huge market for limited statues. And I've started to realize that these collectors that buy these things are crazy, like crazier than comic book fans in some cases. But yeah, they got to be the right one. They've got to be limited. They've got to be hard to find, or they've got to be old and hard to find. So I've started to figure that stuff out. But yeah, I've bought one statue ever.
Yeah. So I actually own the Killing Joke statue, and I bought it before I got back into comics. Actually, my brother gave me like the graphic novel of the Killing Joke. I bought it on Amazon, so I think it was free shipping because I think I had a Prime account at the time. And then, so it wasn't too bad. But I don't remember what price I paid for it. But I know the statue was going for a high price at one point in time, probably around the time period of when the animated Killing Joke was coming out again, or was coming out, and it was becoming so popular that they had to make a second print copy where it was slightly different. Like instead of standing on the box, I think he's like standing on the Red Hood helmet or something like that, or I don't remember. Like it's a variation, and it does light up. Actually, I don't take my stuff out of the box. I'm just one of those collectors. So, and the whole thing about the Batman black and white McFarlane statue, it's playing homage to the 423, and this was announced I think 2 San Diego Comic-Cons ago that it was gonna be created, and then I pre-ordered it at my shop. But the whole thing was this is the same time period when DC was breaking away from Diamond, and then they went to Lunar, and I don't remember the other company. It was at UCS.
UCS,
yeah. And so, even though we had pre-ordered it with Diamond, he had to reorder it again through whichever company he went with, and to this day I'm still waiting for my shop to get one in. So, yeah, but yeah, if I didn't have either or, I'm gonna go with the Joker.
Based off of what you just said, I'd have to go with the Joker as well. And then saying, going back on what I just said, you've got a DC Direct versus an ArtFX. And I know ArtFX is limited numbers. I don't know if I'm sure DC Direct is, but I'm sure the production runs are higher. I would assume the production runs are higher. So yeah. I would say the ArtFX Killing Joke. And Killing Joke's seen a resurgence lately, so from the comic book collector standpoint. So I guess I would go with the Killing Joke statue.
What's the name of those little figurines that old people love?
Cupies.
That's
Homos.
Oh,
yeah.
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 So
almost of our generation.
yes, these are going to be the homicides. We're going to be sitting around in our fucking retirement homes with these little bullshit ass figurines, right? And our fucking grandkids, every time they come visit us, they're going to buy us one of these. Like, hey, grandpa, I fucking love you. Fucking bought you this new bullshit figurine, you know. So it doesn't matter which one of these is it, right? Fucking. I think they're both freaking good. I think they're both on the freaking same level. I do think that once again, think about your grandkids. Which one of these is your grandkid's going to pick up because he thinks your old granddad is going to freaking like? He's going to pick up that killing joke because it's a little bit more colorful, right? So he's gonna pick that bullshit up. And he's gonna fucking granddad fucking loves the fucking Joker and was gonna pass it off to you, right? So that's the one. Or maybe he's gonna say, well, granddad doesn't like fucking bad guys. He likes fucking Batman, you know, or some shit like that. And he's gonna fucking pick up the Batman. So it's gonna be tough. But I do think the colorfulness of the Joker looks more like those Hummel figurines. So I'm gonna go with the Killing Joke.
Well, and the funny thing too with the black and white Batman statue, that was the 100th black and white statue that they've done in the line.
Right. So it's the Marvel Man 16 is asking about Funko Pops. Right. So
those are the almost of our generation.
Right. All right. So there's two tough. I like the way you're thinking, but there's two tough things about that. Number one, these statues are easier to break, right? Which means it's harder to keep them in good standing. But those Funko Pops, they are meant to be broken. They're meant to be taken out of the fucking case and broken. Like, you can look all over the place. There are Funko Pops that you're supposed to break open the head and there's shit inside you're supposed to fucking take out. People don't realize that. So as more people are starting to realize that, when 40 years ago, 40 years from now, when we're in a freaking home, and they're trying to figure everything out. Well, and we're trying to figure out, hey, what are we gonna buy a fucking granddad? Well, I'm gonna break out the freaking statue. It's gonna be hard to find one that's in good condition. Or even those Funko Pops, if you don't take good care of them, because a lot of people keep them in those cardboard cases, but those cardboard cases really aren't that durable, right?
Yeah.
Mold and water and all that shit will fucking get into it, and will fucking get in there and fucking ruin the Funko Pop as well. So this is one of those. This is a 40-year from now question versus a right now question.
I have a firm thought on Funko Pops, right? And this is coming from somebody who stood in line and won the lottery at San Diego and got pops and sold them and made hundreds of dollars, right? Funko Pops 20 years from now, nobody's gonna care. Nobody's gonna care. You're gonna have those super, super rare ones, and yeah, the nostalgia factor is gonna kick in, and people are gonna want to buy them. But if you got a huge, like Mel said, he sold all of his pops. Good, Mel. Good job. Like, man, I don't know. There's some that are rare, super rare, right? By all means, hold on to those. They're probably only going to go up in value. But most of these pops, these people think they're buying these, you know, these chase pops that are even 1 in 6. Those chase pops are nothing. 1 in 6.
Yeah.
There's 1 in 100. We just showed earlier 20 minutes ago. Aaron just showed 1 in 100 variants that are selling for $20 of comics they're way harder to get in good condition. Like, pops, man, they're cool. I like them. I've got a bunch. I'm never planning on making a bunch of money off of selling them, you know. And I even had one. I had a Forky that was a print error. That was an error pop. It had half of the paint was never applied to it. And my son looks up. My 3-year-old son points up to it on my shelf and he goes, "Oh, Forky." And I'm like, "Yeah, you want it?" I opened the box. I handed it to him. He ripped the top off of it 2 hours later, you know. And it's I don't care. And I know some people like they collect those. They collect the airs and it's hundreds of dollars or whatever. But like, I don't know. I just don't see it. Maybe I'm wrong. I might be crazy. There might be heritage auctions 15 years from now and a Funko Pop goes for, $1.5 million. Who knows? But I don't see it. I don't see it.
There's
Statues sell for thousands of dollars every day, though. I will say that.
Right.
Statues, comic book or non-comic book, statues sell at art collections for thousands of dollars every day. You know what I mean?
Right.
I was gonna invest in one of the other statues is where it's at, but that's still not my game. But if I was gonna invest in Funko Pops or statues. Because there's statues from 100 years ago that were built really shitty that still fetch tens of thousands of dollars. And you're talking about statues produced today, even if they're produced in China, print runs are low enough and people like it enough. Who knows what the future holds for comic book statues is a relatively new thing in the industry. Who knows what the future holds for those? You know what I mean? Like, who knows?
Yeah. The only thing that's scary about statues though now is like with the the diamond select ones and stuff like that, where it's like $50 and then like those are mass produced, right?
Yeah, the mold are held in the
so, I mean, I get the idea that like, okay, you can actually take these out of the box, display them, because like they're not breakable. I mean, they are breakable, but they're not as fragile as like something that's like made out of ceramic or anything else.
Yeah, they're not ceramic or porcelain. Exactly. Yeah.
This is a very neglected when everybody's talking about all these collectibles is bear bricks, right?
Yep.
Look at these. These are going for $1,000, $5,000. Depending on the size of them, they initially come out for $800. They're very restricted and allocated. Look at this one, Star Wars one going for like $4,000. One from Disney, Peanut Snoopy, $3,000. And they don't make that many of them. People don't realize. And shout out to Nick Heartless, for bringing this to my freaking attention. Because once again, this is shit that I have access to. I just don't know what the fuck it is. And I didn't know what the fuck it was until he told me about it. That I started looking around, like, oh shit, yeah, this is big fucking business.
Yeah,
the small ones are like $400. The big ones are like $800 freaking bucks. And then once they're gone, right? That's when you freaking immediately start hitting like the $1,000 freaking marks. So once again, years from now, when people start to realize what the heck these are going to definitely. You think these are expensive now? Yeah, they're definitely going to freaking take off.
Well, they did a I think it was Bear Bricks recently. Just did a Warhol
and Basquiat.
Yeah, there you go, Warhol and Basquiat, and that. I mean, okay. The art world is now fully maturing into Basquiat and has been fully matured into Warhol, but I mean, people don't understand like these. A lot of people see these as collectibles from the collectibles community, but you have to understand that like there are people that see these as art, and it's the same with comic books. A lot of people, you ask why a Superman 1 sells for $3.5 million, right? It's because some people look at that and they don't see it as a comic book. They see it as art, and
or a piece of history or something like that.
As art, and I have seen some of these legitimately. I see these prices and I'm like, this is ridiculous. But I have seen some that I'm like, I'd spend $400 on that. I've seen some where I'm like, I'm blown back and I'm like, I'd spend the money on that.
$1,500. $1,500
on a Basquiat. I'd buy it for $1,500.
I'm sick right now.
I could have gotten that at release, even if it was $400 or $500 at release. I'd buy that. Buy that.
I could have gotten it for $400.
Yeah, I was gonna say, wasn't this the one that like you and Nick were talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, pay attention to King Saladin. That guy's moving into. A lot of people don't know him. He does Money Bear. Money Bear is his big thing, but he's moving into other projects. He just did a watch 2 weeks ago, which unfortunately, actually, I might go check tonight and see if it's still available since I didn't get my Spirit Weeklies, and my PayPal account's a little fat right now. But he just did a watch, and this dude is quickly moving into other projects. He's a phenomenal artist, phenomenal street artist. His original paintings go for tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars. The dude's amazing. But he's going to be stretching and stuff like that. He just did sports cards. He just did a watch. I can't remember what last. He did another. Oh, he did a collaboration with eBay directly to do a sweatshirt.
Nice.
Which he does when he does his clothing. It's $200 to $300 for his clothing. The eBay one was a sweatshirt, and I think it was only $100. After it sold out, secondary market was like $300 and something for the sweatshirt, and those sold out. But yeah, King Saladin's probably the next guy you're going to see on stuff like that. The bear bricks and the cause statues and stuff like that. A lot of these guys, like, people don't understand, like, there's hardcore collectors in that stuff.
Right. So Mel V is asking, what are the sold prices? Let me go back to that real quick.
Oh yeah, Dunnies. Mel said Dunnies too. Dunnies, man. Some of these Dunnies that have these high-end artworks on them are insane.
Right. So just for example, with this Jean-Michel Basquiat, this is a Mediacom, right? Mediacom is like, so the regular Basquiats are the large regular are like about this big, right? The small ones are a lot smaller. That's what you're getting. You're getting a small one. Those, when they initially come out, like are $100. This one sold for $350. This other Andy Warhol and John Basquiat, $900, almost $900. Actually, you do the math, it's about $1,000 for that one.
From Hong Kong, by the way.
Yeah, from Hong Kong. Yeah.
But a lot of those toys do come out there, so it is understandable on that one.
Yeah,
right.
the one that sold for like $245. Yeah. I actually have a pair of socks of that Jean-Michel Basquiat.
Right. Yeah. So when it comes to this bear bricks and manga shit, don't be surprised if it's like Taiwan and Hong Kong. That's a fucking where. That's where the high concentration of it. That's where the market is. So
yeah, that's a huge chunk of their market. A huge chunk of their market is the Asian market. Yeah.
So what else we got, Aaron?
All right, so this is my last set of books. So I thought this was kind of interesting. So we have a G.I. Joe, a Real American Hero, number 25, CGC 9.8, that sold for $541. And then the same book, it has a CBCS, sold for $525 plus $16.95 for shipping. So if you do the math real quick, CBCS sold for $1 more. So I thought it was kind of interesting that, like, that the gaps are kind of closing in, and
CBCS all day.
So, as a Hive Comics representative, I will say that last week we sold our first pre-screen CGC 9.8 CBCS books, because here's the thing. Now the secondary market, I don't understand, right? I feel like there should be a spread. But I think that CBCS has finally shown that their cases are good. From what I hear, I haven't held a new case. I heard they're good. I've heard that their grading standards have come up. And you talk to anybody who's BGC over CBCS or CBCS, and they will say that was their two qualms, right? They don't grade as well or as harshly. They're not as stern, and their cases are awful, right? Well, if their cases are better and they're grading on that same level, then they are just, in my eyes, they're just as good. But also from a collector's perspective, the reason that we decided to offer it was because we know that some people like to turn and burn books, and you can't turn and burn a book if you're waiting 6 months. And I don't think that CGC holdout of the current turnarounds, I don't think it's going to last very long. I think you give them another 2 months and they'll be back to 40-day turnarounds and stuff like that. But CBCS is there now. And if they're there now, like, I'm getting ready to send in my first personal CBCS submission, and it's a bunch of Paper Girls that I've got, right? Because Paper Girls is hot now. 6 months from now, I don't know. but I feel like that even if there is a difference between CBCS and CGC, I feel like the difference is warranted now, where I will still make more money off my CBCS books than I will 6 months from now with my CGC books. And I think a lot of people are starting to trend that way. And I mean, it makes sense to me, I guess, that the prices are similar, because I feel like a lot of people are feeling like I am, you know, where if they're hitting all the check marks, right, and it sounds like they are, then why not? Why wouldn't they be valued the same? Change those damn labels. God damn it, change those labels.
Yeah. If you think about it, right now, if you're talking about as much as a delay for the CGC is right now, the CBCS costs you a lot more, right? Because they're just turning it out right now. Time is money.
Time is money.
Time is money, man. First market is always going to be the higher price, or one of the higher prices. Because if you're the first to market, you can almost charge anything you freaking want, or try and charge anything you want.
Right.
So I mean, this is an older book, so it's gonna be hard to say that. But for some of these other books, when it comes to the difference between CGC and CBCS, give me the one that arrives at my house earliest that I can put it on eBay right away, always. And that's one that should be making more money.
Any one of you guys that has bought and sold books, and I know Aaron's been there, I know Lukey's has been there, I know a bunch of people in the chat that have been there. If you have ever been the first to market with a book, you understand the power of that. And I've been fortunate in my collecting career of years and years. I've been first to market twice on a book. Twice. And there's nothing like it. And I'm not saying you alter the community, but you're able to actually hit top dollar for a book. And CBCS right now, they offer that. And so for guys that submit a lot of books at cons, or they submit a lot of books at, like, what's the first appearance that came out this week? Well, I can have a slab that, you know, eBay will allow you 30 business days, right, to have a listing up. So that's approximately 42 days, actual days. With CBCS right now, you can actually get a book back in that time. So you can list a book the day it comes out, CBCS 9.8, and submit it and get it back and still fulfill your request within eBay timelines. You used to be able to do that with CGC, but you can't do that now. Yeah. So people can't pre-sell 9.8s anymore. They can't. You can't. You just can't. If you do, you're stupid at this point. And I think because of a lot of that too, it's getting a lot. CBCS is getting a lot more exposure with the new hot books.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, because what I've heard a lot of people are doing is, like, if it's a book that can kind of wait and stuff like that, and you're like still letting it build up, like, send it to CGC. But if it's like you're trying to be that person that's first to market, CBCS all day, right? Yeah. So it just depends on, like, where you are in your collection or what you're sending to get graded at this point. So. Yeah,
what's your goal, right? If it's a PC book, for me, it's going to CGC. If it's a book I'm going to flip, and I'm trying to flip it quick. If it's a book that I don't necessarily feel has a lot of longevity, it's going to CBCS, because I can get it out in a market quicker.
See, you know? I'm a bit of the opposite. Like, if it's just a personal book, like, I'm gonna go with a grading company that's gonna charge me less. I'm gonna I'm gonna send my personal books to CBCS because, like, you know, the intention is not to sell it. Like,
I guess that's true, right? You're trying to keep it safe.
Or I'm just trying to preserve it and keep the grade, you know, right?
Maybe it's just habit. Like, all of my PCs are, except for one, I've got one PC that's not CGC. Mm-hmm. But I maybe it's just preference at that point, right? It's personal preference. And if the grading's the same and the cases are both good, then if you're still getting the protection out of it, which you do out of both services.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, I have both. Like, I use both companies, like, all day. Like, and so, like, to me, I think it's always been interesting that there's this, like, I don't want to say division, but always, like, this classic argument of, like, one company versus the other. But it's like, you know, they're providing the same service, you shouldn't be paying for the label. You should be paying for the book.
Yeah. Agree. But if CBCS would fix their labels,
All right,
I
you have a
agree.
good one, Mel.
they just
All right.
fix those labels.
Mel's got to go back. Mel's got to go back to lunch at 4:00 in the fucking morning. See
Hey,
ya, Mel.
I used to work those graveyard shifts. I know how it is. Like, yeah, you don't your lunch break until 3 or 4. So, yeah.
I know I hit Mel up earlier. I'm like, dude, I used to work the 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. shift as a mechanic, man. I feel for you. I
It's
hate those
kinda
late night
peaceful.
shifts are brutal. They are. It's late shifts are they're very peaceful, but those trying to recover to have family time after those when you're awake the opposite time as the rest of your family, man, that gets rough. It gets rough.
Yeah. What I used to do was whenever I got out, I got out like at 7 and then or 7:30, 8, something like that. I would stay up until like noon
Mhm.
and then like make sure I was in bed by 2 so I could wake up by 10 because I didn't have to be at work until like midnight. So
That's how I got used to the military and my life as a mechanic is how I got used to like 4 or 5 hours of sleep. And now if I get more than that, I feel weird. But it's the same thing. I would stay awake and I'd see my wife off to work. I'd walk my son to school. You know, I'd watch a little TV. I'd eat some good food, and then I'd bed down for like 5 hours and then go back to work.
yeah. Well, it's kind of nice too, like with that schedule that you could take care of anything you wanted to throughout the day because no one's around like doing anything. You could be like the first in line at a shop or whatever, or just take care of every business. Yeah.
Yep.
Buy more books while you're up. Hey, so I want to ask you guys, what do you think of this? Nolan Nerd says, rarity doesn't make something sell. The demand for it and perception of that thing makes it sell. Example: Miss Marvel, Captain Marvel, Moon Girl, and Devil, Squirrel Girl, or any other crap character.
Okay. So, you are correct. Supply and demand is the basis of comic book markets and selling. However, you also have to be aware of the rarity of a book to understand the fact that at some point there might be a demand for that book. And if the demand outreaches the supply and the book is a rare book, like All New Wolverine 2, right? Squirrel Girl, okay? There was not a demand for that book. People read Squirrel Girl and they're like, what the hell is this? Nobody wants this, right? So there was no demand and supply was low because nobody cared. Nobody took care of that book. They read it. They went like, oh, okay, whatever, right? They didn't consider it a first appearance. It was just a book, right? Same with Moon Girl. Everyone's like, oh, it's a kid book, right? Nobody cared about it. Nobody paid attention to it. Hell, I didn't. I bought and sold Moon Girl for 2 years. Bought, slabbed, resold, bought, slabbed, resold, bought, slabbed, signed, resold. You know, I made lots of money off that book, but I didn't care enough to keep any for my PC. But then you start to look at it and you're like, well, nobody cared until it became hot. And now that rarity, that does make a difference. So rarity does matter in key issues, and it might not matter now, but it might matter 5 years from now or 10 years from now. I personally made a goal starting this year that every Marvel and DC first appearance, I buy at least 2 copies and I stash them. I don't sell them. I don't care if they had $100 the next week. I stash them. And it's because I want to see what happens 5 years from now. And you're right. Rarity does not make something sell. 1 in 100s, there's plenty of 1 in 100s that sell for $10, right? Rarity doesn't make something sell. But rarity combined with demand, the two things put together is what makes books that were $3 worth $600, worth $900, or worth more. Ultimate Fallout 4 was not a rare book, was not a desirable book. Now it is a $2,800 book, $3,000 book, because the people that read it were like, cool, another Spider-Man. They didn't take care of it, right? They didn't care to. But now...
And that polybag damage too.
Yeah. But now demand has overreached supply. And that's what pushes that. demand overreaching supply drives price. So rarity makes it easier for demand overreaching supply. So that's where it comes from. That's why it's worth paying attention to. And that's like the basics of comic speculation is exactly that, you know? And it doesn't always have to be that case. There could be 100,000 printed of a book. There's plenty of copies of New House on the Lake, right? There's plenty of copies of Berserker. But Berserker still sells for more than original price. There's still books like that out there that do that because there's some books that transcend comics, and those are the ones to really pay attention to. And you'll notice that the big books that you see now, the big books, the books that hit $400 and $600, especially indie books, they didn't have demand. There wasn't much supply. But once that demand hits, man, it hits hard. You know, it really hits hard. And a lot of times those are the books that transcend comics. You're not going to see a lot of X-Men that transcends comics, right? You're going to see a lot of indie books that transcend comics. And when books transcend comics and you've got non-comic buyers buying that stuff as an investment, forget about it. That's when the sky's the limit.
Yeah. Well, and then I also want to say, to add on, that, you know, until there is a demand for a rare book, do not throw them on eBay for auction. Like, just set the price that you want to get for that book. Like, just leave it as a buy it now if you need to sell it. You know what I mean? Like, you will not get the value that you could see of just throwing it up as an auction with no demand at all for a rare book. I mean, we see it all the time. Like, and then, you know, everyone that sees it, you know, we just cringe.
Yeah.
Like, because, like, you know, like he's saying that if there's no demand for it, then why are you even throwing it up as an auction? Like, you're not going to set a record price. Just list it as a buy it now. I mean, nothing like super ridiculous, but like, yeah.
Bunch of prime example, Howard the Duck 1, Ron Lim sketch variant, right? It was the umpteenth printing of that book. Nobody cared, right? Nobody cared about that book. I bought it. I bought mine. It was a Midtown Comics Marvel back issue sale, and I probably cleared out Midtown. But at that time, the Ron Lim color variant was going for $150, and I'm like, well, it's a sketch variant, and I realized it's less rare. It wasn't a ratio. It was technically a second printing, right? But I bought an ungodly amount, and I submitted and sold, right? Covered my costs, and so I'm playing with house money. But you start to realize that as you see those books go up in value, you're like, okay, now there's more demand than supply. But also there's more demand for the Ron Lim variant than there's supply of the Ron Lim color variant. So that started trickling down to the sketch variant. And now the Ron Lim sketch second prints sell for $200 9/8 all day, every day. You know, I can't keep them in. Every time I send a CGC submission in, I send in 2 or 3 more. And the second I get them back, they're gone. You know, and it's the demand gets there. But Aaron was right. I mean, if you've got these books that are super rare and your buy-in was low, don't be in a hurry to get rid of them. Hold on to them. You know, just sit on them. I mean, if your buy-in was $10, $20 for a 1 in 50, 1 in 100, why are you selling it? Because it costs that comic shop a lot of money to get that book in. And there's a lot of comic shops that weren't willing to spend that money to get it in. So that book is a lot more rare than you might think it is. And those are good hold books. You know, those are really good hold books.
So I think I talked about this maybe 3 weeks ago or something like that, where there was a study where they actually did an evaluation of the proper coefficients to use when it comes to that, right? Because people say rarity, right? And there's some truth to almost everything you said, Jim. So they evaluated going back, and once again, of course, we haven't had eBay for a while, so they had to use some of the Overstreet price guide prices and the shit, I forget the name of the excuse me, the Gerber index. You use the Gerber index to over street price guide and the eBay prices and this and that, right? And they broke down the coefficients. Of course, the coefficients were title presence. That means like how many, like if a book has a whole bunch of freaking issues out, and there's a whole bunch of titles that actually make it to the overshoot price guide. Is that an evaluation of, or is that an indicator that it's later on titles might have some type of value? Also, cover artists, J. Scott Campbell, to Adam Hughes, is that something that might indicate be a coefficient? Interior artists, right? Grade, right? We always talk about 9.8s, 9.7, 9.6s, and everything. Scarcity. Age, right? That's another big thing. First appearance of the title character, origin of the title character, first appearance of the 9 title characters, encounter between notable characters, title crossovers, notable cover elements, and notable issue numbers. And they did a breakdown, and they found somewhat grades. Of course, your grade at 41. A coefficient of 41, it was okay. And then the age, of course, so if it's 50 years old, it's like, okay, gotcha. And then, third is like first appearance of non-title character and encounter and all this other stuff. And they were like, okay, there's these things that are easily predictable, right? But some of that stuff doesn't account for some of the newer stuff, right? So what they actually did was they broke out each and every single one. They would take away the B3, or they would take away the B6, and after they take the B6 away, they found that there really wasn't any big movers, either left or to the right. So actually, what you were talking about, James, is they actually introduced a new coefficient, right, which is the Y15, which is non-specialist media presence. That means people who are not comic book people talking about a comic book.
Oh wow!
So if that happens, that's what shoots a book up, right? So that means movie people talking about a freaking comic book. That means news people talking about a freaking comic book for whatever reason. That's the stuff that pushes a freaking price up, and it had freaking huge freaking freaking ramifications for it.
Yep.
Unfortunately, I don't have table 5 in here, but that's that, and they were able to correlate. Like, hey, it's in this freaking cloud. Boom! On this day, they were able to see it every single time. So Y15 and X15, that's what pushes, and that's exactly what you're talking about. So yes, rare. When we push the whole thing about rarity, which is B5 scarcity, a lot of people say, hey, this book is rare. This book is rare. A book, according to the Gerber Index, a book's not really rare until it's like 20 books and below.
Oh wow!
Anything above that, it's scarce.
Rarity is relative. When you talk about the art community,
Nope. Gerber Index has set it down. Nope, don't. Gerber Index has set it down and say, hey, it's 20 and below. If it's above that, then you're scarce. If it's above that, it's printed less than normal.
Yeah.
And then so on and so on. People like to throw in their freaking eBay. Oh, this is fucking rare. No, it's not. No, it's not, because once again, when you're trying to take one collectible and you're trying to compare it to the other collectibles that are out there in the freaking world, and we're trying to say our collectible as a comic book industry is worth more than that bullshit. We need to freaking come up with a common freaking standard, and the standard is out there. It's been out there for years.
Yeah.
Right. Hey, 500. Hey, this is limited to 500. Oh, this is rare. Not really rare. It's limited. That's a great word to say. It's limited, and it's lower printed than normal. Those are great freaking words to use, but saying it's fucking rare, that's fucking out of line. Right. We're all fucked up over that.
I think the important thing to remember is comic book collectors, right? We collect on story and first appearance and things like that. And there's collectors that collect on art, right? I mean, that's my business basically is people buying the same book but with better art, right? And it's when you see books that can meld the two that they do well. But as you tack on other things on this list, you know, if you tack on a well-known cover artist, right? Or even a cover artist that isn't well known, but does the art so well that people feel like they should know who they are. And you can tack on scarcity and art, and you can tack on a first appearance and things like that. I mean, that's when you really see growth.
Marvel Man 6 is rare, hard to find.
Facsimile. Yeah.
I have seen that bullshit.
I
Oh
mean,
my goodness, you gotta.
I mean, honestly, I think in my eBay title, I would write rare before I write lower print than normal or whatever
Right.
you were saying. I mean, hard to I could see writing just hard to find or HTF instead of rare would be more appropriate.
Right. I can get that. Yeah, I can find that. I mean, I could dig with that. If people want to put the numbers that they think are the printed numbers, even though once again they're not the printed numbers. Those are distribution. Those are exactly. Those are distribution numbers.
Yep.
But those are also, if we're talking about Comic-Con numbers, those are also estimated.
Mm-hmm. Right. like if you go to the Comic-Con numbers, actually what you also need to do is go to, there's another chart that's within Comic-Con and it says, hey, those numbers are not 1-to-1. Those numbers are points. And sometimes those points are percentage points. They're not freaking, hey, if you see 5,000 on there, that doesn't mean it's like 5,000 books. Those are percentage points of all the shit that's fucking printed out for it, because I'm glad I finally found that shit like maybe like 3 weeks ago, because it was driving me nuts. It's like, hey, how the fuck is Comic-Con and ICV2 getting all these fucking numbers? Yet when I go to the freaking Diamond website, they don't have any of this shit in there. Diamond has the freaking percentage points, but they never had the fucking and that's why. Because clear as fucking day, Comic-Con had it, but yet other people are saying, well, 5,000 there means no, it's just percentage points for that week. And unless you know what the total sales for that week is, you don't know how many were actually printed out or distributed. So let that fuck you up in the head. Let that fuck you up in the head for a second. If there were, say, 800,000 freaking books total fucking printed that whole fucking week, I'm talking about all books, Batman, the Wonder Woman, whatever, and then you see a 5,000. That's 5,277 points. So what you got to do is you got to find out whatever translation that is to percentages, and that's how many books you actually might have that was of the initial order. And this is where that initial order week comes in, because initial order is different from FOC, right? So 5,000 percentage points off of the initial order doesn't mean that that was the final printed as of the FOC. And then what you also got to think of is, okay, as a retailer, I received the book. Books are all fucked up, or I decided I don't want them, so I just return them. So I send them back to I send them back to the publisher. The publisher then takes it and then fucking sends it off to another fucking retailer.
Or
and then fucking marks it out. Hey, we sold that many freaking books.
Or even certain books, like it could be allocated to you too, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that would skew up the numbers of like what was ordered versus what was actually like received.
Oh yeah, there's all types of crazy stuff that's happening with those freaking numbers, man.
Yeah.
See, Joe 477 asks, what about newsstands being handled differently than directs?
I feel like newsstands fall under the same category as second and third brands, right? And I had a weird theory on these years ago. I didn't care much for them, but I've started to realize that, like, it's like you said, Lucas, right? If it's the same art, right, then what else am I getting from it? But if you see a variant or a newsstand, like you don't see newsstands and direct editions with different art, you just don't. But if you see a second or third print with different art, then it's a variant, right? And it should be treated as such. With that, I don't understand. I guess because of the scarcity, I kind of get it, but I'm not one that's going to go out of my way to pay more for a newsstand over a direct edition, just because it's more rare. Because ultimately, if the book becomes a key book, the differential between the two is not going to be enough that it warrants the extra price. Like it's not gonna warrant the extra buy-in. Just like a lot of times on key books, right? You can buy, you hit eBay and you're like, okay, well, I could buy 1 in 50 of this key book, or I could buy 10 copies of the A, right? Show me any time, any instance where 10 copies of the A on a key book don't sell for more than a 1 in 25 of the key book, right? So that's where I'm at with those. Is it's like if newsstands are getting twice the money as a direct edition, and I had a newsstand, I'd sell the newsstand and buy 2 of the direct editions. That I just would. I don't see the perceived value there. I just don't. Maybe that's just me, and history might prove me wrong, but I just don't see it.
Yeah.
Well, I can give you a pretty good example today. So I was like shopping at a local comic shop, and I was looking through just like random stuff, and then I happened to stumble upon Batman Adventures. So they had like 6 copies of Batman Adventures #1, and then 5 of them were like all direct versions for $20. Mm-hmm. And I ran into the newsstand version, which was the very last book. These were all rated pretty much like near mint. Like the shop one puts it at like a 9.2 or better. So they just rate a 9.2 on there. And then the newsstand was only $5 more. But I'm not going to sit here and pay $20 for a Batman Adventures 1. Just my personal opinion. But like, I thought it was kind of interesting that like the directs were 20 versus like paying $5 extra. Would that be like kind of worth the gamble?
If
I slightly could see it, but at the same time, like I'm not going to sit there and buy 5 other copies of Batman Adventures 1 direct.
If the differential was that close, then yeah, it's probably worth it going for rarity, right?
Right.
But more often than not, it's not. Like it's not even close at all. And if that's the case, I mean, I remember at one time, Ultimate Fallout, was it Ultimate Fallout 4?
Yeah, there is a newsstand edition for that.
And the raws were selling for like 2.5 times what for newsstand as they were for direct. I would have sold my immediately. I would have sold my newsstand, and I would have bought 2 directs. And I would have not felt bad about it. And there's no book that you could change my mind on that. But if you're talking like a $5 differential, like a 20% differential, I'd probably go for the rarity. Sure.
Yeah.
But again, like nobody's buying that book for $20-$25 anyways, right? So that's a no-brainer. Hell no. But
yeah, I mean, why else would that shop still have like 7 copies of that book still sitting there? But I mean, yeah, to bring up on your point, I want to say that Ultimate Fallout 4, when newsstands were hitting the market, I think they were selling the same prices as what 9.8s were selling for.
Yeah.
For directs.
Well, I know Dinesh Shamdasani, former head of Valiant Comics, bought off of eBay, famously bought a newsstand that went for like $4,000, right? When raw near mints were going for $1,500 or whatever. And I even messaged him right after. I'm like, "Was that you?" And he sent me a message back, and he goes, "Yep." And I'm like, "What are you doing?" Right? And then, but that same book, a month and a half later, was selling for double that. And I just remember sitting back there looking at that, and I'm like, newsstands for like $8,500 for that book, and I'm like, you guys do realize you could get like 3 direct editions, and it's still a first appearance. And I don't know what he did with his copy. I don't know if he still has it. I haven't talked to him in a few months, but like,
you could almost sell that and buy the 1 in 25 raw.
Dude, I never thought I'd have to be looking through my book, and I've done this. I've never thought I would be the guy looking through my books, looking through my long boxes, going, "Do I have anything that's newsstand?" I never thought I'd be that guy, but I've been that guy. I've been that guy looking through my books going, okay, oh yeah, here's a newsstand, I'll sell it. Oh, here's another newsstand. I never thought I'd be the guy nitpicking barcodes on books, like I
But,
never
I mean,
thought that'd be the case, but man, it is.
I mean,
It
just
is.
as long as you're not, you see it in a freaking in a back bin, and then you leave it just because it's not a freaking direct market or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Those are the horror stories I see. Oh man, it wasn't a freaking direct market, so I've just freaking left it there. I mean, excuse me, it's still number one issue, or it's still a first appearance.
A key's a key.
Yeah,
But yeah, I think if the differential's too big, I mean, I don't know. Me, I don't know. I feel like I sound like my dad sometimes. I'm like, I don't get it. I just don't get it. Not where I'm at with this. I don't get it. I mean, the market's there, and who's to argue with the market, right?
Yeah.
If you're flipping through back issues and you've got a new standard direct issue, like Aaron said, and the margins are close enough, I mean, go for rarity, right? Because at least then you're not a 1 of 20 on eBay, you're a 1 of 2 on eBay, right? And that always helps. Yeah. So I mean, if you can find that one thing that differentiates you on a seller's market, then hell yeah, you can stand out and you'll probably get a better price, right? So as long as the buy-in's not too crazy, then shit, whatever.
Yeah.
Right. So Enriquez asked, Venom #1, newsstand, 9.8. How much would you pay?
$40.
I was gonna say something low like that, $50, like the cost of grading.
Didn't they just hold on a minute? Didn't they rehash this cover? I swear to God, I saw this on FOC. Is this not the same?
See it all the time, man.
No, dude, is this not the same cover for?
Did they do that for Venom 200 or 35 or whatever?
Or maybe even the new Carnage series.
Oh.
Did they not do a? I don't know. I swear to God, I've seen this cover recently. I mean, it's Joe Quesada's stuff all just kind of looks the same, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, let's see. I'm looking on eBay right now. I'm seeing first, second, third, and fourth sketch printings for Joe Quesada from 2011. Jesus Christ. Motherfuckers is wilding with these prices, yo.
I mean,
where's that guy in the chat that had the 1 in 1,000? What the hell was that? Hold on, I'm scrolling up here. Somebody had a killer book that it's one that's been on my radar for a while. This could be a monster of a book. It was 1 in 1,000. What the hell was it? I'll find it.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair though, also, I'm not a huge Venom fan, so I mean, I'm not gonna pay shit for Venom books. So
yeah, Champions 1 had a 1 in 1,000 variant.
Oh, it did it?
Yeah, H&H Comics posted that. It says ugly cover, but none of the characters are in the MCU yet, so it's a hold all day. And he says he's got it in a 9.8. And I remember looking that book up not too long ago and thinking it was criminally underpriced for what it is, because he's right. I think you're gonna have to help me out here. I think there's at least 2 first appearances in that book in Champions 1.
Yeah.
And there was a 1 in 1,000, and it wasn't. It was a couple of years ago. It wasn't when 1 in 1,000s were a huge thing, So I mean, there wasn't a lot of store ratio variant or store variants on the book. There wasn't anything. So there's probably, God, there might even be double digits on that book out there, if I had to guess. I mean, it could be a super low print run, and I don't know. Books like that are crazy. There are books like that people will start to realize here soon that like 1 in 500s, 1 in 250s, when the variant craze wasn't where it's at, and there was only a few stores that ordered that many books. There was the Midtowns, and there was the hell, I don't know.
Just like the bigger.
There wasn't a lot of stores buying 500 copies of some of those books, and some of those key issues that had variants for those books, man, those could be monsters down the road, like absolute monsters.
Well, I can give you a perfect example. I was watching one a couple weeks ago. It was the Vader Down, the 1 in 4,999. So that auction started at $40. Do you want to take a guess at how much it ended at?
$5K.
No, not even.
No?
I think it ended like right under 2K or right at 2K.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. I mean,
You're buying for that book as an LCS. You're buying for that book was 10 grand or more.
Yeah. I mean, if it stayed, if it was getting once it got closer to ending, like I probably would have paid $1,000 for it. You know what I mean?
That's what I'm saying though. Like think about it. How many retailers, like legitimately, how many retailers, especially if you're talking books that were before a lot of producers like me were producing variant books. Like how many producers out there were making, I mean, even after, right? Like I'm not doing a Marvel book and producing, well, I might get one copy, right? I might get, if I was doing a Marvel book, I might get one copy of that. But
not even though, right? Because what's the minimum print run for Marvel? It's like 3K, right?
3,000. But if I did like say I did a 3,000 trade dress and a 1,500 virgin, and I knew there was one on 5,000, I'm pushing a 2,000 virgin, right? But I'm not pushing 10,000 copies, so I'll get one, right?
Yeah.
You look at how many producers were out there doing big books like that. You've got like maybe Comics Elite. Right,
Hastings, I could see
maybe Hastings, maybe Scorpion, and then you've got Midtown, and you've got Mile High, and a couple of other shops that can collectively between all of their locations maybe produce 5,000 copies. I mean, that could be a book if they stuck to their print run. That could be a book that there's 10 or 15 copies out there of. Right. I mean, realistically, I mean, it could go down as being a super, super rare book, but is it a key? And if it's a key and the prices are like that, holy cow. I mean, the future on a book like that could be nuts 20 years from now, 10 years from now, 30 years from now.
Right. So Enrique Enriquez says, if Flash Thompson is going to be a thing after Donny Cates' run, then Venom #1 from 2011 might become a key.
True. Yeah,
good point.
Very true. And I wouldn't put it past Donny Cates, and I actually thought that theory was pretty solid. I really do. I think that theory is solid. So I mean, it's not outside of the realm of shit Donnie's done before. So,
but the question is though, I guess really then, how long is it going to last as a thing? Because like. Well, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
I mean, like, because, like, who's buying the first appearance of Mr. E right now? Like, raise your hand. You know what I mean? Or let me know in the chat if you're still buying up Mr. E. Because I know I'm not. I mean, I didn't care when it became a thing. But I mean, that's just my personal taste. But
or does it come back like that?
The one like Venom 9. Like, it doesn't come back like Venom 9, right?
Yeah. I sold mine for now regrettably low price. Not only did I sell mine, I talked my son into selling his, and now I'm like, I feel like a jerk. But
yeah, I mean, the one I did find was the Venom 7, the Secret Tongue variant, which was the cameo, right? I found that for cover price.
That's the one I sold. That's the one I sold. And my son had I kept the regular, and I gave my son the tongue variant in an 98, and we sold both of ours.
I had it raw, and I used it in the trade to get my Spider-Man 1 Chromium. So, which the guy had a raw copy, and then I looked it over. I was like, oh, this is a really clean copy. And I was like, okay, it's an embossed cover and it's foil. Like, there's no pressing this. So this is going straight from the convention to CGC. And then, I did the old school tactic. I was like, hey, what's your best price on this? Because he had like a ridiculous amount listed on it already. And then the amount I was going to offer him was like $100 lower than what he offered me. And then I was like, okay, we're going to see if I can get him to wind it down even more. I was like, I have this Venom 7 will you secret tongue variant? Will you also like consider this into a trade? And then he lowered it another like $50. So I was like, all right. And then Senator Grady 9.8. I was like, all right.
Aaron, I got a guy that actually can press foil pretty well.
Oh, really?
Can't tell me his technique, but he does a good job. He does.
Oh, okay.
He can do foil and he does embossed, but if the issue's over the embossed area, of course you can't do it. Mm-hmm. But he does a damn good job. He's a good guy. So if you ever get another one you want it pressed, hit me up. I got a guy.
Yeah, I don't know if I'll ever run into one of those again because like yeah.
So, and Elion on YouTube says Venom number 9 is going to be it's going to end up being a huge monster book in that run.
Could be.
I don't even know what is he talking about 2011 run or like the last run?
The last run
later on. It's the last run. Yeah.
The
anti-venom. Right? Yeah. It wasn't Venom anti-venom.
Well, isn't that the first full appearance of Dylan Brock?
Oh, I thought Venom 9 was anti-venom. I might be wrong. Yeah, you might be right though. It could be Brock.
Anti-venom is what ASM 569.
Oh, okay.
And then he says, where is it? He says,
you're right. First full Dylan Brock. Yep.
It says Dylan is going to be in the movie.
No, the timelines are too close. Dylan can't. If Venom didn't pop out a kid and 9 years elapsed, there's no way. So, or 9 or 11 years elapsed, there's no way. So he's not. There's no way he's gonna be in the movie. If he's in the movie, he's a little baby. That's it. So
was he a baby in the comics?
It won't have any relevance. If he shows up, it won't have any relevance.
Well, was he a baby in the comics anywhere?
No, he wasn't.
Oh yeah, because I guess 7 would be his cameo. So yeah.
Yeah, he wasn't a baby in the comic. He was a kid. He was like 9 or 10 or 11 years old, if I remember right. So yeah, eventually, he might show up, but he ain't showing up in the next movie. There's no way. If he does, it'll be a baby bump. You know what I mean? Like, that's it.
He's gonna show up in Morbius, right?
Yeah. God.
Or Craven.
Eventually he'll make it. I agree. Eventually a lot of these younger Marvel characters will make it, right? Because they can't do Venom for the next 30 years, right? Eventually they're gonna have to push into like the Marvel's pushing into the Young Avengers, right? And they're pushing all these young characters. So yeah, if Venom 2 works out well and does good box office numbers, then yes, Dylan Brock will eventually show up. But it might be 10 years down the road, you know. It could be. It also depends on if Marvel keeps the character relevant. You know, Marvel's got to keep the character relevant. A lot of the big thing that a lot of people don't, a lot of heavy speculators pay attention to is 2 years out, Marvel will start pushing a character hard. You see them on their own series. You see them showing up in a lot of other series. And the next thing you know, hey, they're in the MCU, right?
Echo.
Yeah. And, amongst others. But Dylan is in a series, and that's cool, and they're establishing a character. If Dylan's showing up, though, you're going to see him pushed 10 different ways, and he'll get his own series, and he'll get his own, you know, there's going to be a lot of work beforehand. So there's no way he shows up in the next Venom. I would bet that collection on it. I mean, it's just not, there's no way. It's not happening. But 10 years down the road, who knows? I mean, that could be a huge book. Could be a monster of a book. You know, because I mean, the future of the MCU is in the past of the MCU. So,
so do any of you guys watch The Witcher?
Yeah,
I think I started it, but I don't think I finished it.
It was a good series. It was good.
I do what I do remember. Like when I did start, I was like, "Oh, this is really good. I need to pay attention," and then I just don't have time for anything. So.
I've tried at least a couple of times, and I just can't do it, man. But Uniform 13 says off-topic book. Everyone is sleeping on The Witcher with the new season dropping. And by that, No, there is a comic book out there. It's had some pretty good looking variants.
Yeah.
But the problem is that it didn't start out in comics. It started out as a book.
And then what?
And the
Did they
video
go to a video game?
Yeah, it was a book and then a video game and a comic. Because of that, it does yet again. This is a property that transcends comics, but the series was good, but it wasn't amazing. I think the first issue of Witcher, it does sell for decent money, considering, you know, if you're talking cover price to current value, it does. There's a good return on investment on that book. Does it have longevity? Is it a book that keeps going up in value? I mean, a lot of it depends on the next season, right? Which was shot. The main actor was injured. He like broke his ankle or something when he was doing a horse stunt or something for the series. And I mean, so that's going to limit him. A lot of it was shot during the pandemic. So, I mean, I'm curious. I'm a fan. I'm curious to see how the series turns out. Do I think the comic's going to keep shooting up in value? Who knows? But I don't know. Right now it sees good return on investment. If I had a Witcher one, I'd sell it right now. Like, I'd sell it right now. It's seen a decent enough return on investment. I'd get rid of it. You know, but who knows? I mean, it's, you know, stories like this and books like this, they have longevity. It could see a couple more seasons, and as it sees more seasons, it gets more fans, and as it gets more fans, there's more supply or demand for the supply. You know, but this is one of those books too. A lot of people don't understand that it was a comic, so I don't know how much demand there is there for the comic.
Right. You know, and does the demographic that it targets right now, do they even want to buy comics, or are they just good with the books? I think they're just good with the books.
Are they comic buyers? Yeah.
You know, I think they're more. No, they have their phones, they have their tablets. So when they read on their freaking tablets, right? So they're not worried about a freaking. They're not worried about freaking comic books right now. We're see the thing that we got to understand when it comes to all this is that, you know, we are playing with a dead medium.
Yeah.
Period.
Mm-hmm.
The future generations, unless they're really, really freaking tied to it, are not going to freaking seek out freaking comic books and books and all that, because they can just pull it up on their phones. You know, why would they need to take up more space? They'll buy some damn posters, right, to decorate their freaking house, right? But there's no, hey, oh my god, I freaking got this freaking comic book, and now I gotta freaking keep it. No, they want to be able to freaking read it. They want to be able to flip it. Even like the geek culture, like the book culture, right? There's like a book culture where, like, oh man, I gotta have a hard copy, are into like the books. There's not a freaking comic books, and I'm talking about the younger generation. They don't give a fuck about no comic books right now.
Yep.
Well, I mean, you know, other things I've collected over time have been like vinyl records. And then, you know, I grew up in a time period of like digital music too. Like, you know, where I could have like every single one of my albums on an iPod, or even now at this day on my cell phone. And, you know, I still have my vinyl. Like, you know, it takes up a huge amount of space, which I don't mind. Like, but like,
but if you can't, yeah, but you're rich, Aaron.
No,
you're rich. If once again, the younger generation, they're complaining right now that they can't even afford a house.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I can't afford a house.
They can't afford a house. Like, where are they gonna put all this shit? You know?
Yeah. Well, convenience trumps all, and you're right, Lucas. I mean, I think you hit on something there. Like, comic books in a paper and staple format, right? You know, I had somebody ask me the other day, it was like, well, how's business? I said, yeah, it's selling paper and staples is a good business right now, you know? But it's, as people become more environmentally conscious, as people become more adopted to reading on a digital form, it is a dead medium. I would be amazed. I would be absolutely amazed if by the time I'm 80 or 90 years old, printed comic books still exist. I would be amazed. But based on that alone, isn't that almost exciting? Because as a collector, don't you sit there and you look at those 1 in 100 and 1 in 200 variants, right? And understand that, like, what would it have been like? Could you imagine having a book from the 1950s or 60s that there was only less than 100 printed of? Like,
Yes.
what does that mean now in today's value, right? You know, that means
Lord of the Rings.
hundreds of thousands of dollars, right? And in all reality, I mean, it's kind of funny, but we sit there and we laugh at some of these like 1 in 50s and 1 in 25s that come out, and we're like, you know, it's ridiculous. You know, this covers, you know, why is this artist doing a 1 in 50 or 1 in 25? But I mean, in our reality, like, who knows what the future holds? My great grandkids might be looking at those 1 in 50s going, damn, I wish I had $1 million to buy that. You know, like who knows? Because,
Yeah,
that form, I mean, paper could be treated like ivory. You know, nobody knows. I mean, the way things are going planetary, you know, we could be looking at some point where people are like, hey, paper's just not a thing anymore. We just don't do that no more, you know. And printed comics as a whole become a commodity, you know, and it's just kind of a weird transition to think about, and it's one I'd prefer not to. I like picking them up. I like holding my objects, you know, but the same way that Aaron likes listening to records on record, you know, there's nothing like listening to a Beatles album on a record. It can't be replicated. You can't put it on a CD. You can't put it on a cassette. You can't put it on anything else. You're listening to it on a record and you're hearing it the way it was meant to be heard. Just like comic books 60 years from now, 95% of sales could be digital, but the way to read it is in your hand. The way to read it is to flip that page and to touch that paper. And like I said 2.5 hours ago, always invest in nostalgia.
Right.
And 6 years from now, the nostalgia might be the paper. It might be the book. It might be able to touch it and hold it and see the artwork in your hands.
Right.
Well,
there is a gap. And once again, I see it happening, and it's not necessarily nostalgic. It's actually practical, right? So, for instance,
it is.
The big thing right now is DVDs, right? You know, because you don't have to buy DVDs in order to freaking watch a movie nowadays, right? Well, a lot of the new generation are figuring out that, and I'm talking about people that are just coming in as adults, right, are realizing that, okay, yes, I can freaking stream this movie that I watched as a kid, but they were watching it again, and they were realizing that there were some weird spots, like weird things going on, right? It wasn't the way they remembered it. So they went out and they bought the DVD and they compared it to what was streaming, and they realized that this shit was changed. So they found out that there was clear value in buying the DVDs, right? Because there's two things. Number one is that in between the DVDs that they had bought and what was streaming, the shit was totally different. And number two, they don't have to keep freaking paying a subscription service to buy the shit that they already freaking own.
You don't own a subscription. You don't.
Don't own a subscription. Even if you buy it on Amazon, like you pay, like, hey, because there's the option to buy or rent, and if you buy, guess what? You still don't freaking own that. Amazon, or I forget the name of the other joints, have the right, even after you buy it, to just take it away or change it or whatever.
Oh wow.
Somebody in chat said, imagine a 1 in 100 Action Comics one. And I firmly believe that those exist now. There's a book now that will have ramifications 80 years from now. There's a first appearance that has come out in the last decade that people have not realized, and nobody will realize for another 60 or 70 years is a big deal. And there might very well, because we're in the age of the 1 in 25s, the 1 in 50s, the incentive variant age, there is a book that will come out. And it could be Miles. Like, honestly, it could be that my prime candidate for a book like that would be Miles. It would be Ultimate Fallout 4 1 in 25. I will straight up say that. That could be a book that if Miles becomes the new Superman, not only for because he's already Superman for my kid, right? But if he becomes the Superman for my grandkids, can you imagine what a 1 in 25 in a 9.8 of a book that has the demand of hundreds of thousands of people, but the supply of a couple of thousand? What a book like that does, And there's going to be guys, me, Aaron, Lucas, and anybody else on this that ever comes on this chat. There's going to be a time 40 years from now that if we all got together, we'd be like, damn, I wish I wouldn't have sold that one book. And all 4 of us, or all 6 of us, or 8 of us would have owned it. And it'll be $100,000 book. And we're going to be like, yeah, I remember when I bought that at, $200 in a 9.8 or $1,000 in a 9.8, right?
Right.
And it's going to happen because it happens, and it will. I mean, there's going to be a book that comes out over the next decade that's going to be a blue chip, 6-figure book within our grandchildren's age. But you can't hold on to your collections hoping for that. But you do hope that when the day that comes, that you had forgotten about that book 60 years ago, and you just happen to pull out a long box and you're like, holy shit, I got 2 of those, because that's the only way it's going to happen.
Well, and then you also can't predict trends in the future either, because what's popular right now is not going to be popular 10, 20, 50, 60 years from now. Like art taste changes over time, or even like writing styles. Like look at look at Shakespeare during his time. Who was the popular playwright during then? Wasn't it Marlowe at the time? Christopher Marlowe, I want to say. And so, I mean, if you read those two, like that was what was popular during when Shakespeare was alive, versus now Shakespeare trumps all. Like everyone's in the chat's probably, who the hell is Marlowe?
You know what's crazy is I was having an argument on another podcast about music, and what was it? It was Seal Kiss from a Rose, right? And people just totally misunderstood the freaking lyrics. They didn't understand is that he was talking about Shakespeare's Romeo and freaking Juliet. Yeah. Right.
I still hate that song. I understand the lyrics. I still hate that song. I'm just going on record.
So that is how that is
so many times growing up. I'm at that age where it was on the radio for a year straight. I can't stand it.
Oh, it was one a fucking Grammy and everything, man. So that's how divorced we are, right? In language, right? A rose is a fucking girl, a blossoming girl, and people are so removed from that concept, right? Because remember back in the day, you're virgin. That's what you wanted to marry. You wanted to marry a virgin, and people just that whole concept freaking blows over their freaking head. I guarantee you, go back and read some of the comics from like the 60s or like the 30s, in between 30s and 50s and 60s. I guarantee you, some of that shit you will not freaking understand.
Yeah, no, I mean
you're not under fucking saying that shit.
Cultural changes and lyrical changes and the way people talk is totally, dude. I collect Spirit Weeklies. I've started recently. I've been delving deeply into books from the 1940s and 50s. Because I would love to sit there and go, it's the same with cars, right? I want to buy an old 54. There's a car I want to buy. Anyways, I'm not going to get into that because it's not a car chat. But I want to own something that I can sit back there and look at it 20 years from now and go, that's 100 years old, And not only is it 100 years old, but it's very well preserved. And I think that nostalgia fits. And there's collectors like me that are willing to pay a premium for stuff like that.
Yeah.
And you know what? 50 years down the road, there's going to be guys thinking exactly like me, buying first appearance of Dylan Brock, going, yes, it's not a huge book, but it's the first appearance of a book that came out,
He's Venom now. Dylan Brock is now Dylan Brock is now Venom, right? John Kent is now going to be Superman.
Yeah, so, I mean, this is the future comics, and Superman, Clark can't be Superman forever. Peter Parker cannot be Superman forever. You know, there's these characters that the torch has to be handed on, and those first appearances will be the blue chip keys when your kids have kids.
Right.
These are the books that like I almost sold my Ultimate Fallout 4 the other day because I wanted to buy the books I wanted to buy for my PC. This is a book that I would not mind holding on to for the rest of my life. It is the only modern book in my and I have really good modern books in my collection. That is the only modern book in my collection that I'm like, I'll hold on to this because someday that could be a beach house in Miami. You know, and I don't say that about a lot of books. I don't.
All right. Yep. Let me get into some of the comments from some of the guys in the chat. Colonel Josh Ham Sandwich, one of my favorite freaking names that's out there. It says, I've bought vinyl records of the CDs that I used to have cassette tapes of. That's pretty interesting. Yeah. Joe 477 says, look how fast toilet paper ran out. Okay.
I used 3 shells, by the way.
Yeah. The only way to do it.
But I understand the 2 shelves. What's the 3rd shelf for? Marvel Man 616 says books have been around since the dawn of man. I believe they will always be here. Well, that's true, but you got to remember that it's harder to keep them in good shape because of paper erosion, right?
We've also never been more environmentally conscious than we have over the last 10 years. When people truly understand the impact that paper production has on the environment, that's going to change drastically.
Yeah. And then look how many book collectors have moved from collecting books to just having a Kindle or an iPad or whatever.
It's easier. It's easier to read. I can read all of Marvel's back issues for $15 a month.
Yeah, and then I don't have to carry around a short box or thousands of trade credits.
Long boxes of back issues.
Right.
To
so
read
on it.
$15. You know.
So actually, some of the chat guys were actually addressing some of that shit. Digital music is very poor quality compared to vinyl. Uniform 13 says comics and cards will probably turn into digital paper that you had to buy proprietary, and then the collectible will be NFT or whatever.
NFT has no future. Has no future.
But I gotta launder my
except for porn.
Or I gotta launder my cryptocurrency from
NFT has a future to prove who owns what digital rights, but beyond that, NFT has no future. So
yeah, there's a lot of fuckery afoot with that too, where it's like people will create NFTs when they actually don't even own that.
NFTs an inside joke, making rich people richer and poor people feel like suckers 10 years down the road. Yeah, NFTs a joke.
And then that digital file does corrupt over time and stuff like that, so it does degrade.
It does. Yes, exactly. Good job, Aaron.
Let's see. Alien on YouTube says digitally mostly eliminates collectability. People will always want tangible assets. That's what comics are.
Yes, and people feel vinyl is the same way. And vinyl sales have gone down, but vinyl sales still exist. And I still think 80 years from now, people will produce paper comics. But it will be an exorbitant price, and it will be boutique retailers selling them. It will not be Marvel and DC. It will be guys selling 50 copies of a variant, individually numbered on paper.
Yeah. Enrique Enriquez says, "Hey, then I've had music completely disappear from my iTunes library."
See, iTunes. Customer support.
Well, yeah, sometimes the shit just fucking disappears. Like even if you because you got to remember, like sometimes you buy it through a company and it's distributed through iTunes library. The company no longer exists, so it just goes away. So, for instance, I used to use a company called Purple, and I would buy music or get like a discount through Purple, right? And Purple just went away. They said, okay, we are now selling all of our inventory to this other freaking company. Therefore, here's your discount or here's your code to. Man, I'm not doing all that, man. Fuck, for all that for a fucking Terminator. Fuck all that. So in a heartbeat, any company that you buy movies or music through digitally can just go away, and then you may lose it. Oh, it was Ultra. That's the name of it. It was Ultra Purple, and then then you just lose all that shit, or it just goes off to some other company who will shove it off to somebody else. Man, it's just fucking crazy when it comes to think about that. That okay, I bought it through this, and then it just can disappear or just be transferred off to somebody, and then I got to do a whole bunch of other bullshit. Joe Ford, so that's not why I'm not a musical disorder owner. Kaju says 10 years from now, people will be selling graded DVDs, Blu-rays like they do for today for video games. Yes, that is a great freaking thing, right? Who would have thought that Pac-Man, graded freaking copies of Pac-Man, would be going for thousands of dollars, or Mario Brothers, right, going for $1,000, or there's an Olympic freaking video game out there that goes for $10,000 because it's so rare and everything.
It's because no one bought it, and then they're buried right next to the copies of what is that? The ET Atari game, right?
Yeah, I think they found like 100 copies buried out in
some landfills.
Some landfill out in South America or some shit like that.
Was it South America? I mean, because I thought they pinpointed it down too in the U.S. also.
Could be.
You're muted, James.
They found a landfill in New Mexico that was a hub for the ET. Yeah, yeah. Anyway,
great documentary on Netflix if you haven't seen it yet.
I hate that. I'm gonna say it. I hate the fact that video game grading is a thing, because now the only thing I want in my life is a perfectly graded copy of Halo 1, and those are stupid expensive. Like I don't want one now, but I still want one.
And now you just talked about it on a podcast, so
exactly
just went up.
God damn it! Now I want one. But, oh my god, I can't. They're like $1,000 or more. Like that's ridiculous for a video game that I bought when I was a kid. Like I can't do it. Can't freaking do it.
And Alien on YouTube says, "Hey, there will be less books printed. Absolutely, there already are way less printed in the '90s than the books that exist. We'll appreciate." So, yep. So here's an interesting thing. The book industry, and I'm talking about the kid book industry. Pay attention to that, right? And I say that because those guys are actually now paying attention to what's going on with the comic book industry. As in covers. They are now putting out different variant covers for kids' books. As in one day you get to fucking have a first edition fucking Harry Potter, then years down the line they have one that's a graphic freaking or an insider, or the interiors have graphics in them, and then the next year they have one where it's a foil cover Harry Potter book. Right now the big revenue puller is Dogman. Yeah, Dogman and Catman. Those have already done well, and now slated for release later on this year, there is a Dogman foil and a Catman foil.
Wow, so it's like actually like on the cover of the book and not just like a random different dust cover, I guess.
Yes, sir.
Nice.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So once again, this is not for us. This is for kids.
Yeah.
Years from now, you're going to be looking for Dogman freaking foil cover and yada yada foil cover. And
like nostalgia.
Well, I mean, yeah, because those kids grow up and like, oh, I remember this book when I was a kid, and it's like, oh, there's a foil edition.
Yeah.
Yeah. Buy the stuff your kids love now, and 15 years from now, you're going to sell it for money.
Yeah. We can.
Yeah.
Don't even look for it. Put it on the shelf. Just tuck it away somewhere, man.
Yep. Forget it. Forget you ever had it. Buy 10 copies of your kid's favorite thing right now, and
Yeah,
forget
I'm-
you ever had it. Video
I'm
game, DVD, whatever it is, buy a couple copies, slide it away.
Yeah, make sure it's
Slide it
hard.
away.
Yeah, make sure it's hard copy.
Yep.
Hard copy,
Yeah.
not soft copy. Hard
I'm
copy.
still trying to find where my parents stashed away my Ninja Turtle figurines that are still in package.
Oof, oof. Those will go for a pretty penny.
Well, that's what I mean, though. Like, imagine if your parents thought like that, right? Imagine when you were 8-year-old Aaron Yee, right? And your parents like, my son's really into Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Maybe I should buy these comic books and these action figures and just stash them away. Imagine what you'd be sitting on, you know?
I just got to find them now at this point.
Exactly, dude. That's why I've been buying all the stuff my 10-year-old, everything he's into. I've bought first appearances in comics of. I bought action figures of. They're sitting in a long box in my closet. And you know what? 15 years from now, he's gonna pop that open and he's gonna be able to sell them all. That nostalgia factor is gonna kick in, and there's gonna be a lot of kids like him that are young professionals at that point. They're gonna have that money to spend on nostalgia, and nostalgia sells, man. Nostalgia sells.
Yep. Ham Sandwich says he hunts first edition Stephen King books. And
That's
makes
good money.
off them too.
That's good money.
Wow, that's something that I haven't even thought of, and I'm always keeping my eye. And I love Stephen King, and I love freaking thinking about first edition books, but I never even thought about Stephen King books. That's interesting.
I've got a great there's a great bookstore in Salt Lake that unfortunately I think they're going out of business here soon. They've got a whole section of first editions, and I used to go in there. The guy had occasionally comic collections in. I'd go in, he'd call me, I'd go in, I'd pick through them, and I'd always pick up 1 or 2 first editions of books. And it's I mean, they're good investment. I mean, first editions of any book, you never know. I mean, some of that stuff gets rehashed too.
Yep.
There you go. I stick by that. Good blues music on CD does not match the same vibe. You can't listen to blues outside of a record. I'm sorry, you can't. Unless it's live, you can't listen to it. Nope.
Estate sales. There's a bunch of estate sales that are out there. If they're go to your local flea market, go to those estate sales, because trust me, there's a bunch of people that have this stuff, or that their grandparents, whatever, passed away, and then they pass it down, and then the guys have an estate sale, and they don't know what that shit is. It's just the same thing like comics. People who you pass it down to your freaking kids, or you leave it for your kids to try to figure it out. They don't know what the shit is.
Yep.
Right. So yes, there is a good market for good blues on vinyl. Absolutely.
It's the only way to listen to it.
Once again, Ham Sandwich is contributing. Says, "Hey, there's still a market for real books. Paper makes paper. If anything, I think these things will just become rarer over time and gain more value of it." Yes, absolutely. But you just got to remember, freaking hardcovers. It's got to be hardcovers, and it's still got to have the sleeve on it.
Yeah,
that's what they call it, the sleeve. Yep.
Yeah.
So for instance,
Dust
what is
jacket. I think
right.
it's
there you go. There you go. So here's a question for you. Here's a little trivia question for you. First appearance of the Joker.
Isn't that
Or the Batman Who Laughs.
Wait, what? what are you asking here?
Yeah.
Oh, are you asking like long term?
Like which one's gonna do better, or are you
No. What
Joker.
what was the first appearance media? What was the first media appearance of the Joker? Or the Batman, or the Man Who Laughs?
So wasn't first appearance of Joker? Wasn't that in Batman 1?
No.
The first comic book appearance of the Joker, the Man Who Laughs, was in Batman 1. However, the first appearance of the dude's face and the Man Who Laughs, as the Man Who Laughs, was in a play or book called The Man Who Laughs. There was a artistic depiction of that movie in a book called The Man Who Laughs, the movie production, right? And that goes for big money. There's a full book out there, right? That goes for big money. The problem is that a lot of people don't have the sleeve for it. It's a hard copy. It's a hardcover, but people don't have the sleeve for it. Without the cover, it's like $30. With the cover, that motherfucker's $1,000 at least.
Oh wow.
And that's the first appearance. That's the first appearance of, because they literally said, I forget the name of the creator for the Joker, but the name of the creator for the Joker literally said he took the inspiration of the Joker from The Man Who Laughs, and that's where we got him from. That ET Atari game was so frustrating getting stuck in that pit. Okay, I never played that.
I will say on books real quick, the only first edition I own, it's really controversial, and I've bought and sold first editions. The only one I've kept because I'm a military guy. I served in the military. I picked up a book at that bookstore. It was the first edition, and it was Korean War. It was like an army tactics book, right? And it was all about POW camps. Like the whole thing's like you read it and you're like, oh my god, I can't believe this is a manual, right? But the inside had the stamp of the U.S. Congressional Library with John Matisse, which was the Secretary of Defense. So it was checked out by the Secretary of Defense as a historical document from the Library of Congress. And so I found that on a bookshelf because I always look at old military stuff because, believe it or not, old military manuals, first editions, they sell for really good money. And I picked that one up, and I've actually met the man once before, and he's probably the greatest military mind I've ever met in my life. So I held it and I kept it aside, and it's chilling. It's actually, hold on, I got it right here. This is combat support in Korea. But it's the only first edition I actually still own. I sell all of those. I pick them up and I sell them immediately. But that was the one that I was like, okay, that's cool. Just the military history of like it was checked out by a young person who then became the Secretary of Defense 20-something years down the road. You know, I thought that was pretty cool. But yeah, books have history. It's pretty interesting. Sorry, that was kind of off on a tangent, but
No. Let's see, where are we at? An alien on YouTube says, hey, he's on the alert for that Paw Patrol. Once again, they have a movie coming out pretty soon. I've tracked down the first appearance in books and everything. And don't forget that there's actually a comic book that's out there. It came maybe like 10 years later in 2017. That's something that I do have trouble finding. I can't even find freaking art for it, but it's out there.
What was the first was a coloring book, right?
Yeah, it was like a coloring painting by the numbers book or something like that.
By numbers book. Okay.
Right. And I mean, you can keep track of that, gobble those up, and definitely if you can keep an eye out for the comic book. Comic book money says Star Wars toys. Yeah, of course.
Don't even get in that.
Of course. I mean, is there a question? There's whole books out there regarding the value of Star Wars toys.
Well, what do you
ask
think?
One of our good friends, Phil from Vintage Toys and Comics. Like he's done some pretty good things with that, buying and selling toys.
Let me ask you guys, you three, what do you think about like we all know the vintage Star Wars toys, right? We all know they sell.
Mm-hmm.
What about the limited run current Star Wars toys? I don't pay attention to the market. I'm just curious what you guys have seen, if anything. Do you guys even pay attention to that?
Are you talking about the Star Wars Black Series stuff?
Yeah, like the Sabine Wren Star Wars Black Series, like stuff like that.
I was collecting this for a long time, since like Wave 1, like Darth Maul stuff. Like this is what I was literally collecting, all that. I was collecting all the Empire stuff, all the anything Sith, like anything dark side. Like I was trying to collect all the troopers and all that, and then they just came out with so many different variants. I was just like, all right, this is too much. And then they started changing the box. That's when I was like, all right, I'm done. And then every so often they get me back. So like my brother and I like joke around like that's my like Star Wars crack, like because it's like $20 a rock, whatever. And so, but
some of these are like $200 a piece though.
Yeah, exactly. So like if you look at some of them now, like some are like $200 now, and it's just like kind of like, all right, well, do I sell this now or do I just like kind of hold it? And then some of the bigger stuff like where it was like Shadow Trooper with like a biker and like an additional trooper, like the greatest thing about like that was you could go to Target, Walmart, in these stores, and I never bought stuff like when it first came out. I waited a few months when they threw it onto like onto clearance, and so you could get stuff that was like $40-$50 for like $10, $15. And then now, if you look at prices now, it's like $200-$300, and it's kind of like, oh, that's like easy money. Now I can buy a better comic. So, but and then like there's certain things like where it was like, okay, this is you can buy Toys R Us stuff, and then that stuff was going for really cheap, especially when like they were shutting out all the stores, blowing out their inventory. Like I bought the what was it, the Han Solo Greedo scene.
Yeah,
as I'm shooting, like that was a Toys R Us exclusive. I don't know how much they're going for now, but I bought that for like $5.
I like Joe.
I mean,
Joe says you can't smoke crack and resell it. It's a bad comparison, I guess, Aaron.
Yeah. But it was just my joke with my brother that like, like he's like, why are you wasting all your money on this? And it's kind of like, well, I guess I didn't waste it now. Like I just made it back by selling one figure.
Well, I mean, it sounds like you were doing good, and you bought the stuff when the Star Wars was getting absolutely hated on, right? They were they were running their franchise to the fucking ground. Then all of a sudden, they turned it around with a couple of good series, I would say, right in between the Baby Yoda shit or the Mandalorian and the Bad Batch shit, So they're slowly turning. Oh, they're around. They're there.
Well, yeah. I mean,
they good because they had like 10 years of nothing, right? And then they put out a couple of decent movies, and then they followed it up with a couple of decent series. And I mean, like you've brought new generations into Star Wars, and I mean it's done well because of that. My curiosity more lends into the premium figures and like I said, as a retailer, I have no interest in selling those. I'm a comic book retailer, right? But it's just like I wonder. I don't know. I guess it's just curiosity in me. Like I love Star Wars. I will say this, like, right, Lucas, you said don't invest into bad guys, right? You don't invest in bad guys in comics because they die quick, or maybe that was that might have been Ultra that said that. Star Wars is that one franchise, right?
Right.
The
that
exception to the rule.
Franchise where you can invest into bad guys and you're good, right? In comics, in action figures and statues and anything, because Star Wars is that one product where the bad guys are held at a higher peak than the good guys. Like you even look at Afra, right? Is she a bad guy or a good guy? And Afra's got the most exciting premise of a lot of characters that's come out in a long time. You talk about everyone's favorite character from the original trilogy, and a lot of them are going to say Vader, or they're going to say Boba Fett.
Yeah.
Well, that's that one. I don't know. It was so masterfully written, or the storyline was just told so that like the good guys are just boring and the bad guys are just so damn cool.
Well, when we go to conventions and stuff, what do you remember? Do you remember the 501st, or do you remember like whatever anyone else is there? I mean, I couldn't even tell you what the
501st all the way.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I can remember the 501st like in the back of my head. I don't remember any of the other even though it's like charity groups and all that, blah blah blah. But like, I don't know. Can you tell me any of the other names of the other groups? Like, because I know there's a bounty hunter one, and there's one for the Rebels, but I mean, I don't know their names.
See, Colonel Ham Sandwich says, hey, that he had hit in his state auction last weekend and scored a ton of variants of foreigns. State sales and live actions are where it's at.
Yep.
H&H Comics says that he found a first print, first date copy of Charlie and the Chocolate Factory
Woo!
with a
Dang.
Dutch jacket at an sale for 30
Nice.
bucks. Holy shit.
Good job. Good job.
Wow, man.
It pays to know what you're looking at. I had there's a LCS guy out here to me. Charles and Roger, the guys that own Nerd Store. We do a lot of books with them. We do a lot of books with them, right? A lot of our shared variants with the Nerd Store. Roger knows I own a tattoo shop. That's my other business. I own a very nice, classy tattoo shop in Salt Lake City. We're pretty, and not to toot our own horn, but one of the best shops in the valley, right? We're booked out fucking 6 months out, right? But I told him years ago, I said, hey, you ever go to these estate sales and see anything tattoo related, grab it. And this dude's got a keen eye, and one day he picks up a book and he goes, hey man, you might like this. And then we start looking at it, we're researching it, and I'm like, yeah, I'll trade you for it. And I traded him a comic book. I can't remember what even the book was at this point, but I traded him for it. And we did some research into it. It turned out to be a 1880s program given out at circuses. It was like a pamphlet for the tattooed woman. And it was the first tattooed woman. It was her story. It was how she got stranded on a desert island, and to survive the Aboriginals from eating her, she had to get tattooed every day for like 3 years. And it's this crazy outlandish story. It obviously didn't happen, right? But he picked it up along with a bunch of like early 1900s postcards for. He just asked the lady at the estate sale, he goes, what about all this paper erythema, right? Which I think is the technical term for it. Like, what about all this? Like this whole box? And the lady goes, well, like $30. And then he starts going through it, and the postcards like Amelia Earhart's first flight and like all these things. He sold the postcards for, I want to say like $6,800 for the postcards. Okay.
Jesus.
And he traded me that pamphlet for no, it was Preacher 1 9.6, right? That pamphlet is worth like $8,000.
Jesus.
And the postcards that he sold were worth way more than the $6,000 and something dollars that he sold them for. So a lot of times when you go to these estate sales and you're looking at toys and you're looking at comics, ask them where the paper stuff is, because they might have those old newspapers from like the day Kennedy was assassinated. They might have those old paperwork, those old postcards from the 1920s and 30s that their grandparents held on to. Like that stuff's worth money too. You think comics are worth money? Forget about it. That old paperwork stuff, when you're talking there's 10 or 15 of those in existence, that's insanity. Like that's money. So when you guys go to estate sales and you're picking up comics and toys, ask about old papers. Be like, you guys got old newspapers. You guys got old postcards. That's where the money's at. You guys want some real money into estate sales? There you go.
See, going from the morning to you, Taylor Hall. Ahoy, Nero Violin says, hey, why am I not surprised you guys are still going? Yeah, we're fixing to get out of here in this.
My fault.
Jake Joel says, hey, look and find book from 2015 for Paw Patrol. Well, I think it was a little bit more succinct than that. The explanation was Paw Patrol has a movie coming out. It might possibly revive the fever amongst the little kids that Paw Patrol had while it was running. It started right around 2014. No, 2013 was when it started. 2014, it started rolling out books to include a deluxe paint by box book. And the reason why did you care? Well, because it is a high grossing franchise. It's already grossed around $390 million. You got to understand how amazing that is for a franchise that's only been around for 6 years to gross that much, right? It hasn't even really had a movie inside of a theater. So for it to gross that much in such a short period of time, boom, that you got to keep an eye out for that one. So I guarantee, I would think that if this Paw Patrol movie does well, that by the end of the year of whenever it comes out, if it comes out this year or whenever, it that'll push this gross revenue for this franchise to $1 billion, easy.
Easy.
So
Easy.
what do you want to do? You want to look out for the collectibles, right? Um, once again, that deluxe paint box book, that was the first graphic available for purchase thing that was out there. I also mentioned the DC Kids comic book that was out there, but it didn't come out till 3 years later, out in 2017. But those are good things to hold on to. Are they going to make you money right now? Absolutely not. However, once again, this is not a flip book for you. This is for your kids, or for the hold on for those kids as they grow up and get more expendable money down the road. Because yes, it's there right now. It's going to have its time right now. But guess what? They're going to do another one. I guarantee you, 15 years from now, they're going to freaking retroactively, hey, let's freaking reboot this Paw Patrol and freaking redo it. Just like, hey, Masters of the Universe, what, 20, 25 years later, they decide to reboot it, and now we're all looking at freaking He-Mans of the Universe freaking comics. So,
well,
go ahead.
Let me point this out. Like all the collectors that are watching this right now, you guys have seen the 90s resurgence, right? Like, you guys have all been paying attention to the fact that these books that we guys have laughed about, that we've laughed about in long boxes for the last 5 to 10 years. We're just like, yeah, the first appearance of this character that nobody gives a crap about. It's a 25-cent book, right? And all of a sudden it's $100 book. It's because those of us that grew up reading that stuff are now young professionals. It's that young professional money. And eventually your kids are going to be young professionals, and they're going to go back to the nostalgia. And it might not be Pups to the rescue, right? But like, I'll tell you what, I went to buy my kid broke a tire off of his Blazing the Monster Machines, one of his Blazing the Monster Machines monster truck cars the other day, right? And he broke it off, and I glued it, right? I set it up nice, I glued it all perfect, and it worked for about 2 days, and then he broke the wheel off again. And my son was inconsolable, right? He was just distraught about it. So I'm like, not a big deal. I'll hop on Walmart. I'll buy another one, right? Walmart didn't have them. Amazon didn't have them. So my ass got on eBay and paid $24 for a die-cast car that came out 6 months ago, because now it's collectible.
Wow.
Now it's collectible. And 20 years from now, when my son's playing with his kids and is all like, I want to show my kids Paw Patrol, those die-cast cars, those early books, the coloring books, the sticker books, that's the nostalgia factor. That's the stuff. That's the stuff that's going to get our kids are going to want to be into that. And our kids are going to want to show them that. And that's when you see stuff like this. It's just like you said, like, this isn't a quick flip book. This isn't a book you buy now and sell for $50 two weeks from now. This is a book that you buy and you forget about it. You forget it ever existed. Just put it away, dark, deep, secret spot. And then 15 to 20 years from now, you pull it out and you go, holy crap, this is selling for $250. Because the nostalgia factor sells, man. It sells.
Right.
And because everyone sees that every day. We see it every day. Spawn 1. How long did we laugh at Spawn 198s, right? How long, Aaron, Lucas, how long did we laugh at Spawn 198s? How long were we sitting there going, this is a joke? How many of these are graded? These are $30 books at best. How long did we laugh at this stuff? And what are Spawn 198s now? No matter how many are graded, this book sells for 150 plus all day, every day for a 98. Everybody has touched one of these. Every collector out there has touched one of these.
Well, McFarlane even makes fun of it. He's like, what's the ongoing joke that he says that there's more signed copies out there than there are of unsigned copies. I mean, I don't know how true that is, but like,
look at the timeline. Yeah. I mean, look at the people reading Spawn. The kids getting back into Spawn now. Their parents were reading it at issue 1.
Yeah.
And now these guys are like, I now have money. I now have a job, and I'm reading this book that my dad read, right? That's what got me into 100 Bullets and Preacher. The whole reason I bought 100 Bullets issue 1 and Preacher number 1, two of the first comic books I ever read. I was definitely underage to read these books, right? But I look at it now and I'm like, well, hell, I was underage. But 5 years from now, kids that weren't are going to be reading these books. So now I'm buying them. I'm buying the Preacher ones. I'm buying the 100 Bullets issue ones because people are going to be like, well, my dad was reading that. My dad's got all the trades. My dad was reading. I remember my dad reading these. This is what I want to read. You know, that's nostalgia. That's the stuff. Preacher got me into comics. You know,
Yeah.
Preacher could be $1,000 book in a 9.8 and I'd still buy it.
Yep.
You know,
And
I mean,
it was a great series, man. I can't believe they freaking canceled it already.
oh, I know.
But
Yeah.
let's-
I don't even want to talk about that. It was done so well. I don't know why they did that, but I mean, it's nostalgia sells all the time. It's never bad speculation. If you're speculating on nostalgia, it's never bad speculation. Never ever.
Right, because there's always a phase for it. There's always a reach back around.
Yeah.
Solo and Rogue #1 are the best Disney Star Wars movies.
Sorry, I'm gonna mute myself.
I don't even know what to feel about that, but okay. Enrique Risque says the bad guys have compelling backstories. And then the big question, here's what I want you guys to answer. Will Darth Vader #3 be a blue chip? That's the first appearance of Afra, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
and then the killbots. It really depends on what Star Wars does with Afro. I mean, you know, we're seeing a big uptick in price, and then a lot of it's like, you know, on the rumor like, oh, Afro's going to appear in this, Afro's going to appear in that. I love Afro. You know, I bought that book. I bought both, you know, a cover for like raw for really cheap. Had Audie Grandoff sign it. I bought the 1 in 25 9.8 for $100, like 125, something like that. And you know, and I wish I bought extra ones because, you know,
Yeah.
but you know, that's something that's going to stay on my PC because, as you probably could guess, like I'm a big Star Wars fan with, you know, collecting Black Series and all that. But is it a blue chip? It could be, but I mean, I for sure bet like once we do hear some sort of announcement that Afro's going to be in this, or we see Afro, like that's when I will say for sure it's a blue chip, right?
I will say Afra in a 9.8. It has the potential to be a blue chip.
Okay.
There's a lot of 9.6 floating out there. I submitted, I don't even want it, 6 or 7 copies before I got a 9.8. Just recently got a 9.8. Afra's gonna, if Lucas and Marvel are smart, and they've proven to be smart, Afra will happen. And they've been tickling around that same timeline that Afra exists, right? She's the Indiana Jones of the MCU or of the Star Wars universe. And she's such a well-built character. She has such an amazing backstory. Her involvement in the original trilogy is amazing, right? It just adds new credence and levels to it. But as we've seen from Marvel's release timeline and Star Wars release timeline, it isn't something on their plate. So if it is a book that is going to be a blue chip, yes, maybe, but it's going to be 5 or more years down the road. Is it a book that's going to be blue chip soon? No, because they haven't, there's no production towards it. There's no announcements towards it. If Marvel was pushing towards with Afra, they'd say so. They'd be like, yeah, we're doing an Afra series, because they would be wanting to push Afra sales, right? And they haven't said anything about it.
Keep going, man. He's just trying to give you. He's
Sorry
just trying
about
to give
that.
you. He's just trying to give you a soundtrack to your spiel, man. Go ahead.
No, that's my
Yeah,
alarm to wake me up.
Is it a blue chip series? Who the hell knows if it's going to happen? It's going to be years down the road. As of right now, it's a great spec book, absolutely phenomenal spec book, because Aphra on her own, even without MCU, without Star Wars speculation alone, like her series has been amazing. She's a phenomenal character. Whether or not she shows up in a movie ever shouldn't matter at this point. Her values right now for first appearance are definitely justified by what's out there.
It does. You know why? Because anytime you have a young woman like Dr. Alpha, you know what people are going to be looking for? They're going to be looking for all the criteria to say that she is a Disney princess.
She fits it. She's a crazy ass, thieving princess, but hell, she fits it. She fits it to a T. She's one of my favorite characters in the entirety of the MCU. Star Wars being included in that. She's phenomenal. Her backstory is amazing. Her current story is amazing. So I would hope to see them take her a little darker.
They're working on it. So
I hope so.
So if you're not, if for those that are not tracking and reading Star Wars books right now, across several books, there is a hunt going on for Han Solo. Right.
Yeah.
He's frozen in carbonite and everything, and there are various actors that are trying to get him back, right? Or they're trying to get the bounty on him. So that's an interesting thing. So right now you got Darth Vader after him, you got the Crimson Dawn after him, Luke and Leia, they're going after him, freaking Chewbacca and freaking and what's the black guard, Carlo Cardassian, or what the fuck is the dude's name?
Lando.
Lando Cardassian. He's after him, and these are in different freaking books, mind you.
Mm-hmm.
I like that.
Doctor
Kardashian. I like that.
Bubba Fett. He's after him. Like he fucking had him, and then he lost him. Now he's fucking trying to go and get him back. Bubba Fett. He's got these other bounty hunters after him, and Dr. Aphra, she's after this motherfucker as well. So there's like different freaking books and different freaking storylines where they're all freaking just sitting around freaking Han Solo. So Han Solo is the shit right now. He's just stuck in fucking carbonate, right? So I think all that's freaking done and it's good. I think they won't break out Dr. Aphra. Dr. Aphra is there fucking shooting a fucking hole.
Yeah.
Once we get the fatigue of waiting for them to bring out Dr. Aphra, and then notice that the revenue is going down, that's when they'll freaking break it out.
Yep. I agree. I think once they run out of their current, about the same time that they hit High Republic characters, right? Because that's coming. It's been openly noted by many people that are involved that High Republic is the groundwork for the next 10 years of Star Wars, the Star Wars universe, right? And that's
has anybody still read that shit?
Huh?
Has anybody
still
read
it's great. High Republic's great.
I've been enjoying the adventures more than I haven't read
the
Marvel.
I haven't read the adventures, but I've been hearing that too. But anyways, like when they start delving into that, it's just like the MCU delving into the Young Avengers, right? It's the same thing. You're bringing all these new characters. Aphra's one of those, but Aphra's the character that has the biggest following of the new characters. Unless you're talking, of course, Ahsoka, and you're talking Sabine Wren. You're talking the characters from the animated series, right? Those guys obviously
Rebels are Clone Wars, yeah.
Yeah, those guys obviously have a very substantial following, and that's why I think those are also good books to hold on to, right? Like Kanan 1 is a solid book right now, but Aphra's not far behind, and I think Star Wars will run through, and I think they'd even mentioned that they're running through their current list of characters, like they're running their story arcs, right? Eventually the story arcs end or they intertwine. Aphra's one of those characters that intertwines already because if you haven't read the comic, you don't realize that she's been there. She's been there the whole time. You just haven't known about her. Like, she's been there from day one. Like, she's existed. She's been there. She's had her own adventures. You just haven't heard about them. And she would be a very easy fit into the Star Wars universe. She'd be a very easy, like, plug and play. Let's make some good revenue. We've built an awesome comic series. We've built a following. Let's put out a movie or a TV series, and people will lose their shit. Because if they put out a Disney Plus Afra series, people would lose their minds. They would.
Right.
And the people
do you
that
think?
didn't know who she was would learn quickly and be like, "Oh my god, she is the coolest character ever." She, next to Boba Fett, in my mind, next to Boba Fett, she's the most intriguing character that Star Wars has ever produced, ever.
Do you think they would do animated first or live action straight up?
No, I think if they had any future hope for her, it would be live action, and I think it would be a lot like Mando. Okay. I think they would do it a lot like Mando. I think they would give her own series, but like I said, there's nothing on the slate, right? And stuff like that takes time. So if you're talking about it being a blue chip key, is it right now? No. Is it 5 years from now? Maybe. Is it 10 years from now? I would bet on it. I would bet on it 10 years from now. I bet Afra is a household name up there next to Boba Fett and next to Darth Vader and next to all of those anti-heroes, because whatever you say about Boba Fett, he's an anti-hero. He's only ever been bad. He's got his redemption arc's coming next year. His redemption arc is coming, right? He's a bounty hunter, had 3 lines in one movie, and he disappeared forever, right? But he's still everybody's favorite. His redemption arc is coming. He's going to be the good guy. He's going to be the guy that saved Grogu, right? And he will become. He's got his redemption arc, and Afra's going to be the same way, held in the same regard. So if you were to ask me in 10 years from now, is Darth Vader 3 a blue chip? Yes, absolutely, 100%. Amazing book to hold. Absolute blue chip. If you believe Star Wars has any future, yeah, blue chip, 100% all the way.
Gotcha. Moving on to the next question. Joe 477 says, "Was that Frozen?" I'm guessing he's asking about
my alarm.
Was it?
No, it's just the loudest ringtone that's on my phone.
Yep. So speaking of franchises that your kids love, Frozen. You know there's plenty of comics out there. You know there's freaking plenty of books. Gross revenue of Frozen since 2013. I just talked about Paw Patrol, 390 million. Frozen, 14.8 billion.
Yeah, it's crazy.
With a B, 14.8 billion.
Wow.
You know your freaking kids love that freaking movie. You know they're freaking let it go. You know your kids are gonna fucking want that shit when they freaking grow up. I haven't done the research on what's the first fucking joint for that. Think about that. Think about freaking grabbing those collector's items. Comic Book Money says, "Yep, my daughter loved that." Comic Book Money, yep. Vest, future stuff our kids liked. Carlo Kardashian, yeah. Excuse my drunken slurring.
No, that's it now. It's Carlo Kardashian.
This is what they're doing with SW Marvel. They have lifetimes of military to work with.
They're thinking 20 years ahead. They really are. And if you don't think they are, you're crazy. They're thinking 20 years ahead.
Let's see. And then that looks like it's all the comments. Well, I think that's a great place to freaking leave off of right now. I have had a great time hanging out with you guys. Thank you to Aaron, Yeezy Yee, and Hive James. What do you have coming up this week, Aaron?
Let's see. So Tuesday, Prospect 10 will drop in the morning. And then for comic book food chain, we'll also have what we're eating this week. So comic picks and non-comic picks. So like TV shows or whatever video game or Frank's playing. Tuesday night, we'll have Red Hood Comics on Comic Book Food Chain Live talking about pressing. And then we'll also be talking about grading books. Wednesday live, I have a little promo pic that I'm sharing. We'll have Deal or Flip Side live now, so that happens on Wednesdays. And then whenever I get a chance to edit whatever additional stuff the Modern Playbook team does, I'll either drop that Saturday morning or Sunday morning. So staying busy, right?
Aaron pulled out the gun fingers. So disrespectful. Fuck you.
What are you talking about? That's my picture.
The dad gun fingers. What the fuck is that?
It's Frank Gogol made this. It's my head photoshopped on top of Howie Mandel.
You tell Frank Gogol to go fuck himself, man. You don't ever pull the gun fingers out of somebody. That's the best way to get dismissed. Hey, buddy. Yeah, fuck you, man. I'm out.
I'll make sure to tell him that next time I see him.
You don't ever pull the gun fingers out of somebody. Let's look.
Can I say real quick? Comic. Let's see. Where was it? To Comic Book Money. I have a personal Instagram. I barely use it. I think I've got like 2 photos up there. I don't post my spec stuff, man. I honestly, I'm pretty tight-lipped on that. So a lot of my spec stuff, I buy and sell, and I do really well for myself. I bought my house because of my spec. So I hold it pretty tight. When I get on Drunken Chat, I get a little loose with some of my future spec. So if you guys are paying attention, you'll know where I'm at. If you guys look behind me, you'll know where I'm at. That's my new wall with my Werewolf by Night 32 and lots of other crazy key books that are Hive bot books that we're speccing pretty hard now. So, but yeah, man, no personal Instagram, but catch me on Drunken Chat when I'm a little wasted, and I'll spill some secrets. I'll spill a little something here and there. I'll spill some good spec.
Yep. And don't forget, Hive has some new books coming out. The Ha issue number 6?
Issue number 6, last issue in the series. It's gonna go super quick. Saturday is gonna be nuts. So
2 p.m. right?
2 p.m. Eastern. So, of course, switch your clocks accordingly. Every time we do one of these releases, I get people hitting me up and they're like, "Hey, I'm in the Philippines," and I thought you meant 2 p.m. my time. No, it's 2 Eastern, guys. So every Saturday, I swear to God, every Saturday for the end of time, Hive Comics will have a release. We have because we had 12 books this month, so we're always doing something. We're always doing something big. So get on there, 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time every Saturday. It should be on all of your alarm clocks. If you guys are serious about speculating, serious about buying the hottest books, get it on your alarm and just keep it there. So
nice.
Yep. And then let's see. You can do the Drunken Sharks once again for hooking us up. Don't forget that if you want to check out the new pull box, you can always freaking email me to get the deets on what's going on with that to lucas.ficina@comiccrusaders.com or hit me up on my Instagram at darkhorsefox35. Also, we do have a new store. We can check out the wares for the FOC stuff, right? So anything the FOC is for DC is the 20th, and then the FOC for Marvel and everything else is going to be the 21st. That's midnight on the 21st. So what you can do is go to drunkenchatsun.com, check all that stuff out, and you can actually pay through that stuff. Now here's the deal: there's certain packages that may not necessarily be set up right. So with the 25s, with the 50s, and all that other stuff. If you're not sure if you're getting the correct package, definitely send me an email or a message on Instagram. I will definitely we can try and hook you up. Let's see. Again, Comic Crusaders, we have an app. Go ahead if you can download that on Google Play, where we will be sending out notifications as soon as we're straight. And don't forget to hook up with the Tales from the Flip Side family. We can check out the Comic Book Women. Love You Lucy, Love You Laura, and the Hot 10 show with Brian McClay, Tales from the Dark Side, and the Modern Playbook with Aaron and UZE. When's the next one? Did you doing the Modern Playbook, Aaron?
It probably won't drop this morning, but I'll drop one Sunday morning. The whole crew and I we go over books you can't find anymore. So ghost books.
Okay. And don't forget to subscribe to Ultra Maximus. He's got a giveaway where once he gets to 1,000 subscribers, he's got this big freaking
Massive
freaking box of freaking books that he's going to give away. So just make sure you subscribe often and as much as possible. And don't forget that he also has a show called The Secret Variant, which I believe goes Sunday night, which should be where he discusses all the essential variants that we were not able to discuss, and with the photos that I was not able to pull so far. So that'll be a follow-up to that. The Raw Report, actually. The Raw Report. Don't forget to check out the Raw Report, the Hip Hop Variant Platinum List. I believe that's already been uploaded. And I think this is one of the books that he plans on putting inside one of the boxes.
Yep.
Is there anything else? And don't forget that if you were just happening to be listening and you haven't subscribed already to the Mighty Mail V Drunken Chat channel, go ahead and subscribe and click the like button. Also, don't forget to hit and subscribe to the Comic Crusaders YouTube channel, also the Twitch Rican channel, and let's get Comic Crusaders on Twitter and all that other good junk.
Oh, my favorite's the Discord. That's so much fun.
Yeah. The Discord, yep, yeah. So unfortunately, I haven't been able to get in there as much as possible because I've been messing around with the website. But now that the website is up, I'm going to be able to freaking jump in there and add a lot more of the shit that I've been seeing. But yeah, man, it's definitely been fun. Unfortunately, we've been going late, so I haven't had had time to freaking jump in there, freaking cause havoc like I usually do. But it's all good, man. So once again, thank you to all you guys for hanging out with us till 6 o'clock in the freaking morning Eastern freaking time. 6 o'clock in the man,
and they ain't going home till 6 in the morning.
Morning to Perpetual Comics, morning to Comic Book Money, and dang, you don't even have links in the description. I'm sure what description is that? I'm not sure.
Oh, it's maybe on the YouTube page.
Oh, we're talking about links to all those? Yeah, probably. Yeah. That'll be a good idea for somebody that's sober to actually put in there.
Hey, right?
But yeah, once again, remind me next time to put all that shit in there, and I'll fucking try and hook that shit up. But yeah, once again, thank you. Stay safe. Shit's not over yet. People are still freaking getting sick and freaking dying. And hopefully this will die down enough so that by the time actual Comic Book Con hits or Comic Book Con season hits, I'll see you guys. We can hang out and freaking get drunk together. Any further anything further that you guys want to say?
Nope. Collect what you like. Don't buy what you don't.
It'll be great to meet y'all in Baltimore. So
absolutely, Baltimore Con.
I'm so excited.
It's gonna be so crazy.
Yeah.
All right. Peace out.
Thank you. We hope you've enjoyed this Comic Crusaders production. For real-time news on all things pop culture, please feel free to follow us on social media. For articles, original content, merchandise, and more,